Assalomu alaykum hammaga. Eh, Ovozim kelyaptimi, yo'qmi? Bir tekshiringlar ham. Kelyapti, okey. Yana bir bor hammaga xayrli tong. Assalomu alaykum. Hammani
Assalomu
ushbu
alaykum.
rahmat. 5-chi Xalqaro Tarjimashunoslik konferensiyada ko'rib turganimdan bag'oyat xursandman. Uh, Can you please turn on your cameras, please, for the opening ceremony, if it's possible? Если можете, пожалуйста, включите все свои камеры на открытии церемонии. Спасибо большое. Yes, lovely. İngliz tilida davom ettirsam, chunki turli xorijiy davlatlardan, turli xorijiy o'lkalardan qatnashuvchilar bor. Yes, it's a lovely good morning to everyone here, and I know that it's almost 1 p.m. in China, in Beijing, and it's 12 midnight in the US, Georgetown, Washington. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars, distinguished guests, and fellow language enthusiasts, it's with the great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Interpreting and Translation Studies, organized in cooperation with several institutions like Silk Road Research Academy, University of Exact and Social Studies in Uzbekistan, and Namangan State Institute of Foreign Languages in Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University, Nakhchivan State University in Azerbaijan, and Baku Eurasian University in Azerbaijan as well, and other colleagues around the world. As we gather here today, we embark on a journey of exploration, collaboration, and celebration of multifaceted world of interpretation and translation. Today, this conference brings a lot of scholars from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, China, and the United States, and they will present their academic papers, creating a platform for future networking as well. Language serves as a cornerstone of a human communication, binding cultures, ideas, and experiences together across borders and generations. In an increasingly interconnected global landscape, the role of interpreters and translators has never been more vital like today. They serve as a bridge that facilitates understanding, fosters cooperation, and facilitates the exchange of knowledge and ideas. Over the next few days, and of course, starting today, this conference will serve as a platform for scholars, practitioners, and enthusiasts from around the world to engage in meaningful discussions, share insights, and showcase the latest advancements in the field of interpreting and translation studies. As we navigate through the rich tapestry of languages and cultures represented here today, let us remember the profound impact that our work can have on shaping a more inclusive, tolerant, and interconnected world. Because today in this conference, 50 scholars from 20 different universities are represented. It's a great opportunity for networking as well. Let us embrace the diversity of perspectives and experiences present in this room. Hopefully next time we will have an in-person offline conference as well, recognizing that it's through dialogue and understanding that we can truly harness the power of language to effect positive change. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the organizers and participants who have contributed to making this conference a reality. May our time together be marked by fruitful discussions, meaningful connections, and a shared commitment to advancing the field of interpreting and translation studies. Thank you, and let us embark on this journey together with open mind, eager heart, and shared passion for the art of interpretation and translation. And for sure today, we have rectors and vice rectors representing a very well-known universities and deans as well. Let me give the floor to the next speaker, because the next speaker, Ghalib John Baturov, is on the way, because today we have a heavy snow in Uzbekistan, and of course we have a traffic jam. So he will arrive maybe by the end of the opening ceremony. The next speech will be given to Dr. Elbrus Salioğlu İsaev, Rector of Nahçıvan State University, Azerbaijan. Elbrus hocam, günaydın, merhabalar, necesiniz, yaxşısınız inşallah. Evet hocam, buyurun.
Günaydın, merhaba. Dostumuz, azizimiz, Azamat Bey, salamlayıram sizi, bütün konferans iştirakçılarını. Çox şadam sizi təkrar görməkdən və belə bir hörmətli, nüfuzlu bir konferansa bizi dəvət elədiyiniz üçün sizə təşəkkür edirəm və bugün biz burada sizinlə bir yerdəyik və yəqin ki, biz yaxın günlərdə üz-üzə konferanslarda olacağıq və mən düşünürəm ki, siz Türk dünyası üçün, elmimiz üçün, beynəlxalq əlaqələrin inkişafında çox önəmli bir siz və sizin rəhbərlik edədiyiniz Silk Road Akademiyanın böyük rolu var. Mən sizə təşəkkür edirəm ki, bu tədbirlərdə Naxçıvan Dövlət Universitetini yaddan çıxarmırsınız. Naxçıvan Dövlət Universitetini hər zaman bu konferanslarda görürsünüz. Biz buna çox şadıq və xüsusilə Özbəkistan, Azərbaycan əlaqələrinin inkişafına təhsil və tədqiqat baxımından sizin verdiyiniz böyük önəmə görə mən sizə təşəkkür edirəm və bugünkü konferans kifayət qədər aktual bir mövzuya həsr olunubdur və bilirsiniz ki, bizim universitetdə də xarici dillər fakültəmiz var və burada tərcümə ixtisasları var. Eyni zamanda universitetin tabeliyində tərcümə mərkəzi var və bu mərkəz xalqa açıq mərkəzdir və biz burada xidmətlər göstəririk. Təbii ki, biz vaxtaşırı mütəmadi olaraq bu mərkəzin fəaliyyətini yeniləmək üçün tərcümə sənətinin, tərcümə işinin və təhsilinin təkmilləşdirilməsi üçün bu cür ortaq konferanslara böyük ehtiyac duyuruq. Bu istiqamətdə sizin bu təşkil edəcəyiniz konferansdan bizim əməkdaşların faydalanacağına ümidvarıq. Universitetimizin tabeliyində olan Xarici Dillər Fakültəsindəki araşdırmaçı akademisyenlərin, professor müəllim heyətinin sizinlə birlikdə bugünkü konferansda məruzələrini görmək bizim üçün çox xoşdur. Biz çox şadıq ki, bugün siz dünyanın müxtəlif ölkələrindən nüfuzlu universitetləri, universitet rektorlarını, vice rektorları bu konferansa qoşmusunuz. Mən iştirakçıların hamısını salamlayıram və bu konferansın işinə uğurlar arzulayıram. Çox əminəm ki, biz bu konferanslar vasitəsilə hərəmiz öz universitetimizdə, öz ölkəmizdə çalışdığımız sahədə bu konferansların verdiyi imkanlardan maksimum faydalanaraq təhsilimizin inkişafına nail ola biləcəyik, birgə tədqiqatlar apara biləcəyik. Ən əsası isə biz artıq sizin akademiyanın və sizin təşəbbüsünüzlə məncə bir çox səmərəli bir platforma əldə eləmişik. Bu platform bizi dünyanın müxtəlif ölkələrində yaşamağımıza baxmayaraq, bizi elm, təhsil sahəsində birləşdirən platformadır və sizin bilirəm illik proqramınızda bundan sonra da müxtəlif aktual mövzulara həsr olunmuş konferanslarınız olacaq. Mən konferansın işinə uğurlar arzulayıram, sizə təşəkkür edirəm və əminəm ki, bugünkü məruzələrdə samballı elmi, hesabatlar elmi məruzələr dinləyəcəyik və bu bizim tələbələr üçün də, müəllimlərimiz üçün də əhəmiyyətli olacaqdır. Bir daha sizə uğurlar arzulayıram, konferansın işinə uğurlar arzulayıram. Sağ olun.
Çok sağ olun Elbrus Bey. Yani bugünlerde bugün çok kar yağdı Özbekistan'a. Çok soğuktur. Ama sabahtan böyle güzel Azerbaycan şirin dilini dinlemek kalbimize sıcacık kahve gibi geldi böyle. Allah razı olsun. Teşekkür ederiz. Bekleriz buralara yine. Yes, we are continuing with the next speaker, the rector of Namangan State University of Foreign Languages, Dr. Vajiddin Karimov. Dr. Karimov, floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari, ruxsat bersanglar o'zbek tilida boshlasak-da. Eng avvalo hurmatli Azamat Akbarov, doktor Azamat Akbarov, sizga katta minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchimiz. Namangan davlat chet tillar instituti nomidanki mana shunaqangi nufuzi baland bo'lgan konferensiyalarda har doim bizni yoddan chiqarmasdan, bizni ishtirokimizni ta'minlab kelayotganingizdan, chunki bizni institutimiz yosh institut, endigina ochilgan, hali endi 2 yoshga to'lib bunaqangi nufuzli konferensiyalarda ishtirok etishga sababchi bo'layotganingiz va bunga bizni da'vat etayotganingizdan minnatdormiz. Tarjima yo'nalishida ham biz hali juda yosh yo'nalish hisoblanamiz va bunaqangi nufuzli konferensiyalardagi ishtirokimiz bizga, bizni professor o'qituvchilarimiz, talabalarimiz umuman mana shu yo'nalishimizni rivojlanishida ulkan hissa bo'ladi deb hisoblaymiz va bunga yana bir bor o'zimizni minnatdorligimizni bildirishimizga ruxsat bersangiz. Va qolaversa, endi agar ruxsat bersanglar, shu rasmiy nutqimiz ingliz tilida olib borsak. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and fellow language enthusiasts, I am deeply honored to address this esteemed international conference on interpreting and translation studies. As we gather here from different corners of the world, we celebrate not only our shared passion for language, but also our commitment to understanding the intricate dynamics of interpretation and translation. Interpreting and translation studies are not merely academic pursuits. They are reflections of the evolving nature of human communication and interaction. In an increasingly globalized world where diversity is celebrated, our field plays a crucial role in breaking down linguistic barriers, facilitating cross-cultural understanding, and fostering mutual respect. At the heart of interpreting and translation studies lies the recognition of the inherent complexity of language and myriad ways it shapes our perceptions and experiences. Through our research and scholarship, we seek to unravel these complexities, exploring the nuances of linguistic expression, cultural context, and cognitive processes involved in interpretation and translation. Our endeavors extend beyond the mere transfer of words from one language to another. They delve into the realms of identity, power dynamics, and social justice. We recognize that language is not neutral. It carries with the weight of history, politics, and ideology. As scholars in this field, we interrogate these power dynamics, seeking to amplify marginalized voices, challenge dominant narratives, and promote linguistic equity. Moreover, interpreting and translation studies serve as bridges between disciplines, forging connections between linguistics, sociology, psychology, anthropology, and beyond. Our interdisciplinary approach enriches our understanding of language and culture, allowing us to explore the intersections between language and society, cognition and communication, tradition and innovation. As we convene in this intellectual forum, let's seize the opportunity to reflect on the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Rapid technological advancements, demographic shifts, and geopolitical change are reshaping the landscape of our field, presenting us with the unprecedented possibilities and daunting obstacles. In the face of these challenges, let's remain steadfast in our commitment to excellence, integrity, and inclusivity. Let's embrace diversity in all its forms, linguistic, cultural, and epistemological, as a source of strength and enrichment. Let's engage in dialogue, collaboration, and mutual learning, drawing inspiration from the rich tapestry of human experiences that surround us. In conclusion, as we embark on this collective journey of exploration and discovery, let's reaffirm our dedication to advancing the frontiers of knowledge, fostering cross-cultural understanding, and promoting social justice through the transformative power of interpreting and translation studies. Thank you for your attention. Dr. Azamat Akbar.
Yes.
Thank you again. I'm a little bit, yeah, you know, it's my, I think, second time. It's my second time speech in this very conference. That's why I'm a bit excited. So if I'm
Thank you.
anywhere a little bit taken, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Katta rahmat rivojlanishga, ishlaringizga omad. Yana albatta keyingi loyihalarda uchrashib qolamiz. Xudo kuch-quvvat
Umid
bersin.
qilamiz.
Yes,
Rahmat.
very appreciating, very thrilling speech by the rector of university in Namangan. This is the western part of Uzbekistan. Hopefully we'll have a time travel there. Lovely mountains, lovely weather, and lovely fruits as well. So we are continuing with the speakers, and right now we have a very welcoming and close partner from Azerbaijan, the vice rector of Baku Eurasian University in Azerbaijan, Dr. Gülzar İbrahimov. Please. Gülzar Hanım, sözü size veriyoruz. Buyurun.
Merhabalar. Esselamu Aleyküm. Ben Azerbaycan'dan, kardeş Özbekistan'ı ılık havalarla selamlıyorum. Sizde soğuk olsa da Azerbaycan şu an çok normal bir durumda. Ve bugünkü konferans bundan önceki konferansta olduğu gibi bize bir Azerbaycan-Özbekistan bir lojistik bilgi yolu açtı. Sizin Doktor Azamat Bey, sizin rehberlik ettiğiniz İpek Yolu Tedqiqatlar Akademisi sanki Azerbaycan'dan geçecek bir İpek Yolu lojistik nakliyat taşınma bir akademisine benzer. Neden? Ona göre ki siz Azerbaycan ve diğer ülkelerle kurduğunuz ilişkiler ve yarattığınız alakalar bizim birbirimize, iki kardeş memlekete, Türk dilli halklara ve bizden kenara çıkan diğer ülkelere bir bilimimizin, medeniyetimizin, kültürümüzün taşınması yoludur. Birbirimizden bunların bölüşülmesi yoludur. Çünkü ben önce biz bir beynelxalq forum geçirdik sizinle birlikte ve o forumda Özbek-Azerbaycan alakalarında edebiyatımızda, tarihimizde birbirimizden öğrendiğimiz araştırmaları bana bir Azerbaycanlı olarak belli olmayan ama çok sayılı akademisyenlerin bir ülke tarihlerini birlikte araştırdıkları Özbek edebiyatı, Azerbaycan edebiyatı, Özbek kültürü, Azerbaycan kültürü o kadar bilgiler aldık ki ona göre seve seve çok büyük memnuniyetle sizin bu konferansta taraftaş olduk. Ve bundan öte size çok büyük teşekkür ediyorum. Diğer taraftan ben Bakü Avrasya Üniversitesi'nde bizim tercüme kafedramız var ve harici diller kafedrası var. Ve inanın ki sizin konferanstan sonra bizim her birimizin bir Özbek diline bir büyük sevgisi yaranmış ve hatta ben dün düşünüyordum ki belki konuşmanı Özbekçe yapabilsem Özbekçe yapardım ki en azından bu yolda birbirimizi anlamak, başa düşmek için zaten önemli değil İngilizce olsun, Rusça olsun. Özbekçe, Türkçe'de konuşup birbirimizi başa düşmemiz, Azerbaycanca konuşup birbirimizi başa düşmemiz çok önemlidir. İkinci bir makam insanların aldığı bilgiler, topladığı kültürler, yenilikler birbirine taşınmalı ve birbirinden bölüşülmelidir. Bunun örtü tercüme yani çeviri çok büyük anlam taşıyor ve bugünkü mevzumuz ona göre çok aktualdır ki biz kendi içimizde yaptıklarımızı kendi içimizden dışarıda bölüşmemiz için tercümeşünaslık çok büyük bir önem taşıyor ve bu anlamda sizin yaptığınız bugün bu konferans ben elə bilirəm ki təkcə Orta Asya memleketi, təkcə Türk dilli devletler için değil, bütün dünya ülkeleri için çok önem taşıyor. Ben eminəm ki növbəti 6. konferans Orta Asya'dan tutmuş Çin'e kadar, Çin'den tutmuş Avrupa'ya kadar, Avrupa'dan tutmuş Garibe kadar, Amerika'ya kadar gidecek ve bu birkaç kişiyle yok yüzlerle kişinin iştirakiyle tamamlanacak. Çünkü siz çok doğru bir yoldasınız ve bu yolda biz size hemkar olarak yardım yapabilirikse ne mutlu bize. Ben sizi Azerbaycan'da növbəti konferansların birinin Azerbaycan'da gerçekleşmesini istiyorum. Çünkü sizin Azerbaycan'la hem Pedagoji Üniversitesi ile hem Naxçıvan Üniversitesi ile hem bizim üniversite ile ilişkileriniz var ve merkezin nüvenin periferiye taşınmasını isterim. Yani bu tekçe Özbekistan'da, Taşkent'te, Cizak'ta, Xive'de, Semerkant'ta yok. Bakü'de, Naxçıvan'da, Qubada olmasını arzulayıram ve diğer taraftan Azerbaycan hem Türkiye'ye mesafece yakın, hem Özbekistan'a yakın, hem diğer ülkelere yakın. Yəqin ki Azerbaycan'a taşınarıqsa bir konferansın bir tanesi, diğer devletlerden de buraya gelmek asan olduğuna göre tarafdaşlarımız çoğalar ve iştirakçı katılımcılar çoğaldıkça onların her birinin getirdiği yeni bilgiler, yeni ilimler bizim her birimiz için faydalı olar. Kardeşimiz Əzizmət Bəy Türk dünyasında bu şu şekilde kardeş diye birbirine müracaat yapırlar. Ben size konferansın içinde uğurlar arzulayıram ve seve seve sizi dinliyorum. Seve seve her bir katılımcını konferansın sonuna kadar dinliyorum. Ve Bakı Avrasya Üniversitesi adından, Bakı Avrasya Üniversitesi'nin rektörü Profesör Nazım Hüseynli adından, çünkü o çok güzel bir Türkologdu ve Türk dünyasını seven bir insandı. Teşekkürümü bildiririm. Kendi adımdan teşekkürümü bildiririm. Və növbəti konferanslarımızda yəqin ki Səmərqənddə bir yerdə olacağıq üz-üzə. Əminəm ki Xiveyə də çalışacağıq gedək və kendi akademisyenlerimizle birlikte biz kendi yaptığımız araştırmaları, tədqiqatları size təqdim edəcəyik. Buna göre inanıram ki bu bizim bu yılki için yolumuzun başlangıcıdır. Yolumuzda birkaç konferanslarımız var ki bir yerde imza atacağız. Teşekkürümü bildiren ve bir daha konferansın işine uğurlar arzulayıram. Ümid edirəm ki Özbekistan-Azərbaycan əlaqələri həm strateji baxımdan, həm siyasi baxımdan, həm iqtisadi baxımdan son dövrlər çox irəliləməkdədir. Yerdə qalan altyapılar ki, bilimin bölüşülməsi, kültürün taşınması bu bizlerin çiğnimizdədir. Ona göre biz bunu seve-seve yerine getirmeye hazırız. Teşekkür ederim.
Çok sağ olun Güzel Hanım. İnşallah diğer bir konferansı Azerbaycan'da seve-seve yaparız. Allah razı olsun. Teşekkürler. Yes, the next speech will be given to Dr. Zhang Xua, Dean of School of English Studies, Beijing International Studies University in China. This university is our long-time partner, joining different events, and hopefully that we can organize another event in person as well. Dr. Zhang, floor is yours, please. Dr. Zhang, are you with us? Because just a few seconds ago, I saw that you are in the room. Because another colleague from the same university, Dr. Li Ning, she is also here. Okay, I think she will come back. Let's give the floor to Ms. Jamila Gulamova, Deputy Director of the British Council in Uzbekistan. Jamila, marhamat.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome participants of this very important conference. And of course, as many colleagues have already said, translation and interpreting, they play a vital role in international communication. And of course, they're so important for all the international projects that we run in partnership with Uzbekistan and UK. And I want to say that training a cadre for translation and interpreting is really important. And I'm pleased to say that over years, we established very good partnerships between universities in the UK, such as London Metropolitan University and University of World Economy and Diplomacy, Samarkand Foreign Languages Institute, and the University of World Languages. And we will be very happy to support further partnerships, including in research into interpreting and translation. And of course, I would like to say that the British Council recently commissioned a few research papers which are very important for discussions around translation and interpreting, as well as foreign language teaching. The first research work is called The Future of English, and I really encourage colleagues to have a read, because it's talking about the future of English, of course, but it's also talking about other important areas that include interpreting and translation, and the role of those in intercultural communication. I would also like to say that, of course, artificial intelligence is going to play an important role in interpreting and translation. And in this regard, the British Council is just about to launch an important research which is called AI and English language teaching. And it will be launched in April at the ITAFL conference in Brighton. And from that, I think it will be really important for us to look at the role of artificial intelligence in translation and interpreting. So I would like to wish all participants a very successful discussion today, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes of this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Jamila. I really appreciate. I mean that you are joining us in a very early morning with a very good coffee. So thanks a lot for joining us. So just before going to the plenary speech, the first plenary speech, we have our delegate from Azerbaijan, a very short welcoming speech. Azerbaycan Devlet Pedagoji Üniversitesi'nin Kuba Branş Müdürü Yusuf Bey, çok kısa bir selamlaşmayla keynote speech'e geçeriz. Buyurun.
Salamlar, hər kəs salamlayıram. Konferansın işini olaraq verirəm. Konferansın mövzusuna göründüyü kimi tərcümə prosesləri bağlıdır. Amma mənim üçün ən önəmli məsələ bu konferansda yapılacaq məsələdən biri ortaq türkçüyə xidmət edən bir işlərdən biri kimi yadda qalacaq düşünürəm. Mən təmsil etdiyim Azərbaycan Dövlət Pedaqoji Universitetində həyata keçirilən bir çox xarici ilə bağlı bir çox məsələlərlə yəni düşünürəm ki, hər kəs tanışdır. Burada Azərbaycan Dövlət Pedaqoji Universitetinin rektoru Professor Zəfər Zəfərovun dəstəyi ilə xüsusilə beynəlxalq əlaqələr üzrə rektor Professor Mahirə xanım Hüseynovanın dəstəyi ilə, təşkilatçılığı ilə Filologiya Fakültəsində xaricilər mərkəzi yaradılmışdır və burada bir neçə dil birləşərək burada həm tərcüməyə, həm də ki, tədrisə böyük töhfələr verən bir mərkəz fəaliyyət göstərir. Eyni zamanda Türk dünyasına xidmət edən mərkəzlərin də pedaqoji universitetdə formalaşması düşünürəm ki, bizim ortaq tərəfdaşlarımızın pedaqoji universitetin əlaqələrinin qurulmasına böyük xidmətləri tövsiyə xarakterli bir xidmətləri də qeyd etmək istərdim. Və eyni zamanda mən bir məsələni konkret olaraq qeyd etmək istərdim ki, Azərbaycan Respublikasının prezidenti cənab İlham Əliyev növbət dəfə prezident seçkilərində, inaugurasiya mərasimində çıxış edərək bildirdi ki, Azərbaycan hədəfini göstərdi, konkret hədəflərinin Türk dünyasına inteqrasiyası baxımından əhəmiyyətli olduğunu göstərdi və düşünürəm ki, bu məsələlərdə Azərbaycan universitetlərinin hər birinin Orta Asiya və Türk dünyası coğrafiyasına yerləşən universitetlərin hər biri ilə əlaqələrin qurulmasında və bu istər tərcümə məsələlərində, istərsə tədrisin digər sahələrinə aid olan proseslərdə bir ortaq layihələrin hazırlanması, bununla da Türk dünyasına xidmət edəcək layihələr kimi belə bir konferansların da həyata keçirilməsi bizim günümüzün aktual bir işlərindən hesab edilə bilər. Mən konferansın gelişinə uğurlar arzulayıram. Əzəmət bəy sizə və iştirakçılara gözəl məruzələr, gözəl sunumlar arzulayıram və düşünürəm konferansın sonuna qədər biz bu məruzələri dinləyəcək və bilgilərimizi artırmış olacaq, tərəfdaşlıq məsələləri uğrunda daha böyük çabalar göstərəcək və düşünürəm ki, rəqabətli mühitində eyni zamanda həmrəylik göstərmiş olacaq. Təşəkkür edirəm, sağ olun.
Çok minnettarım. Sağ olunuz Yusuf Bey. İnşallah geliriz yine tekrar Kuba'ya, güzel Kuba'ya inşallah. Yes, finally we done with the opening ceremony. Now, I'm very sorry for Dr. Jill, because we took your precious 2 minutes. So now we are starting the keynote lecture, the first keynote lecture from Georgetown University, Dr. Jill Nindorf, and she will talk on language hybridity, identity and translation. And it's my pleasure to meet you online, Dr. Jill, and hopefully I will meet you very soon in Georgetown. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akbarov, for the very warm welcome. And thank you to you and your colleagues for organizing this conference, allowing us all to meet and exchange ideas. So the topic of my presentation is indeed language hybridity, identity, and translation. I'm going to begin with a short introduction. And I'd like to start off by saying that the Russian-Ukrainian hybrid language known as Surjik is stigmatized in a lot of Ukrainian society by individuals who consider it quote unquote impure and the language of the poorly educated. Some Ukrainian translators perpetuate this low status that Surjik has by producing translations that magnify the negative stereotypes associated with it. I claim that translation is one force that contributes to reinforcing Surjik's negative image in much of Ukrainian society today. And in my presentation, I'm going to argue that Ukrainian translators should work to produce translations that project Surjik more positively, and in so doing, strive to reverse the negativity associated with it. What then exactly is Surjik? Surjik, according to Bilanyuk, originally meant a mixture of wheat and rye flour, which is considered a lower grade of flour. But today, Surjik is used to mean a mixture of languages, which means that it is, as I said, quote unquote, impure. According to Bilanyuk, pure language is desired in Ukrainian society. Some Ukrainians who are educated think that Surjik is laughable, while others consider it, quote, dangerous, leading to the breakdown of society, unquote. And I'd like to emphasize once again that Surjik is not a dialect, rather it is a hybrid language. How did it develop? Well, while Ukraine was still part of the Soviet Union, Russian was the official language, while Ukrainian was spoken predominantly by peasants and in rural areas. Since people needed to know Russian in order to have higher social position and receive a good job, Russian held a higher status than Ukrainian did. The social prestige of Russian fostered the spread of its phonological, lexical, and syntactic influences in Ukrainian. And Ukrainians who did not know Russian felt a lot of pressure to speak it well. And this then resulted in them combining Russian and Ukrainian and resulted in Surjik appearing. In the 1980s and after the USSR collapsed in 1991, Ukrainian was elevated to a higher status than it had previously held because it defined a distinct Ukrainian and not Soviet identity. After Ukraine gained independence in 1991, both Russian and Ukrainian were vying for the position of high, that is, prestigious language. Surjik, however, was relegated to the position of the low, that is, unprestigious language in Ukraine, which it holds to this day because it contains, as I mentioned, what many educated Russian and Ukrainian speakers consider quote unquote impure forms of Russian and Ukrainian, and because many speakers of Surjik are poorly educated. Now, there are 5 different types of Surjik, and they are the urbanized peasant Surjik form, village dialect Surjik, Sovietized Ukrainian Surjik, urban bilingual Surjik, and post-independent Surjik. Interestingly, in the first 3 types of Surjik, Russian exerted an influence on Ukrainian, but in the last 2 types, Russian and Ukrainian exerted an influence on each other. And when I speak about Surjik today in this presentation, I'm going to be referring to the first 2 types, that is urbanized peasant Surjik and village dialect Surjik. How did urban peasant Surjik develop? Well, it developed in 19th century Ukraine because of industrialization, when Ukrainian-speaking peasants moved to cities and they tried to speak Russian. As a result, this type of Surjik came to represent several things. First, a peasant background. Second, a lack of education. And third, a low economic status. Village dialect Surjik, as its name suggests, is spoken by villagers in rural parts of Ukraine. And although it may structurally be identical to urbanized peasant Surjik, it contains more distinct dialectisms that are not part of the Russian language or the Ukrainian language. Now, the entertainment industry in Ukraine has made several attempts to strengthen the negative connotations that are associated with Surjik. The first example I have comes from the 1961 Soviet-Ukrainian film. The Russian title of this film is "За двумя зайцами." The English translation is "Chasing Two Hares." This film is based on Staritsky's 1883 play. And his play is about pretentious individuals who were eager to assimilate into Russian culture. Now, the humor in this play, which contains Surjik, exists in the misuse of words and mixing of languages. The Ukrainian Ministry of Culture deleted some Surjik from this film because it considered it, shall we say, uncouth to have so much Surjik in a Soviet film, but it did not delete all of it. The result was that the Ukrainian-speaking characters in the film strengthened the idea of Ukrainian as the culture of the nation's people, while those characters in the film who attempted to speak Russian actually used Surjik and represented the petty bourgeois, which, as we know, was a class that was detested in the Soviet era. So, sorry, my computer is not working here. Oh, sorry, let me go back and manually go to the next slide. The second example I have for you comes from the comedy series entitled Great Ukraine. Now, it aired in Ukraine from 2008 until 2011. And in this series, there were 2 male actors who performed various roles. For these roles, they used both standard and non-standard Ukrainian and Russian expressions to portray different characters. They used lexicon and vernaculars to indicate characters' social position and their educational level. But they used specifically Surjik to convey characters' cultural and intellectual limitations. Therefore, we see that both the film Chasing Two Hares and the comedy series Great Ukraine associate Surjik with negative qualities. The media in Ukraine has, as I've tried to demonstrate, attempted to reinforce several negative stereotypes of Surjik in order to promote Ukrainian. Why? Well, because before 1991, Surzhyk was, as I said, considered a peasant language, while after 1991, it was regarded as a consequence of Russian and Soviet political and cultural dominance. So it was regarded negatively both before 1991 and after that year. As we know, language is the cornerstone of identity. Therefore, the Ukrainian government expects its citizens to speak only Ukraine and not Surzhyk in order to be, quote unquote, true or genuine members of Ukraine. I would now like to present to you several examples of how translation has acted as a power agent to perpetuate Surzhyk's low status in Ukrainian society. My first example is the English to Ukrainian translation of Harold Printer's play, The Homecoming. And in this play, Printer used the sociolect of London's East End. Ukrainian translator Markian Yakubiak wanted to preserve the form and content of the original text, so he composed a pseudo-dialect that was made up of Ukrainian colloquialisms, Russian swear words, and some Surzhyk. But he focused on Surzhyk in particular and made it the most pronounced in this pseudo-dialect by including in it Ukrainian words pronounced in a Russian manner, incorrect syntactic constructions, and mixed Ukrainian and Russian collocations. Although Yakubiak did succeed in creating a pseudo-dialect, his blending of different elements in Surzhyk created what Hollis described as, quote, a vulgar, cacophonous blending of incompatible lex, unquote. Thus, by magnifying Surzhyk's hybridity, Yakubiak actually reinforced the stereotype already held by many educated Ukrainians that Surzhyk isn't a serious language, but it's something that's funny, that is laughable, and also meaningless. My second example comes from the English to Ukrainian translation of the film The Simpsons Movie. In the English version, there is an uneducated character named Cletus who says, quote, hey, I know how you feel. I was beaten in tic-tac-toe by a chicken, unquote. In Ukrainian culture, the word chicken is actually a slang term for a stupid woman. So the translator needed to render Cletus's speech in a different way, and the translator decided to do it this way. Я програв у хрестики нолики собаки шарико, which back translated into English is I was beaten in tic-tac-toe by a dog, sharik. Now the translator used specifically Surzhyk for Cletus's phrase in order to convey his lack of education. However, Cletus's phrase could have easily been rendered into Ukrainian. Thus, the translator's choice to have Cletus speak Surzhyk maintains the stereotype that Surzhyk is predominantly spoken by uneducated individuals. My third example is a bit different, but I wanted to include it as well. It is the English to Surzhyk translation of Marina Levitska's novel, A Short History of Tractors in Ukrainian. Now, Ukrainian translator Aleksa Nikrybetsky decided to render almost all of the English in the original text into Surzhyk. The result was that the novel's character's speech sounds more, quote, convincing, natural, and funny, unquote, in Surzhyk than it does in the source text English. Why? Because in English, the character's ingrained Soviet mentality comes across simply as neutral. But it is clear to readers of the translation into Surzhyk. In addition, since the characters speak Surzhyk, their identity as representatives of the low echelons of Ukrainian society is more convincing in the translation than in the source text. And I included this example to demonstrate how translation can expose the identity of a novel's characters more effectively than the source text can. In conclusion, then, I wanted to state that those of us who, or I should say people who are removed from translation, think that it is simply a matter of conveying ideas from language A in language B. But we know that translation is much more than that. Translation can and does serve as a tool to preserve both the positive and the negative status of a language in society. As I explained in my presentation, translators have magnified Surzhyk's hybridity and image as the language of the uneducated in both play and film. Translation, though, can be an agent of transformation, and it can exert social and cultural impact. Ukrainian translators should be an instrument of this change and not only use Surzhyk in target texts that depict it as funny, that's laughable, and the language of dummies or half-wits. And by doing this, translators will take a pivotal step toward raising cultural consciousness in Ukraine about Surzhyk, reversing biases about it, and working to help validate this language in Ukrainian society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Neundorf. Very amazing and very detailed, and the presentation, of course, are very relevant to the case going on right now. So, if there is any question for Dr. Neundorf, so we have only 1 minute left, but you may keep the question and ask personally from Dr. Neundorf. Really appreciate. I know it's almost midnight in the Washington. You did your best joining us, and we are very grateful for your dedication to support our conference, Dr. Jill Neundorf. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure, and thank you to everyone for listening to my presentation.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate. All the best. So the next speaker from Beijing International Studies University, Dr. Li Ning, understanding Binje Guidaoye, English translation and reception of the Chinese military concept. Dr. Li Ning, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Dr. Aspat. First, I would like to thank you for the great opportunity to participate in this great event. And I'd like to share with you my research. Okay, so my topic is understanding Binzhe Guidaoyi. This is the Chinese quotation from the Art of War by Sun Tzu during the Warring State. So my focus will be on the English translation and reception of the Chinese military concept. Okay. So Sun Tzu Bingfa, I guess some of you may have heard about this book, and it is known as the Art of War in English world, and it is believed to be the oldest military treatise both in China and in the world. It is most frequently and widely translated into various kinds of languages, and for the English translation, I thought that the book, The Art of War. Okay. Wow, that's great experience. And so this book is believed to be one of the best military treatises in the world. Okay, so for the English translations, it has over 50 different versions, and its wisdom has extended throughout the world into the modern times. It is often adopted as guidance for the conflict resolution and for the warfare. So for the translators, English translators of this book, so there are many renowned sinologists and translators like Leonard Giles, Samuel Griffiths, Thomas Cleary, Ralph Sawyer, John Minford, Victor Mayer, and Roger Ames. Okay, all these translators are very prestigious sinologists, actually. And actually, this is a diagram of the library holdings for these different versions of translation. So we have to say that the translation of The Art of War has achieved success across the world. And Griffith's translation of The Art of War has been included in the UNESCO collection of representative works. And Minford's translation has been included in the Penguin Classics. So both in the political and military field, and also in the literary field, it has been very successful. Yet in translating Chinese culture and to retain its values in the face of possible challenges of the target culture has always been a difficult undertaking. So it has, along with all these translations, there have been misunderstandings and even distortions of the meaning of this book. So today I would like to take this statement, 兵者诡道也, in the book to demonstrate, to show that how the misinterpretation came into being and how it is received in the English, in the target culture. So for this quotation, the same statement, 兵者诡道也, it is actually taken from the first chapter of the book, Making Assessment. It's a suggestion for the general to consider the real intentions to win the war without fighting. Okay. So in the context of international communication, maybe you've heard about this. In China, we have launched a project of going global of Chinese culture, or the internationalization of Chinese culture. So in the past, we focused more on translation, the translation process itself. But in recent years, we have been shifting focus to the reception, okay, the reception of the translated texts overseas. Okay, so reception study is an important tool for understanding how readers encounter the text and absorb information. We find that social and cultural factors are much relevant in the reception study. So for the reception study in translation studies, not much has been discussed. So we can, but many scholars have put efforts into different perspectives to get some ideas about the reception of translated texts. For example, aesthetics of reception. This is a literary approach, and readability of the translated texts. Scholars like Eugene Nida, Chastman, and O'Brien, and Gambier, they have touched upon this topic, readability of the translated text. And one thing to be clear is that readability is only one aspect of translation reception. So it is hard to measure how a translated book is received in target culture. So also some of them adopt questionnaires and interviews to investigate the reception of translated texts, for example, Gambia and Tournament. And also analysis of readers' comments. In China, this is quite popular in recent years. So they go to Amazon and Goodreads to find comments and response of readers to measure the reception of the translated text, and also paratextual account of translated texts. So in my research, I would like to draw upon paratextual analysis. And for reception studies, reception study in translation studies, Gambia has proposed a model based on the 3 R's: response, reaction, and repercussion. So response is immediately related to individual ability of the viewers or the readers. Reaction and repercussion, however, are more cultural, social culture oriented. So Tina Tournament has further discussed reception in context and adopted questionnaires and focus group interviews to investigate the reception. Well, the case of The Art of War is particularly interesting in that it has been widely accepted as one of the most important military treatises and has been translated into many languages, yet some of its concepts remain misinterpreted. So the biggest challenge does not come from the language barriers, just as we all acknowledge that translation is not just translating from one language into another languages. So it's more about the values, attitudes, and ideology, especially for the translation of the concept of deception. So for the misinterpretations, it can mainly be found in the paratexts, mid-text, preface, interviews, notes, appendix in the paratext of translated text. For The Art of War, Father Amiot, the French translator, has commented that it's not necessary to say that I disapprove of all the author has to say on this occasion about the use of artifice and ruse. Most of the maxims in this section are reprehensible as contrary to honesty and other virtues held in esteem by the Chinese themselves. Actually, this is true. Okay, this is true. So deception in any culture, in any language, I think it is against the everyday morality. Okay. And James Murdoch also said that in these Chinese analogies of Germany and Clovis, what was chiefly expounded was not so much the principles of war, war as the dirtiest form of statecraft with unspeakable depths of duplicity. Okay. And John Minford, he is a very prestigious translator from Oxford University. He's the son-in-law of David Hawkes. Okay, so he said that in the preface that I also find much in the book that is frankly unacceptable. It proposes what is to me an insidiously calculating approach to human relations, one which is directly contrary to many of the fundamental humanistic values that I uphold. Okay, so all these misinterpretations, we think, comes from the appears in the paratexts. Okay, paratexts. Well, it's a conflict of virtues, attitudes, and ideology. Okay, so the values. And Victor Mayer from Pennsylvania University said that I would say that the most poorly understood idea in the sense is that expressed in the celebrated statement that warfare is a way of deception. Okay, so we can see that for this concept to be translated into English and to be well received by the target readers, it poses great challenges. Okay, so my research questions are as follows: whether the concept of deception in strategic sense is against humanistic values, whether target readers find it unacceptable, what values of the book are most highlighted in translated versions, or whether it is understood in the context of winning without fighting. Okay, so to answer those questions, I adopt mainly three research methods. First one is literature analysis to recontextualize deception, both in Chinese tradition and in English tradition, and also analysis of paratexts. I conducted a focus group interview when I was at the University of Manchester. I had 8 postgraduate students majoring in translation studies, and I had this interview. So free record questions, comments. Okay, so for questionnaires and focus group interviews, usually you can ask some open-ended questions, and often it leads to new insights to our understanding of translation. So I provided them with 7 different translations of this key concept, 宾者轨道语. These are translated by Giles, Freifis, Ames, and the Chinese translator, 2 Chinese translators, Lin Yuzun and J.H. Huang, Mingfold, Mayer. Okay. So if we look at these translations, we'll find that most of them use deception to translate Guidao. Okay. So whether this is acceptable or not, we need to ask questions to have interviews. Okay, there's only one exception. So G.H. Huang translated it as military operations entail unconventional means, which is corresponding to one meaning in Chinese tradition for Guidao. That is violation of conventions. Okay, so basically we have 2 meanings for Guidao in Chinese tradition. One is deception, indeed, and the other one is violation against conventions. Okay. So but nowadays, okay, after Cao Cao, we adopted the meaning of deception. Okay, so we need to find out whether target readers will find this translation acceptable. So for the focus group interview, we had some findings that the concept of deception does not arouse antipathy among readers. They are aware of the context in which it is used. And the use of deception does not tend to invite negative opinions on the translated book, and it has little effect on the reception of the translation. And thirdly, most of the participants were able to directly link the understanding of game of deception to game theory, and talked about how this game is a merriment and response strategies in chess competitions. Okay, so one girl student find game is not proper because you think war is a grave matter. Okay. So for all these translations, for the deception in these translations, whether it is acceptable. So I also choose this tradition in English books on war. Okay, so we found that it is understood as an integral part of human behavior, and it used to avoid direct conflicts, which is corresponding to Sun's idea of deception and the purpose of deception. And also the concept of strategic deception is not new in English. Okay, so it is often justified as an alternative strategic option aimed at sustaining competitive advantage. So if you read more, you'll find that deception, especially strategic deception, is totally acceptable in English tradition. And we need to recontextualize it and understand it in the context of warfare. Okay, as Master Sun said, it is also on the back cover of Penguin, of the version by Penguin Press. Okay. Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. Okay, this is the purpose of deception. Okay. So the major findings or conclusions are that in Chinese tradition, Guidao is understood as strategy of winning the war without fighting through deception. Okay, so deception is a means to achieve the end, that is to make the war unnecessary, without to win without fighting. Okay, and target readers are likely to find it is acceptable to deceive in the context of war. Strategic deception is also seen and discussed in English military tradition, which proves it to be an acceptable concept in target culture. So paratext plays a role in readers' reception of the translated texts, and all these misinterpretations come from the paratext, as I have mentioned, the preface, the introduction, the interviews, the notes. So it is due to the translator's perception of mixing the idea of deception for morality in daily life with that for military strategy, especially for John Minfo's version. Okay, because it has a subtitle on the cover that it is the essential translation of the classic book of life. Okay, so we should not confuse everyday morality with the military strategy when we discuss the concept of deception. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Lenik. Very wonderful presentation. Is there any question for Dr. Lenik?
Hello, hello. I have one question, maybe two questions.
Okay, go on, please.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ning, yes, I am highly honored to participate in this very important conference and now received very good presentations, and your presentation, I think, and the starting point, very good, excellent, because China and Chinese people have very rich history and culture and science in translation. even after the, it started, it is a socialist society, China started translating, China's translators and China's government, even as it was, though it was a socialist communist society, a communist state, it paid much attention to the translation. That's why even in 1950s, China started publishing folk tales from China. It was published in 1958. So in other words, here, the Courtesan's Jewel Box, it was published 1957. So more stories and tales and fairy tales and epic poems of Chinese folk, epic stories and legends and poems, have been translated and still is going on. Is there a kind of government support for translators and also publication? Do they publish, for example, translators' results, translated books?
Yes.
And who is responsible for publication? Is the translator himself, or is there kind of, writers association or government support?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, that's true. So we have government support for the translation. We have several projects. As I have mentioned, we have the Library of Chinese Classics. We have translated, in this book series, we have more than 100 books translated into English and into other languages like Spanish and other languages.
Great.
Yes, we have publishers and government support. And in China, translators are highly valued. And I did check the database for the translation activities or translation research between Chinese and Uzbekistan, but I haven't found much literature on this aspect. So maybe we can have more communication about the translation between the literature from Chinese into Uzbek and Uzbek into Chinese. Okay.
Yes.
And more research should be done on this.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate for question and for the answer. Dr. Lening, our best regard to your dean, to Dr. Zhang. I hope I can meet her in person. Really appreciate joining us from China, and I hope to see you very soon. So we are moving with the next, the third speaker at keynote lecture for today. And now we are moving, going towards the west. So we have Dr. Sevda Rizayeva. She's the head of translation department, Baku Eurasian University in Azerbaijan. And she will talk on the role of choice in translation discourse. Dr. Rizayeva, we are very pleased to have you here, and floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm delighted welcome all participants and deeply honored to participate in such important dedicated to the translation studies, to the problem of translation. My research, as you mentioned above, dedicated to translated discourse and the role of translator's choice in this discourse. I'm sorry, there was a problem with my presentation at the last moment, and I can't show it, but I'll try to tell important aspects in time. Through the history, translation has often been defined as an art. Art is an activity based on an imaginative understanding of reality. It's a form of creativity that reflects not only the creator, but also other people. And finally, it's a way of knowing the world. Translation is a work of intellect, which implies linguistic knowledge, broad outlook, skills, and creativity. The translation process isn't the technical transfer of words and phrases from one language to another, but also a complex interaction between the cultures and languages. And in my research, I've tried to examine the role of subjective and pragmatic aspects, such as translators' personal views, experiences, and preferences in shaping the translated discourse. Translation discourse, complex process, exchanging information and meaning between two languages and cultures. Translation discourse is a sphere of communication in which text and meanings in two or more languages interact. It encompasses a wide range of translation practices, from literal translation of words and phrases to transfer of cultural concepts and identities across language barriers. The discursive conceptualization of communication, which is relevant to modern science, to talk about the operation of the translation industry from the perspectives of discourse. And translation discourse involves several components, such as linguistic aspects. This is the basis of translation, which is concerned with conveying the lexical and grammatical meaning of the text. The second one is cultural aspect. It's very important that translation discourse are involved adapting the text to the cultural characteristics and context of the target audience. It's important to consider the context in which the translation will be perceived, cultural backgrounds, historical aspects, and social nuances, is the choice of appropriate translation solutions. Translator must consider not only the literal meaning of words and phrases, but also the context in which they are used. Cultural differences can cause the same expression in one language to have a completely different meaning in another. For example, a joke that is understandable in one language may be incomprehensible or even offensive in another. Therefore, it's important to adopt the text in a way that preserves its meaning and effect, taking into account the cultural specificity of the audience. The pragmatic aspect takes into account the and context of communication, as well as the intention of the author, text, and its perception by the audience. It's important to remember that the purpose of translation isn't just to convey words, but to convey the meaning and communicative goals of the region. And translator must take into account the audience and communication goals and choosing a translation strategy. The pragmatic aspect of translation requires the translator not only to be proficient in language, but also to have a deep understanding of culture and communication goals as well. It's an art that requires a sense of balance between accuracy and emotional expression in order to successfully convey meaning across boundaries of language barriers. Translation discourse plays an important cultural exchange. It also faces various challenges: translation ambiguity, difficulties in conveying idioms and cultural associations, and limitations of technical means and resources. Personal views and identities of the interpreter is an aspect during translation. Each translator forms his or her linguistic personality in accordance with history, with society. Besides, each author translator has a unique style with characteristic features. Translator's individuality is manifested, for example, in the strategies and techniques he or she chooses when conveying certain linguistic. Depending on situation and context, translators choose different translation strategies, and subsequently, as a stage of creating the secondary translated text, the author of translation displays his own creativity, value system, and desire to achieve a certain impact on the reader. And affirm that not only brilliant source and Arabic languages are an excellent translation skills. But the uniqueness and originality of translator writer skills this is a reader's perception, and it's important to realize that often official linguistic meanings hide a network of associations, collective and individual authority, semantic connections, universal and national concepts. That is the correct understanding of the intention of the source, and its correct further interpretation and achievement of emotional and aesthetic impact on the reader depends on the translator's competence. Cultural preferences and experience aspect. Both theorists and practitioners of translation agree that in order to achieve the most effective communication, the translator who performs the function of an intermediary should have certain ideas about the cultural peculiarities and mentality of the people whose language he or she speaks. Cultural communication, the translator acts both as a representative of a native culture and as a representative of another foreign culture, being at the same time a cultural linguistic person. Task is to eliminate linguistic asymmetry and all kinds of misunderstanding. And the comparative analysis of regional texts and their transformations has shown that the translator predominantly uses a translation strategy that allows the reader to move into a foreign cultural environment. Faced with cultural asymmetry, the translator decides not to change the ethnocultural text. Thus, the translator tries to preserve the cultural background of the world as much as possible because of the large number of exotisms in translation. The third very important aspect is translation style. So individual translation style is another aspect that can be a reflection of the translator's personal and identity. Some translators prefer a clear and more creative approach, while others focus on maximum accuracy and close to a region. This style can be shaped by both preferences and professional experience. Translation style is the general character and approach that is present in translator's translations, and it can be literal, literary, and technical. Literal to mean that translation allows a great degree of activity and interpretation with the good sense of truth, but with changes in expression. Literary translation that pays special attention to linguistic and stylistic aspects while striving to preserve the aesthetic quality. And the last one is technical. So this translation focuses on conveying specific terminology, information with maximum accuracy. The first aspect is context and audience, and the subjective aspect, subjective aspect of the translator can influence not only the choice of translation strategies, but also the adaptation of the text to a particular audience. For example, translator may take into account the age, gender, social status, and cultural background of the audience, choosing how to convey information. This may result in translation of the same text being different depending on the target audience. And it's important to remember that the purpose of translating isn't just to convey the meaning and communicate. Context includes a wide range of factors that surround and influence cultural characteristics, social conditions, historical context, and communication goals. And it's important to consider the following aspects of the content when translating the text: cultural norms and traditions, social context, age, education, and knowledge level. So, to summarize my speech, I would like to talk about aspects which play an important translation discourse, determining the choice of translation strategies, style, and adaptation of the text to a particular audience, and understanding the role of translator in personal use experiences, preferences, allow better understanding of the translation process and its result. And successful translation considers both context and audience to ensure that communication is clear and effective as possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, amazing. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ruzayev. Such a nice speech. It's an honor to have Baku Eurasia University presenting this conference. Yeah, I think that we will meet you in person next time. It's also very interested to visit your university and to visit you and to have a
great pleasure.
Azerbaijani black tea in Baku, hopefully. Yes. Yes, all the best. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Now we are moving to another speaker. And now we have Elchin Mirzayev from Nakhchivan State University, the most western part of Azerbaijan. And he will talk about machine translation versus human translation, a comparative analysis. Yes, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Azamat Akbarov. Thank you very much for having me here. I am very glad to be one of the participants of this conference and on behalf of my university. And I salute everybody here, our rectors, our experts, our teachers and colleagues. And I wish everybody to have an abundant conference today. And before passing to my presentation, I would like to say that translation, I am a teacher of a translation chair, and I teach translation studies to different groups from first course to the third course and fourth course as well. And while teaching, I always come across with such difficulties or with some nuances that they are really they create obstacles for students, and I always prove that students that machine translations are not always reliable. So let me introduce my presentation, if you don't mind. I would like to share my presentation. I guess you see it on the screen. Okay, on behalf of my university, I want to begin machine translation versus human translation. I will touch upon some basic issues here. First of all, in today's globalized world, effective communication is key, especially for businesses looking to expand their reach across borders. When it comes to translating content, there are two primary options, but machine translation and human translation. But which one is better? I'm going to highlight the pros and cons of this approach. Machine translation powered by artificial intelligence, or in short, we say AI, has made significant strides in recent years. It can quickly translate large volumes of content, making it a cost-effective option for businesses on a budget. One of the major advantages of machine translation is its speed and efficiency. It can process and translate vast amounts of text within seconds, allowing businesses to reach a wider audience in a shorter amount of time. Additionally, machine translation eliminates the need for human intervention, reducing the overall cost of translation projects. However, When we speak about accuracy, it can be a concern when it comes to machine translation. While AI technology has improved, machines still struggle with interpreting context and nuances of language. This can result in mistranslations that may lead to miscommunication or misunderstanding. Machine translation lacks the ability to fully understand idiomatic expressions, cultural references, or industry-specific jargon, which can affect the quality of the translated content. On the other hand, human translation offers a more personalized and precise approach. Professional translators have the linguistic expertise and cultural understanding to ensure accurate translations that resonate with the target audience. They can capture the subtleties of language, including idiomatic expressions, tone, and cultural references, providing a more authentic and natural translation. Human translation also allows for better interpretation of context, which is crucial for accurate translations. Translators can understand their underlying meaning behind the text and adapt it accordingly, ensuring that the translated content conveys the intended message. I want to speak about accuracy and quality comparison between machine translation and human translation. When it comes to accuracy and quality, human translation still outshines machine translation. While machine translation has made significant progress, it still struggles with understanding the nuances and context of language. Machines lack the ability to fully comprehend idiomatic expressions, cultural references, or the subtleties of language. As a result, machine translations often lack accuracy and can produce unnatural or confusing content. Human translators, on the other hand, have the knowledge, experience, and cultural understanding to ensure accurate and high-quality translations. They can capture the essence of the source text and adapt it to resonate with the target audience. Human translators are also able to proofread and edit their translations, ensuring the final output is error-free and polished. While machine translation can be a cost-effective option for certain scenarios, businesses that value accuracy and quality should prioritize human translation. Human translators possess the linguistic skills to produce translations that are not only accurate, but also culturally appropriate and engaging. When it comes to cost, I would like to say some matters here. One of the main advantages of machine translation is its cost effectiveness. Machines can quickly process and translate large volumes of content, reducing the need for human intervention. This can significantly lower the overall cost of translation projects, especially for businesses on a tight budget. Machine translation is particularly useful for translating repetitive or technical content that doesn't require a high level of linguistic expertise. But human translation, on the other hand, can be more expensive compared to machine translation. Professional translators charge for their expertise, linguistic skills, and the time required to produce accurate and high-quality translations. The cost of human translation will vary depending on factors such as language pair, complexity of the content, and project size. Use cases for machine translation. In which cases can we use these translation methods? Machine translation can be suitable for a suitable option for certain use cases. For example, if you need to quickly translate user-generated content, such as customer reviews or feedback, machine translation can help you process large volumes of text efficiently. Machine translation can also be useful for translating internal documents, such as internal communications or technical documents where accuracy may not be as critical. Additionally, machine translation can be helpful for getting a general understanding of foreign language. It can provide a starting point for further refinement by a human translator, saving time and effort. Machine translation can be a valuable tool for businesses that need to translate a content in multiple languages simultaneously, allowing for a quicker turnaround time. And use cases for human translation. Human translation is indispensable for certain use cases where accuracy, cultural understanding, and professionalism are paramount. For instance, when translating marketing materials such as websites, brochures, or advertisements, human translation ensures that the content resonates with the target audience and effectively communicates the brand's message. Human translators can capture the nuances of language and adapt the content to suit the cultural preferences of the target audience. Human translation is also crucial for legal and medical content, where precision and accuracy are critical. Translators with expertise in these fields can accurately convey complex terminology and ensure compliance with industry-specific regulations. Additionally, human translation is highly recommended for content that requires localization, such as software interfaces, video games, or e-learning platforms. Ultimately, human translation is essential for any content that requires a high level of accuracy, cultural sensitivity, or a personal touch. In the conclusion, we have to analyze which translation method should we choose for our needs. In conclusion, both machine translation and human translation offer unique advantages and limitations. Machine translation provides a cost-effective and efficient solution for certain use cases, particularly for large volumes of content or quick translations. However, accuracy and quality can be compromised, especially when it comes to nuanced, culturally sensitive, or marketing-related content. Human translation, on the other hand, ensures accuracy, cultural understanding, and a personalized touch. Professional translators bring linguistic expertise, cultural knowledge, and the ability to adapt content to resonate with the target audience. While it may be more expensive and time-consuming, human translation is essential for content that required a high level of accuracy, cultural sensitivity, or professional touch. Ultimately, the choice between machine translation and human translation depends on your specific needs and priorities. Consider factors such as accuracy, quality, budget, turnaround time, and the nature of the content. By carefully evaluating these factors, we can make an informed decision that best suits your translation requirements and helps you effectively communicate with your global audience. Thank you for your patience. And I would like to add some notes here, especially in literary translations or in special how to say legal documents or clinical trials. We can say that these translation issues highly demand culture-specific concepts, cultural knowledge, and some very high sensitivity. Because okay, as a conclusion, I wanted to add my notes, and I was interrupted unexpectedly. Okay, yes. No problem. So I would like to add my opinion that especially in legal documents and clinical trials, which highly demands high sensitivity and high accuracy, in these cases, machine translations cannot accurately help us. So here, in these cases, we need a real translator in these issues. And the second of all, especially in literary translations, we cannot say that machine translation is better than the human translation because they have no linguistic ability, they have no linguistic knowledge in this contents. For example, I would like to share my experience when I was teaching my students to translate and compare. I would like to say how I came up with this topic. A few days ago, I was translating a content with my students, and we compared Google Translation versus our translation, and I showed and proved that machine translations are not reliable because they play with the structure and they play with the nuances, and the text which conveys the real meaning can be lost in the situation. And I proved it with, for example, on the Google, I wrote water conservation. In Azerbaijani, it wrote suyun su müdafiyesi, su korunması. But in the context, it conveys the meaning suyun qənaətlə istifadəsi. So the students saw that the translation is not suitable for the content. That's why we changed it. A second, for example, there was a phrase in the context that conscious future. And that machine translation translated like this, surely gelecek. But it was not suitable for the content given to us. And we translated it as planlı gelecek. Because when we read the content, we saw that there were some plans, upcoming things which were going to be applied. That's why we translated it for the context. So that's why all in all, overall, I would like to say that if no matter how efficiently or how well machine translation translate the context, finally it needs proofreading and editing by an expert who is specialized in different specific fields of translation. That was my speech, and thank you for your patience and listening. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate, and I'm very sorry for this technical problem, interruption, but we had a very nice insight information about machine translation. Really appreciate, and I hope that we can meet again, either online
Inshallah.
or offline, inshallah. Really appreciate. So the next speaker from Juzak State Pedagogical University in Uzbekistan, one of the leading universities in the field of pedagogy in Uzbekistan, Dr. Nargiza Burieva. She will talk on methods and way of cultural transformation and translation. Dr. Burieva, floor is yours.
Good morning, dear participants of this conference. I'm so delighted to listen to such an amazing and interesting presentations and the results of research of different researchers on the translation theory and practice. And now I would like, can I demonstrate my screen, Mr. Azamat? Thank you. I would like to talk about the methods and ways of cultural transformation. So what is translation? The translation is the process of transferring language from the source language into the target language, and is carried out accurately and correctly without any distortion of meaning by the translator. As we can see, language and culture are two interrelated things, because these two things are characteristics in communication and have a vocabulary. In each country, every country has cultural words in the utterance of its language, but not everyone understands the cultural words themselves. One of the examples of quite a complicated style of translation, a translation of novels that requires a particular approach. And a novel is one of the many literary works. Novel become a translation option for the translation. Although one novel can be translated into several languages, a translator may find something difficult in the translation of particular fragments, because these fragments may be related to the culture-specific situation, and one cannot find the substitute for this phrase or collocation or any other phraseological units. The problem arises when the reader finds the cultural word but doesn't understand what it means, because there is a gap between the source language and the target language. And there are some different new points of researchers in translation. For example, according to Newmark, most cultural words are easy to detect since they are associated with a particular language and cannot be literally translated. But many cultural customs are described in ordinary language, where a literal translation would distort the meaning, and the translation may include an appropriate descriptive functional equivalent. Or Larson stated the goal of the translation is to keep the meaning constant. The receptor language form should be changed so that source language meaning is not distorted. Catford mentioned that the translation is a replacement of the material textual into a source language with its equivalent in another language or target language throughout the translation. Well, despite the researchers in translation theory provide different points of view in the process of translation, but the main principle always remains. Translator doesn't have any right to distort the meaning and should convey the main intent of the source language to the target language. And there are different categories in translation. Let's list of them. So cultural categories, geographical features, cultural categories, which present geographical features, can be normally distinguished from other terms in that they are usually value-free, politically and commercially. There are also a material culture. There are some types of material culture that is related to food, customs, traditions, a particular dress in the of the particular national clothes. Closer cultural terms may be sufficient for target language general readers, and because the terms that is related to clothes may be easily detected and understood by the readers, but if there is no if it is very difficult to understand, the translator may provide some explanation. Social culture, there are two types of social culture, work and leisure. In considering social culture, one is to distinguish between denotative and connotative translations of the words in the given fragment. Next one, organizations and customs, political and administrative included categories as cultural words. The political and social life of a country is reflected in its institutional terms. And next one, gestures and habits. There is a distinction between description and function, which can be made where necessary in ambiguous cases, where gestures and habits are one of the culture, all of which exists in some cultures and other. Example, kiss their finger to greet or praise. So this gesture is related to a particular culture, and that's why maybe identified, may be detected by the readers or audience in a different terms. And if we talk about translation techniques, that the strategy is important in translation. A translator uses it for comprehension and reformulation, overcoming problems in translation. This research used translation techniques to analyze cultural words. For example, Molina and Albert stated that we need the category of translation technique by the translators in each textual microunit and obtain clear data about the general methodological option chosen. Let's look through some translation techniques. The first is adaptation. The translation is used to replace a cultural element from the source language without the target language. The next one, amplification. The translation technique is to introduce details that are not formulated in the source language with formation, explicative paraphrasing. Here we can we should be attentive. In amplification, the translator doesn't give any additional meaning or explanation, but it tries to save the meaning with paraphrasing. Borrowing, borrowing to take a word or expression straight from another language. Borrowing is divided into pure borrowing, and pure borrowing is translated without any change, and naturalized borrowing, which is translated to fit the spelling rules in the target language. Sometimes natural borrowings may remain structurally same, but their spelling may be different according to articulative features of the language. The next technique, description, translation techniques to substitute a term of expression with the explanation of its form and function. Establishment of equivalent, to use a term that is general to make it equivalent to source language from source language into target language, and the words based on dictionaries. Generalization, the translation to make it more general to use a term in source language to target language. Particularization, the translation technique where the translator used more precise, concrete, and specific terms. Reduction, the technique is applied by eliminating of part because refining the phrase is not supposed to include distortion. But in the translation, in the target language, in order to make precise translation, they should eliminate a part of the phrase or collocation. And variation is a technique of realization with a change of a linguistic structure and paralinguistic influence that influence linguistic variations such as textual tone, language style, dialect, social dialects, and geographical dialect. This technique is frequently used when translating drama scripts and when according to the requirements of the audience, the variation can be used and a little bit changed and the source text may be a little bit changed. The quality of assessment in translation. The result of the right translation can be categorized into three aspects, as that is accuracy, readability, and acceptability. Here are some charts. For example, if the translated text, in order to make it accurate, the meaning of words, technical terms, phrases, clauses, and sentences in source language were accurately modified into the target language. There is no distortion of the meaning. This is if the translator presents very accurate piece of work, and it may be less accurate. Mostly the words and phrases, clauses, sentences, and technical terms in source language were modified accurately into target language. However, there is a double distortion of the meaning or omitted, so that the message is interrupted. And inaccurate translation in the source language, a meaning of words, phrases, clauses, technical terms, and sentences were inaccurately redirected to target language. The next category is translation readability. And while translating particular text, translators should also take into consideration the readability. And while reading, the audience should smoothly move from one part of the text to another without rereading, without identifying the particular very complicated structures. And again, it depends on the level, interests, and the expectations of the audience. And translation acceptability assessment instrument. Translated work may be acceptable when translation seems natural, terms that use generally familiar to the reader, the phrases, clauses, and sentences used are in accordance with target language rules. Less acceptable, in general, the translation seems natural, but there is a problem with the use of technical terms and grammatical errors. Unacceptable, the translation is natural because unacceptable with target language, because unacceptable with the target language rules. And these were the main criteria of translation. In conclusion, I would draw attention of the readers and recommend those who are interested in studying the use of translation in the cultural works to provide an understanding of each culture cultural word meaning. The translator should be familiar with the vocabulary of cultural words to avoid the problem with the translation and distorting the meaning. And that was all for my translation. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Because of the requirement, I tried to be precise. So feel free for questions.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Nargiza Bureva. Such a lovely presentation. You did your best. I hope that those who are interested, they will contact you by email, or they may even send you a message. Really appreciate and
Thank you
enjoy
very
the
much,
rest of your day.
Anvarovich.
Thanks a lot. Yes, thank you. So we are moving to another speaker. Now we also are having another amazing speaker from Nakhchivan State University, Azerbaijan, Mr. Javid Babayev. He will talk about characteristics of simultaneous, consecutive, and written translations. Please, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I greet you from Nakhchivan State University. I am Javid Babayev, a senior lecturer of the Faculty of Foreign Languages. And thank you very much for inviting me to such a tremendous conference, international conference, let's note this. And this is really an honor for me. I would like to share my screen now in order to present my slide. Okay, I hope you see this.
Yes, we can see, right.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, as you know, there are lots of varieties of translations, and but I have touched upon only 3 types: written translations here, and now I would like to present my presentation about starting from synchronic or simultaneous translation. Simultaneous translation is sometimes referred as synchronic translation or synchronous interpretation. A type of translation differs from, this is a type of translation which differs from consecutive and written translations in some aspects. The main characteristics, features, just the most distinctive feature in simultaneous translation is that the speaker speak simultaneously at the same time. That's why this is often called simultaneous translation. An interpreter, but in consecutive translation, the interpreter waits for the speaker, and then he begins to translate. Simultaneous translation has some specific peculiarities that differ from consecutive translation. The most specific feature is that simultaneous translation developed the ability of approximation or prediction about what might be said in advance. This is because some languages have different word order syntactically. For example, in Azerbaijani language, the subject is followed by predicate. The subject is followed by predicate in English, while the place of predicate is at the end of the sentence in Azerbaijani language. So if the speaker speaks in Azerbaijani, they use the predicate at the end of the sentence, and before that, the translator should approximate what verb might be used and should use that verb before the speaker utters it. The translator may guess it from the context of the speech. The translator should be a fortune teller in simultaneous translation in order to approximate. If we translate the speech vice versa from English into Azerbaijani, the translation will be more convenient since the subject and predicate are used one after another in English. and this word order does not require any approximation. You should approximate only other parts of speech, like just adjective or adverb, which comes after the predicate in English. However, simultaneous translation has some specific peculiarities that differ from consecutive translations. The most specific feature is that the simultaneous translation developed the ability of approximation. We have already, touched upon this. So, but in French language, this is quite different because the word order is very similar to English. That's why simultaneous translation does not induce problems in this mean. Hence, in this case, the simultaneous translation is a little bit easier. Oral translation shouldn't be literal. The conveyance of 60% of meaning, 60% is enough to reach the listener. The translator, in this case, for example, I was invited to a conference in Turkey, and in that conference, there were lots of guests from different countries and even from Africa, in Nigeria, Uzbekistan also, and other countries. And one of the participants was from Africa and from Nigeria, and he began to salute the people who were participating in the conference. And he began to salute or greet the guests, and he said lots of words, lots of sentences. I came from Nigeria, for example, in the middle of the Africa, or this surrounded by just wild steppes and so on. I was a translator there, interpreter there, and after he concluded his speech, I said only, our dear guest greets you, and that's all. And this is the main essence of translation, that you reach it, the main essence to the guests, and I think that's enough. That will be enough. When we analyze the linguistic approach to translation, we consider the language first of all, we should speak about the lexicology, grammar, and phonetics. And lexicology is composed of words or word combinations, while grammar is split up into morphology and syntax. Translation needs a deeper command of language knowledge. Without a deep command, of course, we shall not be able to reach the message to the other side. We should of course, everything should be very rich: phraseology, sayings, proverbs, slangs, dialects, words, and anything. Of course, if the translation is not political, we can use just these language units. So perfect language knowledge should encompass all language layers, and mainly academic and colloquial layers. Exploration of each layer in the target and native language makes you comprehend and compare the cultural, religious features of the language, which brings about the correct translation. I would like to speak about simultaneous translation. There is a problem in sharing. Excuse me. Okay, simultaneous translation requires a rigid effort since it's more comfortable than consecutive translation. Excuse me. Speaking and listening at the same time is very important. It depends, but we should not forget that interpreters are chosen, talented gifts created by God, and it means that very few people can be translators or interpreters, because this is a hard job, as you know. Especially simultaneous translation is very hard, and because you are speaking while and you hear someone, and this is a psychological aspect, a very difficult psychological aspect that very few people can manage. And but just consecutive translation is a little bit easier, and because you stop just after, and you translate, the speaker stops. After the speaker stops, you begin to translate the message. And but if the sentences are too long, for example, they can be 3 or more sentences, and you should have a perfect memory in order to retain the information, the message into your mind, and then you translate it to the next site. And it is very difficult, on the other hand, because very few people can retain all information, all message in their mind. And so unlike simultaneous translation, there are some pauses in consecutive translation, but in just simultaneous translation, you shouldn't just make a stop, or you shouldn't make a pause. And this is one of the most difficult sides of simultaneous translation. But in written translation, as you know, written translation is much easier compared to simultaneous and consecutive translations or interpretations, because in written translation, you have opportunity to think, and sometimes even you can change the sentence. For example, you remember any lexical, for example, inadequacy, and then you think about it and you can change, or maybe you can make a grammatical mistake or phonetic mistake and you can change it afterwards. But of course, in simultaneous and consecutive translations, it is impossible to just self-correct. Self-correction is impossible. And I only touched upon the cognitive aspects and just linguistic aspects of translations, but I didn't speak about the cultural aspect, because cultural aspect is very important. Because in some countries, the notions are very different. It can be based on the religion, for example. For example, in France, when two countries are very close, they say sister countries. But in Azerbaijan or in Turkey, maybe in Uzbekistan, it is called brother countries, maybe. But when we translate these just word combinations, we should translate as in our language. For example, when we see even sisters, for example, France and maybe Spain are sister countries, we should translate it like brother countries, because this is our just mindset, and we should use our own mindset. I don't know to what extent it's true, but I think maybe sometimes we should approach internationally, maybe international. But when we translate into our own language, we can use, for example, brother country, kardeş ülke, for example. I want to conclude my speech because my time is over. Thank you very much again for inviting me to such a good, perfect conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Javid Babayev. Such an amazing comparison between the languages. And I think the translators are the pioneers to minimize the difference between the nations and increase the similarities. You are doing your best, and you are the bridge between the nations. Really appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Kardeş Azerbaycan ülkesine selamlar.
Thank you. Salamlar size hamınıza. Çok sağ olun.
Okay, we are continuing with another speaker. So we have a very leading university, Bukhara State University, and we have Dr. Zarnigar Sabirova, and she will talk on some considerations of the translation of Uzbek national cultural words into English. Such an amazing topic. Dr. Sabirova, floor is yours. Please go on.
Good day, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, good day.
Okay. Thank you for opportunity to speak my speech about my considerations about translations of national cultural words, especially tourism words. May I present my PPT here? Here. Is it visible to everyone?
It disappeared. Try again.
Okay. Here. Is it visible to everyone?
No. We can't see it. Try again. Yeah, now it's okay. Yes.
Okay. So I would like to share my PPT about consideration of the translation of Uzbek national cultural words in English. So mostly, as you know, national cultural words consist of words that is connected with tourism, and mostly it is tourism words and terminology. So let me introduce. Speaking about the terminology of the Uzbek language, national cultural words, we need to highlight a few specific aspects here. Since we have prompted the practice of tourism entrepreneurship on a relatively later scale, and we have turned into a special perspective front of the economy, we will master the terms that have been formed up earlier and have become the world leader. We enrich the terminology of Uzbek national cultural words as well as the terminology of world national cultural words with new concepts based on Uzbek art, traditions, cuisine, and sport, which have demonstrated itself in the world stages. We pay more attention to architectural and construction descriptive terminology than to the fact that the main theme in Uzbek national cultural words is a monument. So, at the first stage, the mastering of the terminology of English tourism, which is the sum of a large number of cultures, is selectively carried out, and the task is aimed at lowering the terms and concepts that are beyond our need or adapting them to the conditions of our national mentality. For example, the adoption of the term credit card will be hindered by the fact that the banking operation associated with the concept is not valid in our country, and will, on the contrary, be the stimulus for us to prefer the term bank debit card, which refers to our current plastic cards, as an alternative. It's also a natural phenomenon that in the process of the formation of terminologies, there is a certain need for lexemes that were not previously in dictionary. After all, terms are a rapidly changing field of lexicon. The origin of a new discipline and its branch, new streams and theories cause the origin of new terms. This is explained by the process of progress that continues without interruption. For example, in recent years, a special tourism police has been operating on the territory of our republic, and the term automatically coordinating it has also been adopted: tourism police, tourism politsiyası. Having studied the terminology of English national cultural words, It's possible to predict with a great confidence that soon there will be a need to master the terminology of a national cultural word statistics in Uzbek tourism terminology. Because while we aim to ensure that tourism takes steps toward it within the borders of our country, it's a very important strategic task to head on tourism physiology, marketing, and management. Therefore, in the near future, the creation of the Uzbek Explained Dictionary of Tourism Statistics is considered the next promising issue for philologists and linguists. This terminology under observation is an example of many concepts in the English tourism terminology, such as connectivity index, customer satisfaction questionnaire, compactness index, comparative advantage, competitive advantage. Over the past few years, our state has fallen into the global community's esteem as a progressively developing country. As a result of this, the standard of living of our country has increased along with the receptions of foreign guests. There is opportunity to travel. That is the income that population receives from primary needs. As already mentioned above, not only in national cultural works, but also in mastering the terminology of other voluntary spheres, we can lie on the side of this or that term in the influence of the conditions of our national culture, our social physiological views. For example, our social physiology, for example, learning the lexeme of the hospitality industry, mehmanavozlik sanatı, as an alternative, a place of the tourism industry, tourism sanatı would be a very prodigious work for the culture of a hospitable people. Understanding the Golden Age passport theme, which represents a special discount for the age of the consumers of the goods of the tourism industry, would also be a precise term for our people who keep the respective patient for the elderly. But it's more expedient to Uzbekify than to learn this term. After all, the reason why such concepts as the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Golden Wedding, the Silver Wedding lie in our culture is that we can practice this term in the form of the Grand Age passport. So, from the point of view of different views of tourism, in the national, cultural, and social geographical conditions of Uzbekistan, the possibilities of creating the rural tourism, ethnic tourism, heritage tourism are greater. In itself, it's natural that the terminology of these fields constitutes a separate national ethnic layer of the Uzbek tourist terminology. In the near future, in the conditions of the inevitable success of tourism in our region, the concepts of these directions occupy a special place in the world tourism terminology with the expression Uzbek. After all, these concepts are not repeated in any culture of the world and are exactly Uzbekish. Among these are shipon, chorpoya, oftoba, chopon, iron, chaki, and many other words that has an oriental colors in the words. Lexemes such as palov, somsa, bozor, kurash, halol, karvon, hamom have already entered the widespread consumption. In this process, the general acceptance of the term denoting the concept of this one follows other terms related to it. For example, according to Khushmuradov, only one concept of kurash itself appeared in the dictionary of the world, such as terms as halol, daki, ghirom, tukhta. The prominent field of our culture is a historical Uzbek archaeology, makes a significant contribution to the terminology of world tourism with separate groups of terms. So below are some architectural terms introduced into the world consumption from the Uzbek language. Let's pay attention to these words like Islamic buildings, turquoise domes, desert citadels, fortified palaces, colored tile work, pishtak, ark, shahristan, rabat, hammams, rabat, tim, tok, house, masjid, guzar, jami masjid, namazgah, mihrab, madrasas, ayvan or ayvan, hujra, khanaka, darskhana, mazar, ziratkhana, gurkhana, minaret, chorsu, ganj, kala, girih, and khanaka. So when analyzing the terms of the Uzbek architecture, it should be said that the first 5 terms in the table are pure Uzbek words. If the concepts in our land appear to be expressed by English names, If you look at the variants of these words, which are converted in English, they are all mostly changed in the sound plan. That is, they are adapted mainly to the phonetic features of the English language. And exactly the same change has given them a foreign character. Phonetic compatibility, in turn, is reflected in the graph. Having studied the terminology of Uzbek national cultural words lexically, semantically, once again, we note that a large part of it is formed from foreign in the means of word acquisition. After all, there is no absolutely pure language itself without foreign words. During the course of historical development, the words of other ethnic groups were adopted by people, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes under certain pressure, as a result of economic, political, and cultural ties of different nations and nationalities of different scales. Particularly during our study, we focus more on linguistic phenomena associated with the process of learning. So in some cases, if the Uzbek tourist terminology is directly translated into foreign terms, in many cases, it's necessary to fall into the process of Uzbekization. It means to make them Uzbek, which requires deeper observation. The mastering of terms in which structural components are dominant, the meaning of one meaning of another base is evident, is carried out directly by translation. For example, departure card, arrival card, agency agreement, airport terminal. There are a lot of words that we should look through and, of course, translate it accordingly. So, when deriving the baggage room, auto rental exams, we can observe that in Uzbek language they become a single component word with two components. The terms cafeteria, business class, duty-free, ecotourism, agritourism, ethnic tourism, business center, festival catering, force majeure are Uzbek integrated with slight orthographic changes. In order to remove the outlandish color from the terms couche, diversification, brochure, theme, park, sanatorium, planetarium, their core is preserved and changed to an additional front plan. Couchet, brochure, and these words are given as an example. So, in the conclusion, I can say that in the process of integrating the terminology of English national cultural words, we sometimes have to accept one from form of understanding which has two or even more synonyms as an equivalent into our language. It is worth noting that the preferred form corresponds to the level of possibilities of our national language. The presence of lexicon of neighbor of fraternal languages fraternal languages or simply seems familiar. For example, the preferred option in the synonymic series sleeping seat, slipperet, doormat would be the slipperetta or dormetta forms of uxlash ürünleri, which is considered the resting place. The reason for the selection of the word dacha, which is known to all from the series dacha summer house, second house, is its presence in the language of Russian culture of the neighbor country. In relation to the meaning of day visitor, same day visitor, excursionist, the same attitude can also be used. In a pair of words, thermal block, ıssık block, the position of the second verb is a wide range of usage among the people causes it to be included in the dictionary as a tourist term. The term room service, floor service is comprehensive in all aspects. Also, in the preferred conditions, the usage of assimilation lexeme in another area, linguistics, would lead to misinterpretation. So, abbreviations are transferred into new language, like simple vocabulary lexemes, unchanged or translated. So, in conclusion, the terminology of English tourism was formed on the basis of the influence of many cultures. The synonyms, antonyms, fulvisems, and the figurative meaning in the terminology of English natural cultural words are of significant level. The majority of the terminology of Uzbek tourism came from abroad, in particular through the development of vocabulary from the English language. The Uzbek culture has enriched the world dictionary with the terms related to many areas, especially connected with Oriental architecture. So, thank you for your attention. I hope that it was very useful to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. It was amazing part of Uzbek culture represented in the English world by means of tourism. And I do believe you are and your team, Dr. Sabir, were doing your best to minimize the gap between the culture-born words from Uzbek into English and vice versa. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And enjoy the rest of your day. So we are continuing with the speakers. It's my great honor to invite the speaker from the university. This is the first private university in Uzbekistan. It's a Kimyo International University in Tashkent. We have the head of department, Dr. Gulnoza Odilova, and she will talk on cultural issues of translation food discourse. So Professor Odilova, floor is yours. Please go on.
Hello, assalamu alaikum, dear colleagues. Thank you to Mr. Azamat Akbarov, my colleague, inviting me to this international conference. And let me share my presentation. Sorry.
demonstratsiya ekraniga kiring shu yoqdan.
Yo'q, kirdim. Hozir aniq olmayapti nimagadir. Hozir bu kafedralniyadan hech kirmagandimda, nimani olmayapti. Telegramga tashlab qilyapti.
Bo'ldi.
Shuni ochib bo'lsa agar. Ochdimi, yo'qmi?
Telegramni ochdim.
Prezentatsiyani ochmadimi?
Yo'q, hali endi ochsa kerak.
Ochmadim prezentatsiyani.
Yo'q, ochmadim.
Men bu anaqadan kiruvdim-da. Ekranni olmayapti-da.
Bunday qilamiz. Sizdan keyingi spikerga haligini beramiz so'zni unda.
Hop, shunaqa.
Siz ungacha tayyorgarlik ko'rib turasiz.
Hop, rahmat. Hozir darsdan chiqdim-da o'zi.
Azizbek Muhammedov shu yerdalar. Shu yerdalar. Okay. I'm very sorry. So we need to replace the speakers due to the technical issues. So let me introduce the speaker from the Jizak State Pedagogical University, Dr. Azizbek Muhammedov, and he will talk about exploring the impact of translation activities on enhancing critical thinking in English language learning, in brackets, or enhancing critical thinking in EFL through translation practices. Such an amazing topic. Dr. Muhammedov, the floor is yours. Please go on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azamat Akbarov. Dear participants, can you hear me? Am I listenable?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm seeing the presentation of Gulnoza Odilova. Should I proceed with my presentation? Or give the floor to the Gulnoza?
Gulnoza Khan, devam ettirasizmi?
She is off. Her mic is off.
Mikrofoningiz o'chirilgan.
Iloji bo'lsa davom ettirsammi, Azmatjon?
Mayli, davom ettiring. Xo'p, rahmat.
Chunki hozir darsdan chiqib keldim-da, uzr ming bor. Katta rahmat. So, dear colleagues, I'm so sorry for technical situation. So I would like to present the main novelty of my doctoral thesis dissertation and talk about the cultural issues of translation food discourse. So this is plan of my presentation. So in nowadays, we know that humanity has been developing, finding a food, and food was a problem of life since ancient times. We know that in national picture of linguistic world and in discourse analysis, after language, we can see conceptual system among the language, and today is very popular in modern linguistic discourse analysis. And gluttony discourse is one of them, because the language, conceptual system, national picture of the world, they all consists of all different discourses, and one of them gluttony discourse. What is gluttony discourse? It was stated by American scholars and Russian scholars that gluttony discourse is one of the important discourse in the human being's life, and it was taken, the definition of this word was taken from Latin word glutera, and which means swallowing or throat. And first Russian scholar Alyanic classified gluttonic discourse aspects, which included the recipes, restaurant menus, and culinary shows, media, and fiction. If we consider that each classical work of one or several faiths, then it's not difficult to imagine that in any history period, under the narration is composed many and many events connected with food and eating process. So I would like to talk about the problem of translation gluttony discourse from Uzbek literature into English today. If we start talking about what is the main point of gluttony discourse in our culture, we can say that we have rich ancient culture traditions connected with food. If we talk about just bread, we can see that bread is not just food or nutrition, but it can have some mystical point in Uzbek culture. Biting bread to someone before leaving meant that hoping that that man who had gone on a long journey or war would return, and that the rest of the food is beaten bread here would surely come back to eat. So let's talk about let's analyze some fiction from Uzbek literature, which translated into English by American translator. This is very famous work of Chulpan, and it was published, the translation was published in America. And here we can see before we translate this sentence into English, we must make clear first that there is some extra linguistic information that Uzbek people by nature like to eat food with meat, meataholic culture. The presence of meat at home is a sign of well-being. In addition, the case there is no meat at home, then it's possible to cook samsa or pasty with potato or pumpkin. So there is the need to comment that pumpkin samsa is perceived among Uzbek people as a food suitable for poor people. It's here the author is marking the social status of protagonists because they don't like to eat any more pumpkin samsa. They already missing the food with meat, and we are very meataholic culture. We always use meat for dietary purposes. We can make some pumpkin samosa but every day if they eat just only samosa by pumpkin, they cannot be agree their fate, and that's why the author is focusing on the social status of protagonists using gluttony discourse here. For Europeans, the pumpkin samosa doesn't mean food for poor people. In literary works, the gluttony discourse serves for readers comprehend more clearly historic events through their sensual organs. Here you can see that if we try to translate this word by the Uzbek English dictionary, we can find some lexical semantical problems. For example, in big dictionary, Uzbek English dictionary by Shavkat Butayev, the word somsa is given like pie. And if we translate like pumpkin pie into English, this context, it looks like this, American pumpkin pie, not samosa. And that's why the samsa can be transliterated and added footnotes by author, or there is a lexical semantic equivalent, pasty, which is preparation and stuffing is similar to Uzbek samsa. It can be alternative translation. But in case there is a cultural issue, for example, the protagonist of novel Harry Potter and Philosopher's Stone, Potter gets on the train express to go to Hogwarts, and on the way he buys pumpkin pasties, which are traditional meal for witches. The little pumpkin pasties are averagely spicy. On the train, he offers pumpkin pasta to his new friend Ron. Ron's family cannot afford sweets because they are very poor. The pumpkin samosa, which is considered the food of the people with low social income, and can be considered as a dessert of rich people in another culture. That's why translators should be very careful and take into the account the kind of cultural sensitivities. Sometimes the authors in their novels, which were written about the war period, they focus to the social status of their protagonists by the nutrition food which they eat. For example, here described the beetroot. If we translate this context into English, no one can understand that family was very poor and there was a lack of bread or meat by that time, and that's why they can think that it's just a vegan family and it's okay. So that's why translators should know geographical condition, historical period, their social status, social life, what they eat while translating. So in this novel, Muazanat, Balance by Ulubek Hamdan, describes yearly riots by society and its member Yusuf under the condition of social economic crisis in 1991 of transitional period. In the book, the author effectively used the gluttonic discourse for brightly expressing people's social conditions, moral views, and inner suffering. For example, the personage of book, Yusuf, came back to the village, and there is a description of a situation. You can see in a setting of the author, kind of context, like when all were sitting around the tablecloth, the praying was recited. Then Mother Halima Aya got up, brought bread and tea. She handed Elbek a handful of walnut, saying, "Son, go break them and bring back." And she sat on her knees and started breaking flat bread into pieces. Yusuf got sugar and cheese out of his bag and put them on the Dasturhan. Odalaka, so being on his unusual place, was sitting not leaning aside as before, but bending and pulling his knees to himself as closely as possible. In this passage, it's possible to note 3 cases regarding gluttony discourse. First one is the description of breakfasting view of family village, peculiar to the 19th of the previous century, and handful of walnut bread and tea. It's not classical Uzbek breakfast. And the bag of guy who came from the city, the food is used to eat sugar and cheese. The uncomfortability sitting of Otelaka, who could meet his son appropriately well. And this situation can be understandable only for Uzbek audience, because in classical situation, if the family will have enough finance, they will meet their son who went to Tashkent to study, and coming after 10 or 15 years, they can meet their son with a good breakfast table board. But in this situation, they only have just walnut and bread, and the feeling, the situation, the emotions of his father described with the help of gluttonic discourse, marking the food which they have at that moment. And in this novel, you can see that the Yusuf's mother prepares kartoshka pilav. Here also Yusuf's emotions described with food. And in this novel, Yusuf goes to Yusuf visits his relatives, and also side by side marks their social status by the food they eat, their relatives. And you can see that they are in a very bad situation at that time with the help of food discourse. So, and sometimes in Uzbek literature, the gluttonic discourse are used by authors in order to highlight the negative emotion of protagonists. For example, eating people is in novels are usually rich and bad personages. Or you can see here in the novel Devil Doom examples. And in conclusion, we would like to say that since we were announcing the gluttony discourse in Uzbek literature, we witnessed that the description of food in different times have been used to express the following meanings. During the Khanate period or historical literature, as a symbol of wealth, well-being, hate of the poor, like sterilized scorpion from altar. In the works of narrative events of the Second World War, non-realizable dream, hope from good days, like Toes from the World or Firgana Till Dawn. In modern literature, negative emotional descriptions of negative characters like Devil Doom. So the saying of Avicenna, don't eat, I don't I don't live for eating, I just eat to live, absorb it into Uzbek literature roots. So there is antinomy. Uzbek people hate eating in fiction, but Uzbek people love eating in real life. So as conclusion, we have some recommendations for translators. Translators should have background knowledge to translate Uzbek fiction, rendering the gluttonic discourse, effectiveness, sensitivity to target language. What kind of aspect of translator should know? To know dietary and eating culture of source and target language, and having information on social life and period described in this book, author's style, glutonymous used in book, glutonymous food nominees, lexical semantic equivalents of food described in book and in target language, food culture and habits, and food superstitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gulnaz for the wonderful presentation. So I am Avazmatova Markova, Associate Professor at the University of Exact and Social Sciences. Welcome once more to our conference. I'm very honored to be moderated for today's event. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Dr. Gulnaz Abdilov is ready to answer your questions. Is there any questions? So I think we don't have any questions, so thank you once more, Dr. Gulnaz Abdilov. Now we can move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Azbek Muhammadov from the Zizak State Pedagogical University in Uzbekistan. I will talk about exploring the impact of translation activities on enhancing critical thinking in English language learning. So, Dr. Azbek Muhammadov, you can begin.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible and we're hearing you.
Thank you. Okay, I am Azbek Muhammadov. I work at Xalqaro State Pedagogical University as an associate professor. I teach English language, translation, ESP, and language culture. Today, I would like to share my presentation and insights and thoughts about enhancing critical thinking in EF English language teaching as a foreign language through translation practices. So, well, I have two objectives, which include understanding the role of translation in enhancing critical thinking in EFL and exploring translation practices for developing critical thinking skills in language learning. So first of all, what is critical thinking in the context of language learning? Critical thinking in the context of language learning refers to ability to analyze, interpret, and evaluate the information you read, hear, say, or write, which involves not simply accepting all the arguments or conclusions you are exposed to, but rather questioning such arguments and conclusions. And there are some key aspects of critical thinking in language learning, including doubt and questioning, multiple perspectives, finding indirect meanings, and active participation. So what is doubt and questioning? Critical thinking occurs when we doubt something, a text, an idea, or a political statement, or speech, a piece of information, or an article. This doubt leads to questioning, which is a fundamental aspect of critical thinking. What is multiple perspective in this context? Critical thinking also occurs when we look at a specific issue or problem from more than one perspective. This ability to consider occurs. This ability to consider multiple viewpoints enhances understanding and promotes empathy. When critically viewing new information, we can find more meaning that might be indirect. This ability to infer hidden meanings is crucial in language learning, as it allows learners to understand nuances and of the language where being exposed and learning. So active participation. In critical thinking turns learners into active participations in the learning process as they interact with other students while constructing their learning, which makes the knowledge they acquire during these activities more memorable. So we can conclude that critical thinking allows a learner to process language, perceive it in his or her own way. Therefore, language learning becomes easier, more efficient, and applicable. As critical thinking affects language learning affects critical thinking too. The translation as a pedagogical tool. I would like to talk about translation in language education. So translation is a significant and sensitive sector in education, especially in language education, as it involves shaping someone's knowledge and experiences. It requires detailed information to match the original intentions. Translation has played a crucial role in bringing new learning and wider understanding to reach indigenous cultures in the world, thereby enabling languages to become more widely utilized and promoted through education. Translation has long played a controversial role in English language teaching. Some modern teachers say that we should not use the process translation practices. Some of them bring arguments that translation should be integrated into the process of language teaching. The translation process has been largely ignored as a valid activity for language practice and improvement. However, this perspective is changing, and more professionals have believed in the facilitating role of the first language in English language teaching. And many language learners nowadays use their mother tongue in learning a new language. There is data and information and suggestions that translation can enhance critical thinking. Critical thinking is a psychological basis for both pre-translation source text analysis and post-translation editing. It contributes to the ripening of creative thinking or translator's insight. Consequently, it's crucial for translation quality. So how translation tasks stimulate cognitive process in language learners. Some aspects of cognitive processing can be observed in the course of translation task from the moment a translator begins to read a text to be translated until the translation has been finalized. This process involves understanding the source text, generating equivalent expressions in the target language, and producing the final translated text. Translation activities in the language classroom have been found to unlock students' creative abilities, according to multiple sources. This could be the result of the thought processes involved in language learning, which include translation, language switching, and discipline study, along with the willingness to learn and adapt. So there are some translation practices. First of all, I would like to give clarification about these practices. So generally, translation practices refer to methods, techniques, and approaches used in the process of translating text or content from source language into the target language. Translation practices can be a valuable tool for enhancing critical thinking skills in EFL learners. By engaging with the process of translating text between languages, students can develop deeper understanding of both target language and their native language. And here are some effective translation practices that could help enhance critical thinking in EFL language in a language setting or curriculum. For example, text analysis. Before beginning the translation process, teachers in the context of teaching a language should encourage students to analyze the source text critically. This includes identifying the purpose, audience, tone, and style of the text. By doing this, students can better understand the context and make informed decisions during the translation process. Making comparative analysis. Students should compare the source and target text after completing translation. This can help them identify differences in grammar, syntax, idioms, cultural references between two languages. Through this comparative analysis, students can develop better understanding of nuances and complexities of a language, which can improve their critical thinking abilities. Collaborative translation. Educators, instructors should encourage students to work in pairs or small groups to translate text. This collaborative approach allows them to discuss, debate different translation options, which can lead to deeper understanding of the source text and the target language. It also promotes critical thinking, as students need to just justify their translation choices to their peers. Revision and edition segment. We should encourage students to revise and edit their translations, students' translations, individually or as a team. This process can help them identify mistakes, inconsistencies, and areas of improvement, which can further develop their critical thinking. It's encouraged to use authentic materials in the process of translation, such as news articles, literature, academic texts, which were designed, produced by native language speakers. This can expose students to real-life language use that can help students develop deeper understanding of the target language and cultural context, which is essential for critical thinking. And we here have reflection and discussions, feedback and evaluations, which can also improve the language learners, translators, critical thinking skills. So by incorporating translation practices into EFL classrooms, teachers can create an engaging and challenging learning environment that foster critical thinking skills. The process of translation encourages students to think critically about language, culture, and communication, which can benefit them not only in language learning, but also in their academic and professional pursuits. Translation practices play a crucial role in enhancing critical thinking in English as a foreign language education. Okay, there are some key takeaways I would like to offer after analyzing some sources. The first key takeaway is a critical analysis of the source text, which is about encouraging students to critically analyze the source text before beginning translation, helps them understand the context and make informed decisions, enhancing their critical thinking skills. Comparative analysis of text. Having students compare the source and target text after translation allows them to identify linguistic and cultural differences. This process develops deeper understanding of language, nuances, and complexities in improving critical thinking abilities. And other takeaways are collaborative translation, revision, editing, and use of authentic materials, and reflection and discussions. For example, facilitating reflection and discussions, post-translation exercises allows students to share experiences and insights. This process helps them to develop understanding of language and critical thinking, encouraging self-awareness and peer learning. These practices illustrate the integral role of translation in fostering critical thinking among EFL learners, emphasizing the importance of understanding, analyzing, interpreting language in a nuanced and culturally aware manner. So for a couple of months, I have been working with AI, using AI in education, and I searched this topic using Copilot and ChatGPT-4 and asked them if they agree with the statement, or if they can find related information which says that translation can improve language learners' critical thinking. So Copilot, I think some of you are familiar with this AI tool, states that translation can indeed improve language learners' critical thinking. And it says, it shows the ways how it works. For example, cognitive development, enhanced understanding, improved communication skills, real-life applications, emotional intelligence and resilience, and brain plasticity. These informations are not creation of Copilot. If you pay attention to the numbers, they were taken from different sources, including articles, journals, dissertations, which are in the open public access. In its summary, Copilot says that translation is a valuable tool for enhancing critical thinking, as it involves understanding language and cultures, decision-making, effective communication. So I can say that Copilot can agree with us in the context of this problem. And ChatGPT-4. So how many of you use ChatGPT-4 as an assistant tool in language learning or teaching? I believe some of you. So ChatGPT-4 also as well says that translation can indeed improve language learners' critical thinking skills, and it shows how.
Dr. Azbek Mohammed, actually, we have
so
to
I want to make my
limits,
conclusions.
please.
So we can confidently say that translation plays a significant role in enhancing critical thinking in EFL education. It serves as a psychological basis for both pre-translation source text analysis and post-translation, and it contributes to the development of creative thinking. And you can get acquainted with the findings and conclusions yourself. It's available. My short research confirmed that the process of translation, being bilingual, is can help learner if they do a translation with their critical thinking abilities. That is my conclusion based on the found informations and data, and plus the search results from AI. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Azbek Mohamedov. So, is there any questions for our presenter?
Yes, that's a hello.
Azbek, I have a question. Have you done any translation yourself? Have you done translation and published some books, you know, from Uzbek into English or vice versa?
I did some written translations for of documents, a lot of them, and I did have some practice of interpreting oral translation, which included which did not include synchronous translation. I did some consecutive translation.
Okay.
Yeah. And in terms of Uzbek, I can say that it's more difficult in comparison with translating Russian English materials. It takes another level of skills in the process of translation from Uzbek to English or vice versa. But it's doable. It's possible to do.
Yes, you're right. So every every translator must have translation experience. Otherwise, yes, they face many problems, and you can find answers to any problem if you have translation experience. That's why translation is a must for any professor, for any teacher of translation.
Yes, of course, yes. We at Xalqaro State Pedagogical University have a lot of guests from United Kingdom, from United States, delegates. I have had a lot of chances to be an interpreter, you know, of long, difficult texts. It was really interesting and a great experience, enriching experience.
Very good, very good. Okay, I am pleased.
Me too. Thank you very much for the questions. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you for the attention.
I think we don't have any more questions. Thank you, Dr. Azbek Mohamedov. Now we can move to the next speaker. Next speaker is Temurbek Said Nazarov from the Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies in Uzbekistan. So, Dr. Temurbek Said Nazarov, are you here?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, you can begin. You can share your screen and just begin your presentation.
So is my presentation visible to you?
No. Now it's visible. Yes, now it's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's much pleasure to see you all here. And I'm proud to be participating in such an honorable international conference conducted by Xalqaro Research Academy. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Now, I'll be presenting on the topic of the impact of technology on translation. I'm Temurbek Said Nazarov, to introduce myself, from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies. So, okay. During this presentation, we'll be looking at some brief history of machine translation, and we learn why we need technology in translation, and we'll be covering some information on CAT tools and machine translation, and we're gonna learn some advantages of technology in translation, and eventually we're gonna look at some issues to work out. So to start with, looking at the brief history of machine translation, we can see from this slide that George Astroni and Peter Trojansky from France and Russia, respectively, made their first practical suggestions about machine translation in 1933. Later, Peter Sheridan of IBM and Paul Garvin at Georgetown made their first demonstrations of a machine translation system on 7th January in 1954. And they have made a lot of researches on this. However, their work was very limited. I mean, 49 Russian sentences were translated into English at that time using a very limited vocabulary of 250 words and just 6 grammar rules. Then corpus-based approach was suggested by Makoto Nagao, who was a Japanese scientist in 1981. However, these experiments were just very limited to, it came to end in 1980s. So, and two of the earliest systems to be sold widely on personal computers were PC Translator from Linguistic Products in Texas and Power Translator from Global Link. So machine translation on the internet. You know, with the introduction of internet, machine translation became available to the whole world. And as a result, the service offered in France by Cytran on the Minitel network during the 1980s. Okay, if you wonder why we need technology in translation, there are some necessities of translation. Firstly, increased availability and affordability of computing power and the internet. You know, when we have free internet, and if internet and a lot of sources are available, we have to translate it with the technology. We can't just hire a translator every time. So in order to be successful in international markets, you know, in order to go into international markets to sell your products, you should know the language, or you should translate it into the language of that country you are exporting your goods to. In that case, technology can be really helpful to translate very quickly and easily. And thirdly, explosion of content that traditional human translation cannot manage. So according to Stephen Dougherty, you know, the content has exploded. In other words, the amount of content on the internet has skyrocketed. So as a result, we can't totally rely on human translators every time. Then naturally, we need technology to translate the resources into our language. So, and to do more research, our researchers and scientists cannot just learn or do research in one language, or we cannot have a lot of friends who can just help us to translate this research works. We can just rely on technology in that case. For example, today, some of my colleagues who don't know the language are always using this machine translation like Google Translator to make the research works very clear for them. And what's more, better international relations. Even countries can make contracts, or can just strengthen the relationship and do some trades just using these technologies to translate and to understand each other. And we have some information about the languages which are available. I mean, the sources in different languages available on the internet. According to WSRT text, the most common language on the internet is English, accounting for 55% of all websites. It means the majority of sources on the internet is in English. That's why we have to, in order to acquire the information, to learn this information, we have to know this tools assistance. So talking about CAT tools, you know, CAT stands for Computer Assisted Translation, or in other words, Computer Aided Translation. These CAT tools are not just for translation but there are some other features of CAT tools. For example, they can help you to manage translations by translating any document in any format. So you are not limited to just Word or PDF, but you can translate HTML format documents too. And you can save your time by reusing your translations. You know, whatever you translate, which it is saved in the corpora of this translation machine. And you can find your mistakes in translation fast and easily, because these mistakes can be identified by these CAT tools, and they can eliminate the mistakes too. So CAT tools, however, are not always suitable for everything. I mean, literary texts cannot be translated with the help of CAT tools because literary texts can be translated by human translators better than CAT tools or machine translation, as there are some culture-related words like idioms and some more words we'll be talking about later during this presentation. And poems, books cannot be translated with CAT tools. And there are some examples for CAT tools, which are Trados Studio, Omega C, Star Transit, BoardFast, and others, which are the most popular and commonly everyday use. So I have given the definition of machine translation by different people. So according to Jonathan Slocum, machine translation systems are intended to perform translation without human intervention. So it's very clear from itself, machine translation, it's not translated by humans, but by automatically translated by machines. So, all right, machine translation, in machine translation, there are three approaches. In other words, three phases. The first phase is rule-based machine translation, where you know, our scientists so far have uploaded a lot of rules and dictionaries and books about the linguistics or language on the internet. And these sources can be easily used by these machine translators or translation tools in order to make the context more accurate and clear to the reader or the user of this machine translator. Secondly, statistical machine translation. Whatever you translate on this machine translation tool can be saved and it can be reused again, because machine translation has a corpora or it has a basis which can save this words and the sequences of words in the context, which is later used in the context, similar context, I mean. The third one is neural machine translation. The latest and most advanced one, I think this is, because it's powered by AI, artificial intelligence, and it's said to be more accurate and contextually relevant in translations. Okay. Coming to the advantages of technology in translation, first we should know that machine translation, or just the use of technology in translation, can ensure the speedy and efficient translation. Because you know, if a human translator has to translate a page of let's say a text which contains 100 or 150 words, it takes about at least half an hour. Even the translator is an expert. So, however, with this machine translation or this technology, we can just spend seconds, like 10 seconds or 5 seconds, depending on the speed of the internet, of course. And I think it's more efficient too, because machine just translates everything, looking at the grammar and syntax and other parts of the sentence. So the second advantage of machine translation or just technologies is the consistency across documents. CAT tools are said to help maintain consistency in terminology and style across multiple documents. Translation memory store previously translated segments, ensuring that the same phrases are translated consistently throughout a project or across different projects. So it means the translated, the more we use this machine translation, the higher quality our context or translated materials will be, because its corpus will enlarge every time when we use this translation. So global collaboration, thanks to the availability of internet, translators or editors or stakeholders, no matter where they are situated or living, they can just contact with each other and collaborate on enhancing the quality of translation. Next is cost effectiveness. If you just ask someone to translate a material into another language, it costs you much. However, if you have your own laptop or computer, and if you have an access to the internet, you can easily do it yourself independently without paying anything to anyone. So next one is access to translation resources. So online translation tools and platforms provide easy access to translation resources for individuals and organizations. It's actually beneficial for smaller businesses or individuals who may not have had access to professional translation service in the past. So actually, we're not looking at every advantage of using machine translation, but some most popular ones. The next one is translation of multimedia content. It's true that everyone now is using multimedia content. They are following some websites, or they often watch some videos or receive some audio files from foreign friends, for example. And machine translation can easily translate it into our own language without any efforts. And it's really beneficial for all people, I think, who are using multimedia. So, okay, we will just, as time is limited, I will just have to hurry to finish my presentation. And there are some issues, however, to work out in this machine translation. First one is, I think, idioms, to do with idioms. And I have given this example, then you can figure it out, what problem is it. I'll read this in Uzbek if you don't mind. Tomdan tarasha tushgandek qilib so'zlangan yuqoridagi gaplarga boshda ularning ikkovi ham tushunmadi. It's given by it's taken from the book, popular book, O'tgan kunlar, in other words, Bygone Days, by Abdullah Qadri. And I have tried to translate it using Google Translation, and it translated like this. The two of them are the first to talk about the above, didn't understand either. So you can just see here, there is nothing to do with Tomdan tarasha tushgandek, which is not translated here. And it's skipped by Google Translation. I think it should be subtly or temporarily included in the context. I mean, some idioms are just related to our culture, or it's only used in our, let's say, country, in our language. That's why Google Translation cannot translate it properly. So another problem is the number of languages added to these machine translators. I mean, in DPL, this translator, there are only 32 languages available for us to translate from one to another language. while Google Translate has 133 languages, about 133 languages available to use. I can say that there are more than 8,000 languages available existing in the world. So according to UNESCO, so I think the lack of languages in this Google Translate or DPL can be disadvantage of having this technologies. However, we are now working on this. Our scientists or linguists are, I think, adding more languages. We should, I think, look at, we should keep the equality of all countries' languages. We can add more language here maybe soon. Another issue to work out is the cultural nuisances. Here, we, for example, şu yerdeyim nonunu tapıp yiyebilirim ben. Nonumni tapıp yiyebilirim. So, you know, there are some words like nonumni. Non has different translations and different meanings in our culture. It doesn't mean just a bread, like it's translated by Google Translation. Like, this is where I find my bread and eat it. It can't be understood by an English person properly as we understand in Uzbek language. That's why we have better rely on human translators in that case. Like, I am making a living here too, which is more understandable. Another example is, again, by Utkan Kular, by Abdullah Qadri. İkita totidek xotiningiz bek akam uchun sochini tarab o'ltiradur. Tag'in qanaqa kam u ko'st. Like two parrots, your wife is combing her hair for my uncle. What is it like? Like two parrots, you know, it's directly translated by Google Translation tool, and which is also wrong. It should be, again, modified or changed according to our culture. Two beautiful wives can be better in that case, because totedek is translated. It's not understood directly. It should be about the beauty of wives. That's why two beautiful wives can be right, and it's translated by Ermekova. All right. Another problem is the national realia. So the national realia is realia actually is a plural form, plural noun, and these words or expressions for culture-specific material elements. Actually, they mean culturally specific words. The word realia comes from the medieval Latin, in which it originally meant the real things, material things, as opposed to abstract ones. And I have provided one more example for this. You can see some realia examples here: Chopin, Supa, and Chtuara. And this Google Translator has just translated it into English like this. He was eating dumplings with his grandfather, who was wearing a cloak. So actually, dumplings is...
Please, we have to follow the time limits. So can you go to the conclusion, please? So sorry.
Yeah, I have just finished now.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me of time. Yeah. So here you can see the difference between cloak and chop-on and spa. Actually, spa is not translated at all. Then dumplings in English and Uzbek. These are the clear examples of national realia. Okay, and some linguistic complexity can be also another problem in translation when we are relying on this Google Translator. For example, I have translated a program of Erasmus Mundus. Then there were some problems with orthographic problems, spelling, and format-related errors. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So, do we have any questions to the presenter? Oh, there is no questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you too.
Dr. Timurbek Saidnazar for the wonderful presentation. So now we
Thank you very
can
much.
move the next presenter, Professor Qasimboy Mamurov from the Tashkent State University of Uzbek Language and Literature in Uzbekistan. He will talk about the translation unit, theory and methodology of their study.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, dear professors and translators and also teachers. I'm glad and I'm highly honored to be invited to this very important international conference for the development of translation of translators and interpreters. This is very important, and I've heard so far very important, interesting, and useful presentations. Thank you all very much, and thank you also, thanks for the organizers and Dr. Azamat very much. So I've been working almost more than 50 years as an English language professor and more than 30 years as a translator. First, a simultaneous translator or a consecutive translator, and after I retired from all this translation works, I now do written translation. Also teach at Tashkent Uzbek Language and Literature University online. I make presentations online for students and master's degree students there. So first of all, now after this short introduction, I must say I have, when I retired in 2016, I started doing written translation. I had enough time to do written translation and did almost 40 books. I have translated almost 40 books.
It's great. It's so many books.
Among them, 25 already I have published. Not myself, but authors published themselves, my translations. Thanks to the University of Uzbek Language and Literature and its rector, academician Shuhrat Samaruddinov, Sirajuddinov. He helped very much for publication of my translations from Alisher Navai, here Alisher Navai's ghazals. Also 20 ghazals and 100 aphorisms, wise sayings, and also about 10 rubais. And also I edited and helped for translation Manolar Khazinası from the Treasury of Meanings. Here 100 ghazals translated by Bibi Kholbekova. Kholbekova, the author is a translator. We did both translated together, and I edited all these 100 Begoyim Kholbekova. So 100 ghazals here. And here I have translated more than 40 ghazals myself and edited here and published. This is text prepared by Professor Bakujan Tughliyev. And this is the rector prepared the book about Alisher Navai the Great, and I translated it from Uzbek into English, so including his poems, ghazals, rubayas, all are in it. And I translated Alpamish. This is a very interesting book, Alpamish. This is, for international symposium or conference of bards, bakshis, which was held in Termiz in 2019. So this is very, highly picturesque book. And recently, one of my doctorate degree students, researchers, he defended his thesis on the translation, on the quality of translation, problems of translation. And now, recently, the second edition published. This is again all Alpamish, full complete edition and revised edition of Alpamish, published last year. And another very interesting book, I should say. This is prepared by two authors, Haliboy Babayev and Obiddin Mahmudov, and edited by Akmal Kholmatovich, academician Akmal Kholmatovich Sayidov. This is Izgulik Yula, Path of Goodness. Path of Goodness. This is how to keep peace in the world. All sayings and writings of writers, great writers, including Alisher Navai, Pushkin, and Tolstoy, and many, many more thinkers of the world, how to keep peace in this world. This I translated, and it was published in 2020. And another very important book, this is Abu Ali bin Sina's Encyclopedia. Here I translated medical, Kanuni Medicine, Tıp Kanunları, rules of medicine. So, and also terminology, this is published here, terminology and vocabulary, and also comparison of medical herbs, discovered and defined by Ibn Sina and modern today's scholars, medical scholars, and they almost the same. I translated this one because it was published in 5 languages, including Uzbek, Russian, Latin, Arabic languages. And as I said, I also published Ruza Boykandi's book, Kuhna Paykent Kıssası, a story of Asian Paykent, 2 of his books, and many, many short stories, poems. And this is Halima Ruz Muhammad Jumaniyozova Sog'inch Daraxti, a tree of missing. This poet now lives in New York, in the United States. Another book of this author, Flavor of Motherland, Vatan Ifora, I translated it in 2000, and it was published, came in 2020. Yes, 20. So these are the books and many more. I presently, since 2018, I have been publishing at least one ghazal by Alisher Navai in the journal Jahan Adabiyatı, World Literature. Every issue you will find my translation of Alisher Navai's ghazals in this journal. In addition, I am also editor of the journal Democratization and Human Rights, Demokratizatsiya ve İnsan Hukukları, which is published in 3 languages, in Uzbek, English, and Russian languages. So why I'm telling all this? Because for translators, translation practice experience is very important, because if you translate yourself, if you are a translator yourself and teach translation courses at universities or faculties or departments, you know how to respond to students' questions. There may arise lots of problems of translation, connected with its problems, lexical, syntactic, semantic problems. And if you have experience, it will be easy for you to respond to their questions, problems. And now I'm going to speak about my own lecture. It's called Translation Units. What is translation unit? Let me open it here, and then I have my lecture. You will see on the presentation. 1 second. This is. Excuse me. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you see the text? This is syntactic semantic units of translation, theory and methodology of their study. This is the new theory of translation, which
Professor.
What?
Professor, your presentation is not visible. Please share your screen.
Just I opened in my web. How can I do it? Let me.
At the bottom of the side of your screen, there is a button share screen. You should just click the share screen.
1 second.
And then it will appear.
Дополнение демонстрации экрана.
Да. Демонстрация экрана.
1 second. Let me. Okay. Zoom. Yes. All right, here.
Professor, I just also want to remind you about the time limits. So we have the 5 minutes for your presentation. So I really appreciate your understanding. You know that we have to follow the time.
Let me respond you quickly and say this is because this is a new attempt to work out a new theory of translation depending on syntactic semantic units, language units. There are 2 very important units of language, maybe more in language elements, functional elements. They are, phonemes, morphemes, lexemes, also syntaxemes and syntax. And every unit must be studied, is studied in linguistics in a certain branch of linguistics. For example, syntaxeme as an elementary functional unit of sentence is has been studied in syntax. And here sentence is is studied as a constructive unit. And within this constructive unit, all elementary syntactic units called syntaxemes are studied based on the theory of syntactic semantic theory and technology and methodology of analysis. This theory was worked out by Russian Leningrad, St. Petersburg School of Linguistics, Professor Mukhan Anatoly Mitrofanovich, under whose supervision I defended my candidate thesis and dissertation, and his followers, who about 100 dissertations have been, defended under his supervision. This is candidate nauk, fanlar and nomzade, and also more than 40 DC, doctorate dissertations. So, but he wanted very much this theory, he said, as it includes the studying of semantics of sentences, semantic elements. Several times he said his theory should be applied very effectively to translation also. But no one took up this kind of activity to prove whether it works or not. After I retired from my practical translation experience, I started revising my theory and writing some dissertation, DC, on the language of international legal norms, international laws, and found out that this works very well. This theory works very well for translation of international legal norms or laws. And because I translated about 4 international laws, which treaties and laws and conventions, which our country, our state, the Republic of Uzbekistan, joined or ratified or became member of this convention or treaty. So it worked very well. And here, according to this theory, so every syntactic, every sentence element is considered as a translation unit, and the researcher must study first syntactic semantic science of this unit first, and then in the structure of a sentence. It may be a simple sentence, it may be a complex sentence, any sentence. It may be from poetry or from fiction or from scientific texts, technical texts. So it works very well. And then as soon as you find out on the basis of syntactic relations of this element with other elements in the structure of a language. This is based on syntactic relations, 1, and also combinability, the 2nd, and also it is a relation to the head word, and it is syntactic position, whether it is in the preposition, postposition, or in the intermediate interposition. So there are 3 positions. And you have to carry out some experiments. Experiment is done with the help of transformations. You transform your language, your sentence from one form to another form. For example, your sentence, if it is a declarative sentence, if it's a positive sentence, then you make it negative. Or if it is a declarative sentence, you make it question sentence, interrogative sentence. Or if it is a, for example, active voice, you change it into a passive voice. Or you change this syntaxeme, translation unit, with other variants. And variants, these elements, are considered to be the pathos, very important element of this theory, because you change one variant with the other variant. You find out several variants, and all variants may be, some may be connotational, some may be denotational, some may be, you know, other functional, stylistic functions they may make. And you will find out it is, you know, this language gives you lots of variants. You find out and make maybe 2, 5, 10 variants how to improve your translation. One translator uses one form, the other translator uses another form. In order to prove this theory, I analyzed 11 types, 11 you know, types of translations of Quran from Arabic into its original language into English. So I found 11 variants, and saw that these translators, because our English translation of Quran is the best translation, maybe Uzbek translation or Russian translation, because translators treated this translation of holy books like Bible or Quran with great responsibility. And that's why these helped me how to find out variants of translation. And you change one form with the other form, one means with the other means, and then come to the conclusion that all these elements try to help you, serve like criteria of translation to prove whether your translation is adequate, partially adequate, or equivalent, or partially equivalent. And then you will see how best you have translated or how best the translation is. So this is in short.
Thank you, Professor.
I have some examples, and I use this,
Professor.
apply this to the translation of Al-Pamish, to the translation of Ghazals by Al-Shirnawai, and all worked well. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Oh, thank you for the wonderful presentation, Professor. Do you have any questions?
You're welcome. I'm ready
Audience.
to give responses to your questions if you have any.
One question.
If you want, I'll
if I
send
may.
you my text of my presentation. If
One
you're going
question.
to publish presentations, I'll provide you, no problem.
Thank you. So actually, we just already exceeded our time limits. You know that it's very difficult to follow the time limits. So we have to move the next presenter. Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation and sharing your rich experience on translation. Thank you. Our next presenter is from Azerbaijan, the Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University. Kunal Hassanova will present about the essence of transism, the problems and future of integration in the Turkish world. So let's listen the honored speaker, keynote speaker. Professor, please.
Salam. Çox hörmətli konferans iştirakçıları. Bugün beynəlxalq konferansında iştirakım üçün Əzəmət bəyə təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Konferansın işinəsə uğurlarımı bildirirəm, arzu edirəm. Mən öz məqaləmə uyğun qısa tezislə çıxış edəcəm. Turançılığın mahiyyəti, Türk dünyasında bütünləşmənin problemləri və gələcəyi. Azərbaycançılıqda turançılığın mahiyyəti və Türk dünyasında bütünləşmənin problemləri və gələcəyi ilə hələ öyrənilməsinə ehtiyac duyulan problematik məsələlər çoxdur. İlk Turan imperiyasının nə zaman formalaşması ilə bağlı müxtəlif mülahizələrin mövcudluğu, Qərb alimlərinin bununla bağlı qərəzli fikirlərinin baş alıb getməsi, Turan etnoniminin etimologiyasının dilçilik və tarixçilik, coğrafi aspektlərdən aydınlığın hələ də gətirilməməsinin, bir sözlə Turançılığın mahiyyətinin hər tərəfli və sistemli bir şəkildə çözülməməsinin səbəblərinin meydana çıxarılması, qanı Türk qanından olan hər kəsi şübhəsiz ki, düşündürməyə bilməz. Böyük və nəhəng Sovet imperiyası dəfn olduqdan sonraki dövrlərdə dünyada baş verən qlobal sosial-siyasi olayların nəticəsi olaraq Türk xalqları, müstəqil Türk dövlətləri arasında ictimai, mənəvi, tarixi, mədəni əlaqələr yüksək templə genişlənməyə, sürətlənməyə, ardıcıl xarakter daşımağa başlamışdır. Türk dünyasının get-gedə mədəni ideoloji bütövləşməsi, türkçələrin biri-birinə yaxınlaşması, qohum xalqlar arasında münasibətlərin yeni mərhələyə qalxması, türkçülük ideyalarının yenidən gündəmə gətirdi. Çağdaş türkçülüyün qarşısında duran aktual problemlərdən biri də turançılığın mahiyyəti, Türk dünyasında tamlaşmanın, bütünləşmənin öyrənilməsi məsələsidir. Biz də bütün bunlara elmi nəzəri düşüncə bucağından yanaşmışıq. Türkün Türkdən başqa dostu yoxdur və yaxud Türkün dostu Türkdür deyimlərini əsas götürərək qloballaşan dünyada Turan Dövlətlər Birliyinin yaradılmasına böyük ehtiyac var və bunun zamanın keşməkeşli müharibələrlə dolu olayları ən başlıcası qanı qanımızdan, canı canımızdan olan Türkün məfkurəsi tələb edir. Biz əminliklə deyə bilərik ki, Turan Dövlətlər Birliyi yaxın gələcəkdə reallaşdırıldıqca qədim Türkün yüksək coğrafiyası indiki şəkildə xəyali deyil, gözlərimizdə obyektivcəsinə canlanacaqdır. Çünki müasir Türk xalqları mədəni, siyasi, iqtisadi, sivilizasyon, tarixilik və ərazi böyüklüyü cəhətdən dünyanın çoxlu sayda imperialistlərindən yüksək bir zirvədə durur. Diqqətinizə görə təşəkkür edirəm.
That was it? That was the presentation? Okay.
Yes, it was the end of our presentation, I think. So,
Yes, I have finished my presentation.
Thank you for
very
your
much. Thank you very
Thank you
much
for your
presentation. It was about collaboration of Turkic nations, right? I don't know much in Turkic
Yes.
language, but some universal
Yes,
word.
exactly.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh, do we have any questions? Is there any questions? Our presenter? No questions. So let's move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Zuhreddin Isamidinov, the member of Writers Union of Uzbekistan, honored cultural workman of Uzbekistan, who will talk about the place of the works of Professor Jumaniyaz Sharipov in the development of Uzbek translation sciences. So, Professor Zuhreddin Isamidinov, are you here?
Assalomu alaykum. Menimcha domla yo'qlar-yu. Yo'q bo'lsalar kerak. Kiribdilarmikin?
Participantslarda yo'qlar.
Yo'qmilar? Anaqa a'zolarning ichida.
Yo'q.
Unda menga navbat berasiz.
Okay, our next presenter. Let's move to our next presenter. Is the Professor Khairullah Hamidov. Yes. So, from the Department of Translation Studies and International Journalism from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies in Uzbekistan. And our professor will talk about the problems of artistic translation among closely related languages. So, the professor, you can begin your speech.
Demonstratsiya kerak menga. Ekran. Поделиться?
Qani hozirgisini belgilaysiz.
Mana bu.
Endi поделиться.
Bo'ldi. Demonstratsiya ko'rinyaptimi?
Ko'rindi.
Men o'zim ham ko'ryapman. Qani bu nima?
Sizni ham ko'ryapmiz, prezentatsiyangizni ham ko'ryapmiz.
Ha, o'zimni ham ko'ryapsizlarmi?
Ha, ko'ryapmiz.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli hamkasblar, aziz do'stlar. Men xuddi o'zimni Amerikaga tushib qolgandek his qilyapman. Ertalabdan beri. Chunki o'zbek tilida chiqishimni aytgandim, mana o'zbek tilida chiqyapman. Meni chet tilim ingliz tili emas, nemis tili edi maktabda. Undan keyin hozirgi chet tilim turk tili meni. Men o'zbek, turk, rus 3 ta til bo'yicha tarjimon, mutaxassisman. Toshkent davlat sharqshunoslik universiteti tarjimashunoslik va xalqaro jurnalistika kafedrasi professori vazifasini bajaruvchiman. Meni mavzuyim o'zaro yaqin tillar orasida badiiy tarjimaning dolzarb muammolari deb nomlangan. Avvalambor mana shu anjumanni tashkil qilgan do'stimiz Azamatjon Akbarovga men o'z tashakkurimni, kafedramiz nomidan tashakkurlarimizni izhor qilmoqchiman. Undan tashqari bugungi anjumanda bizni tinglayotgan, mana salkam 4 soatdan beri tinglab o'tirgan barcha hamkasblarimizni bugungi tadbir bilan tabriklamoqchiman. Endi o'zi umuman meni nimam chiqishim 15 daqiqadan oshib ketadi, lekin men qisqartirishga harakat qilaman. Chunki odamlar hammasi charchadi, mana tushlik vaqti ham o'tib ketdi. Shuning uchun qisqa lo'nda qilishga harakat qilaman. Mana shu slaydlarimni xohlasanglar jo'natishim ham mumkin, nimaga bemalol tanishishinglar mumkin. O'zbek tilida qilganman. Asosan o'zaro yaqin tillar orasidagi badiiy tarjimaning dolzarb muammolarini ko'rib chiqmoqchi edik. O'zaro yaqin tillar deganda asosan biz mana shu til nuqtai nazaridan qardosh bo'lgan tillarni ko'zda tutamiz. Masalan, turkiy tillar hammasi o'zaro yaqin tillar, yoki slavyan tillarning hammasi o'zaro yaqin tillar, yoki Hind-Yevropa tillarini orasidagi tarjimalarni olib qarasak, ular ham o'zaro yaqin tillar orasidagi tarjimalar hisoblanadi. Endi o'zi tarjimashunoslikda uzoq tillardan tarjima degan bir tushunchani, murakkab terminni o'zi yo'q aslida. Nimaga? Chunki va bolgar tillari ham, slavyan tillari ham o'zaro yaqin tillar bir-biriga hisoblanadi. Bu borada bizga mashhur bo'lgan tarjimashunos olimlarimizdan Rilskiy, Vasiva, Goltseker, Ragoysha, o'sha mashhur tarjimashunos olim, tarjimon Korney-Chukovskiy, Kundish, Valyugin, Braun kabi rus va Yevropa olimlarini tadqiqotlar olib borishgan yaqin tillar orasidagi tarjima muammolarini ko'rib chiqish ustida. Bundan tashqari O'zbekistonda o'zaro yaqin tillar orasida badiiy tarjima mavzusi G'aybulla Salom ustozimizdan keyin Zuhriddin Isomiddinov mana hozir bizdan oldin chiqish kerak bo'lgan kishi, u kishi juda xastalar, kasallar, shuning uchun kasalxonada bo'lganliklari uchun uzr so'radilar hamma ishtirokchilarimizdan. U kishi ham o'zaro yaqin tillar bo'yicha juda kuchli mutaxassis hisoblanadi ustozimiz. Bundan tashqari Ergash Ochilov, Ismoilov, Tohir Qahhor, Zilolaxon Xudoyberganova, Shahina Ibrohimova, Yarkinova, Sapayeva kabi o'zaro yaqin tillar orasida tarjima muammolarini ko'rib chiqqan taniqli olimlarimiz bor O'zbekistonda. Tillarning o'zaro yaqin va uzoqligini belgilash unchalik oson ish emas, bu murakkab ish. Masalan, tojik va o'zbek tillarining lug'ati, frazeologik zaxirasidan mushtarak muqobil birliklarni minglab keltirish mumkin. Bu ikki xalqning urf-odatlari va rasm-rusumlarida o'xshashliklar juda ko'p. Xususan o'zbek va tojik adabiyoti, xususan she'riyatida mushtarak an'analar ham kam emas. Lekin grammatik qurilish jihatdan bu ikki til uzoq tillar, bir-biriga uzoq tillar sanaladi. Ya'ni yaqin tillar orasida tarjima deganda, demak, ilmiy nuqtai nazarda olib qaraganimizda faqat biza mana shu bir til oilasiga mansub tillar orasidagi tarjimani ko'zda tutsak, keyin ikkinchi istisno holatlar ham bor. Mana hozir keltirganimizda, masalan, o'zbeklar bilan tojiklar qo'shni yashab, ular bir-birining tillariga ancha tushunib qolganliklari uchun ular ham nisbiy yaqin tillar hisoblanishi mumkin. Tarjimani ya'ni osonlashtiruvchi jihatlarga kiradi bu ham. Endi tillar o'zaro yaqin va qardoshlikning bir qancha alomatlari bor. Bu gaplarning grammatik qurilishi, leksika, frazeologiya, fonetika va talaffuzdagi yaqinlik bilan belgilanadi. Masalan, slavyan tillarida odam so'zi человек, ukrainchada cholovik, chex va polyak tillarida chilovek, bolgar tilida chovek. Bu so'z roman tillarida lotincha homo, fransuzcha ham, ispancha hombre, italyancha homo, rumincha homo deb ifodalanadi. Turkiy tillarida odam kishi so'zlari qo'llaniladi. O'zbek tilida bu ma'noda, ya'ni yana arab tilidan kirgan inson ham ancha keng istifoda etiladi. Ya'ni odam, kishi, inson va hokazo. Agar shundan kelib chiqilsa, o'zaro yaqin qardosh tillardan o'girish o'ng'ayroq bo'lib, qardoshlik jihatdan bir-biridan uzoq tillardan tarjima esa mushkul ish hisoblanadi. Masalan, nemis yoki hind tilidan o'zbekchaga tarjima qilgandan ko'ra turk tilidan tarjima qilgan qulayroq. Asos e'tibori bilan olib qaraganda albatta bu to'g'ri. O'zbek adabiyoti durdonasi bo'lmish, masalan, o'tgan kunlar romanini olsak, uning turkcha tarjimasi boshqa tillarga tarjimasidan ko'ra ancha oson. Bu buning fikrimizning yorqin dalilidir. Dunyodagi hech qaysi til alohida ajralgan holda taraqqiy etmagan. Ular orasida har doim muayyan aloqa mavjud bo'lgan, kelib chiqish jihatdan qarindosh bir oilaga mansub tillardan qilingan tarjimalardan bunday munosabatlar yanada yaqinroq namoyon bo'lgan. Demak, misollarga o'tsak, yana vaqtimizni tejash maqsadida biz misol tariqasida o'zbek tilidan turk tiliga tarjima qilingan taniqli o'zbek adibi O'tkir Hoshimovning Dunyoning ishlari asarini turkcha tarjima, Dunyoning ishlari deb tarjima qilingan turkcha tarjimasini yoki o'tgan kunlar atoqli adibimiz Qodiriyning o'tgan kunlar asarining geçmiş günler deb tarjima qilingan asarini misol tariqasida keltirib o'tamiz. Hozir aniq real misolga o'tsak, mana bu ko'rib turganingiz Dunyoning ishlari roman qissasi va uning Dunyoning ishlari turkcha tarjimasi. Tillarning o'zaro yaqinligida tarjima jarayonida ba'zida jiddiy xatoliklarga yo'l qo'yiladi. Mana o'sha xatolikka yo'l qo'yilgan bir misolni keltirib o'tmoqchiman Dunyoning ishlaridan. Bir mahal tashqarida chaqmoq chaqdi. Ketidan momaqaldiroq gulduradi. Sharillab jala quyib yubordi. O'lsin, dedi oyim o'rnidan turib. Chakka o'tyapti. Opam ikkovlari tokchadan tovoqlarni olib, chakka o'tadigan joyga qo'yishdi. O'tkir Hoshimov, Dunyoning ishlari 46-bet. Asardan olingan tabiat hodisasi qahramoni ruhiy holati bilan hamohang ushbu parcha turk tiliga quyidagicha o'giriladi. Bir ara dışarıda şimşek çaktı. Arkasından gök gürültüsü, kuvvetli bir sağanak başladı. Annem yerinden kalktı. İçeri damla akıyordu. Olsun, dedi. Ablamla ikisi raftan kapkacak alıp damla akan yere koydular. Ushbu gap Türkçe'ye tushunarli qilib o'girilgan. Ammo tarjimon ba'zi so'zlarning tub ma'nosiga yetib bormagan ko'rinadi. Masalan, o'zbek ayollarning tilida ko'p uchraydigan bir so'z bor, o'lsin, ya'ni o'lsin. Agar ruschaga tarjima qiladigan bo'lsak, pus umirayt. Agar turkchaga tarjima qiladigan bo'lsak, o'lsin. Ya'ni Alloh kahretsin deb uni demak muqobil tarjima qilishimiz to'g'ri bo'lardi. Olsun, ya'ni o'lsin dedi oyim sodda gapini, tarjimon, turk tarjimoni olsun dedi. Ma'nosi bo'pti, mayli dedi. Ya'ni o'lsin, olsun deb berib yuborildi. Ya'ni tarjimon buni tushunmadi. Ya'ni tarjimon soxta ekvivalentiga duch kelib qoldi. Ложный ekvivalent. O'zbek tilida ayollar nutqida ko'p qo'llanuvchi o'lsin so'zini bo'lsin deb o'yladi. Aslida esa uning so'zma-so'z tarjimasi o'lsin, ya'ni o'lmak fe'lining buyruq mayli 3-shaxs birlik shakli o'lsin edi. Shuni hisobga olib ushbu jumlani turk tiliga kahretsin dedi annem shaklida o'girish maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Endi mana shuni biz taklif qilgan variantimiz quyidagicha. Ya'ni bu bizning tarjima variantimiz. O an gökte şimşek çaktı. Arkasından gök gürültüsü. Bardaktan boşalırcasına yağan sağanak yağmur çatıyı delip tabandan içeri damlamaya başladı. Kahretsin, dedi annem yerinden kalkarken. Tabandan su damlıyor. Ablamla ikisi raftan kapkacakları alıp damla akan yerlere koydular. Kabi yani şu şekilde tercümede berilganda maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Endi o'tgan kunlar romanida olingan bir misolni keltirib o'taman. O'zbek va turk tillari bir oilaga mansub bo'lsa-da, har birining o'ziga xos qonuniyatlari bor. Ayrim predmet yoki hodisalar bir xil atalsa-da, farklı ma'nolar kasb etishi mumkin. Va bu albatta diqqatdan chetda qoldirilmasligi kerak. Asosan soxta ekvivalentlar bilan bog'liq jiddiy muammolarni hal etishda muhim ahamiyat kasb etadi. Tillar orasida har doim muayyan aloqa mavjudligi, o'zaro yaqin tillar orasida bunday munosabatda yanada yaqinroq qalqib chiqishi tarjimonning asliyat va tarjima tilini mukammal bilmasligi bir qator muammolarni keltirib chiqarishi tabiiy. Men senga aytib qo'yay, kumush, dedi turar ekan qutidor oftob oyimga. Bu kunga bir mehmon aytgan edim. Cho'ringni chiqarib mehmonxonani tozalat. Ana o yangi qoplagan ko'rpalaringni ber, tanchiga o'shani yopsin. Katta gilamni ham chiqar. Uyingda mevalaring bor edimi? Bor bo'lsa yaxshi. Birodan so'ng et olib kirgizarman. Varaqa pishirib qo'yingiz. Bu jumla, bu parcha Qodiriyning O'tgan kunlar romanidan olingan. Ushbu parchaning turkcha tarjimasiga e'tibor qaratamiz. Ben sana sonra anlatırım gümüş, dedi babası Aftab ayıma bakarak. Bugün bir misafirimiz olacak. Hizmetçiyi gönderip misafirhaneyi temizlet. O yeni kapladığı minderleri ver. Tencereye onları yaysın. Büyük bir halıyı da çıkar. Evde meyve var mı? Var. Mesele yok. Biraz sana ben et alıp göndereceğim. Samsa pişirin. Qutidor, Mirzakarim Qutidor. Oyim, oftob oyim. Cho'ri, ko'rpa, tancha, varaq kabi bir necha xos so'z qo'llangan mazkur o'zbekcha dialogda tarjimon o'zbeklarda erning xotinini o'z bosh farzandi, ya'ni bu yerda kumush nomi bilan chaqirishiga e'tibor bermagan. Shuningdek, Qutidor o'rniga ham nimagadir babasi, otasi so'zini noto'g'ri qo'llagan. Yoki oftob oyim, oftob ayim deb ko'p o'rinlarda oftob xonim deb berilgan. Aslida oftob xonim ma'qul. Chunki o'zbekcha ayim so'zi bir aldoq so'z sifatida turk kitobxonini chalg'itishi mumkin. Oyim birinchi shaxs egalik qo'shimchasi. Asliyatdagi varaqib pishirib qo'yingiz gapini samsa pishirin shaklida o'girilgani buni turk tilini yaxshi bilmaydigan o'zbek tarjimon turkchalashtirgan bo'lsa kerak degan taxmin kelib chiqishiga sabab bo'ladi. Aslida buni taniqli bir turk tarjimoni turkchaga o'girgan bu romanni. Ushbu dialogda Qutidorning oftob oyimga qizlarining ismini aytib kumush deya murojaat qilgan. Chunki o'zbeklarda er xotinlar bir-birini asosan to'ng'ich farzandlari nomini aytib chaqirishgani ko'pchilikka ma'lum. Bu yerda ham demak o'sha tillarning yaqinligi tufayli yuzaga kelgan ayrim juz'iy kamchiliklarni ko'rib turibmiz. Tarjima amalga oshirilayotganda xos so'zlarning soxta ekvivalent bo'lib chiqmasligiga alohida e'tibor berish kerak. Masalan, bek va hokim aziz o'sha nima o'tgan kunlar asaridan olingan parchaga hozir murojaat qilamiz yana boshqa bir parchaga. Azizbekning unvoni bo'lgan realiyalarni o'girishda ayrim o'rinlarda yetarlicha e'tibor berilmagan ko'rinadi. Hokimingiz juda zolim emish. Bu to'g'ri so'zmi? Bu o'tgan kunlar asaridan Türkçe tercümesi. Beyni çok zalimmiş, doğru mu? Yoki yana bir misol, Azizbek bu kunda Toshkentga hokimdir. Şu günlerde Toshkentning hokimi Aziz Bey midir? Yuqoridagi gaplar tarjimasida ijodkor birinchi holatda hokim so'zini bey shaklida o'girib, asliyatdagi tushunchani to'g'ri ifodalay olgan. Ammo keyingi jumlada hokim so'zini hokim shaklida bergan. Holbuki hozirgi turkchada hokim so'zi demak qozi, sudya ma'nosida qo'llanadi. Shahar hokimi hozirgi turkchada vali deyiladi yoki belediya boshqoni deyiladi. Bu yerda tarjimon yana soxta ekvivalentga demak pand bergan tarjimonga. Endi bunday misollarimiz bizniki juda ko'p. Mana ko'rib turganingizda mana Mehrobdan Chayonning Mehrobdagi akrab romanidan ham biz juda ko'p misollar olganmiz. Buni bemalol ko'rib chiqishingiz mumkin. Hozir sizlarning qimmatli vaqtinglarni o'g'irlamoqchi emasman, chunki mana vaqtim ham meni yaqinlashib qolibdi. 2 minut vaqtim qolibdi, 2 daqiqa. Bemalol tanishishinglar mumkin. Mana hammasi mana shu misollarimiz. Bu ham o'tgan kunlar romanidan olingan juda ham qiziqarli misollar. Undan keyin atoqli o'zbek adibi Odil Yoqupovning Adolat manzili deb tarjima qilingan u asardan ham olingan ma'lumotlar berilgan. Agar Azamat Beyning aytganlari nima bo'lsa, amalga oshsa, xudo xolasa, mana bugungi konferensiyaning materiallari bir to'plam bo'lib nashr qilinar ekan. O'shanda men chiroyli bir maqola qilib buni beraman. Sizlarning e'tiboringizga havola qilib, sizlarning qimmatli fikrlaringizni olishga harakat qilamiz. Barcha hamkasblarimga mana bizni eshitganlari uchun o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Sog' bo'linglar, salomat bo'linglar.
Rahmat professor joy prezentatsiya uchun.
Rahmat sizlarga, rahmat
Har
eshitganingiz uchun.
bitta gaplarning tarjimasi bilan misollarni ko'rsatib berdingiz. Juda ham qiziqarli ekan. Rahmat kattakon. Har bittasida misollar ko'rsatilgan hammasida. Rahmat.
Rahmat.
So, the speech of our keynote speakers just has finished, and now we can move on
our invited colleagues' speech. Just before beginning our colleague's speech, I just want to just remind you about the time limits. The rest of the speakers will have 10 minutes time limits. So try to follow the time limit, please. And also I encourage all of you to be active in discussion and question and answer sections, because you know that when somebody asks questions, it shows that this topic is so interesting, and then it just shows that our conference is so vibrant. That is why I encourage all of the participants to be active in question A part section. So we can move next presenter. Next presenter is from Azerbaijan. She's Nermin Mehdieva. Yeah, from the Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University. She will talk about where oxymorons are developed. So you will have 10 minutes. So you can begin your speech.
Salam, hər birinizi salamlayıram. Təşəkkürlər. Çox sağ olun. İnşallah konferansın işi uğurlu alınar. Söz verdiyiniz üçün də təşəkkür edirəm. Xoşdur, Pedaqoji Universiteti adından sizinlə çıxış eləmək. Bu artıq Özbəkistana ikinci çıxışımdır və çox həqiqətən qürur vericidir. İştirakçıların hər birini salamlayıram. İndiyə qədər olan çıxışlara da dinlədim. Həqiqətən elmi yolda, tədqiqatçılıq yolunda yəni bir şey öyrədici bir şey, xüsusən də mənim kimi gənc kadrlara, gənc müəllimlər üçün çox informativ və öyrədici oldu. Mənim bugünkü məqaləm oksimoronların işlənmə yeridir və belə baxdıqda dilimizdə oksimoronlara çox az rast gəlinir. Yəni daha doğrusu hal-hazırda istər ədəbiyyatda, istər müəyyən işləmə məqamlarına baxdıqda dildə əslində araşdırmalarda olduqca genişdir və biz bunu gündəlik həyatımızda da çox geniş şəkildə məişət üslubunda da, danışıq üslubunda da geniş şəkildə işlədirik. Sadəcə olaraq bəzi yekun məqamda araşdırmalarda az rast gəlinir və az görünür. Mən məqaləmdə 4 istiqamətdə araşdırma etmişəm. Sadəcə bugün tezdən çıxış edəcəm. Birinci istiqamətdə oksimoron sözünün etimologiyası, ikinci oksimoronların işlənmə mənasına görə, yerlərinə görə məna növləri, üçüncü bədii ədəbiyyatda əsas funksiyası və dördüncü olaraq da Azərbaycan ədəbiyyatına məxsus olan nümunələr və daha çox Azərbaycan ədəbiyyatı bir də İngilis ədəbiyyatında da oksimoronların işlənmə yeri xüsusi nəzərə çarpacaq dərəcədədir. Oksimoronlar İlk öncə etimologiyasına başlasam, oksimoron sözü daha çox və ümumiyyətlə oksimoronlar ifadə kimi daha çox Yunan alimləri tərəfindən istifadə olunmuşdur və iki sözün birləşməsindən əmələ gəlmişdir. Okos və moros. Adından da sadəcə olaraq oksimoronların mənaları hərfi tərcümədə də özünü açıq şəkilde göstərir. Yəni, kəskin küt mənasına gəlir. İkinci moros sözü küt və ya ağılsız ifadəsində işlənilir. Oksios isə kəskin mənada ifadə olunur və oksimoronların bu tip adından da göründüyü kimi özlərinin elə mənaca ifadələri də üst-üstə düşür. Oksimoronların ən maraqlı cəhətlərindən biri odur ki, yəni araşdırmamda da çox yerdə rast gəldim. İntellektual cəhətdən olduqca cazibədar oksimoronlar. Çünki bunlar səthi mənada yalan, dərin səviyyədə isə həqiqətdir və bu ifadəni özündə tam şəkildə əks etdirir oksimoronlar. Oksimoronların etimoloji cəhətdən adlarının hərfi mənaya baxdıqda, kəskin büküt və ya kəskin ağılsız sözlər mənalarına baxanda buradan bizə artıq şəkildə təzadlar görsənilir və burada ikinci işlənmə yer və mənalarına görə növlərini araşdıranda oksimoronların əslində elə təzadlar, antiteza, kinayədə, orada geniş şekilde işlendiyini görmək mümkündür. Değerli profesorumuz Mayra Hüseynova'nın belə bir oksimoronlar haqqında statını gətirmək istəyərəm ki, Mayra xanım yəni daha doğrusu oksimoron haqqında belə bir fikir söyləmişdir ki, oksimoronlar güclü ifadəliyə və ekspresivliyə, emosionallığa malikdir. Əgər belə olmasaydı, bu cür bir-birlərinə məntiqən zidd sözlərin yanaşı işlənməsi mümkünsüz olardı. Bu bir çox araşdırmalarda eyni şəkildə bunu deməli Məmməd Adilov və deməli Ülviyə Hacıyeva, Bulkan Xəlqov kimi dəyərli dilçi alimlərimiz də öz məqalələrində, araşdırmalarında bu baxımdan yanaşmışdırlar və fərqli fikirlər söylənmişdir. Məsəl üçün Məmməd Adilovun belə bir fikrini söyləmək istəyirəm ki, o öz məqaləsində ağıllı dəli, diri ölü, dilənçi milyoner, orijinal nüsxə, danışan sükut, soyuq od, gəliş-gediş kimi nümunələri araşdırıb tapmış və qeyd etmişdir. Mən də bu nümunələr üzərindən əgər baxsaq, hər bir nümunənin açıqlanmasına diqqət etsək, görərik ki, burada məsəl üçün danışan sükutda eyni zamanda necə olur ki, həm danışmaq, həm də sakitlik, səssizlik, sükut. Yəni təzadı, yəni bir-birinə ziddiyyəti burada açıq şəkildə görmək olar. Bu şərt deyil, sırf bədii ədəbiyyatda işlənir oksimoronlar. Diqqətlə baxdıqda gündəlik üslubumuzda, danışıq məişət üslubunda oksimoronların necə geniş şəkildə işləndiyini araşdırma nəticəsində bir daha sübut etmiş oldum. Və bu cür oksimoronların işlənməsi bir növ digər bir adı ilə, çünki oksimoronları paradoks adlandırırlar, paradoksal bir şərait yaradır və bu şəraitdə necə desək, bu cür ifadələri işlətməklə fikrimizi daha cəzb edici, daha qarşımızdakı insana qarşı hər hansı bir oksimoronlu ifadə işlətdikdə durub düşünməyə bir balaca vadar etməyi əslində biz nəzərə alırıq, diqqət edirik və buna görə bu ifadələri işlədirik. Elə məhz ona görə də bədii ədəbiyyatda da yazarlar, şairlər oksimoronlardan ona görə istifadə edirlər ki, sırf oxuyucunu bir daha dayanıb düşünməyə vadar etsinlər. Məsəl üçün deyəndə ki, o fütursuz bir yazıcıdır. Burada bir-birinə zidd iki sözdən ki, necə olur ki, həm mükəmməl, həm də qeyri-kamil ola bilər yazısı. Bəs elə bundadır ki, yazısının əsas məqsədi oxucu ilk anda başa düşmür, oxuyub üzərindən keçir. Amma cümləni oxuyub bitirdikdən sonra həmin ifadəni bir daha düşündükdə daha fərqli mənalar ifadə edə biləcəyini nəzərə gətirir və bu məqamda artıq istər-istəməz öz istədiyinə nail olmuş olur. Və mən bayaq yəni adını çəkdim ki, ingilis ədəbiyyatında oksimoronlardan da geniş şəkildə istifadə olunur. Hətta demək olar ki, bizim dilimizdə olan oksimoronlarla eynilik də təşkil eləyir. Bəziləri yaxın mənalar var. Məsəl üçün, alone together, live in death, cold fire, the best enemy, ill health kimi oksimoronlara rast gəlmişəm və bu mənim rast gəldiyim oksimoronların bir neçəsinə Ülviyə Hacıyevanın araşdırmalarında rast gəldiyini gördüm və o belə bir fikir söylər ki, bu cür sözlər məntiqən bir-birlərinə tamamilə əks iki sözün birləşməsindən əmələ gəlir və yaranan təzadlıq tamamilə yeni bir məna ifadə etməyə gəlir. Necə ki, dilimizdə hazır müxtəlif tür ifadələr, söz birləşmələri, sərbəst sabit söz birləşmələri birləşdikləri zaman fərqli mənaları ifadə edirlər və hazır yeni bir ifadə əmələ gətirirlər. Oksimoronlar da eyni mənanı kəsb eləyir, deyə bilərəm. Bundan başqa, məsəl üçün, təhdiz qışqırıq, kiçik böhran, sevgi, nifrət, ən az sevdiyim kimi oksimoronik ifadələr də göstərmək olar. Çünki oksimoronlar digər bir adı ilə oksimoronik ifadə kimi də adlandırırlar. Məsəl üçün, bir ifadənin cümlədə işlənmə yerinə nümunə göstərsəm ki, daha rahat, aydın gözə görülə biləcək dərəcədə fərqi hiss eləmək üçün. Məsələn, bir sevgi-nifrət münasibətini paylaşdıq. İlkin oxuduqda cümlənin mənası o qədər də dərin görsənmir. Amma təhlil baxımına yanaşdıqda biz sevgi və nifrət münasibətini paylaşdıq. Necə olur ki, biz həm sevgini, həm nifrəti, yəni hər iki hissi, dərin, böyük məna ifadə edən iki hissi bir eyni anda yaşamaq Və yaxud da onun səssiz qışqırıqları o səssiz qışqırıqları içərisində boğulurdu. Eyni zamanda necə ola bilər ki, insan həm qışqırsın, amma bu qışqırıqlar səssiz olsun. Burada əslində yazıçının daha doğrusu ifadə etdiyi məna böyük bir kədəri, yalnızlığı ifadə edir. Bütün bunları götürdükdə professor Bulutxan Xəyalovun, dilçi alim Bulutxan Xəyalovun oksimoronlar haqqında eyni zamanda o belə bir də qeyd vermişdi ki, oksimoronları antonimlərin bir növü kimi adlandırmışdı və bu cür oksimoronik ifadələri bir-birlərinə zidd olan söz birləşməsi və ifadələr kimi adlandırmışdı. Düzdür, antonimlərlə bir müəyyən qədər əlaqələndirmək olar, amma tamamilə antonimlərdir demək düzgün çıxmazdı və yaxud da antonimlərin bir növüdür demək düzgün olmazdı. Çünki antonimlərdə əks və zidd məna var, amma məntiqi cəhətdən bir-birinə uyğun olmayan sözlər kimi adlandırmaq düzgün çıxmazdı. Amma oksimoronlarda əsas şey məntiqi cəhətdən bir-birinə zidd olan sözlərin işlənməsidir. Sadəcə oksimoronları mən məqaləmdə və araşdırmamda belə bir nəticəyə gəlmişəm ki, son yekunda onları antonimlərin üslubi müəyyən bir tip və ya prototipi kimi göstərmək olar. Mən məqaləmdə düzdür, daha geniş məlumatlara yer vermişəm. Sadəcə kiçik bir tezlə çıxış edirəm. Vaxt ayırdığınız üçün təşəkkürlər. Çox xoşdur belə bir konferansda iştirak eləmək. İnşallah hər bir şey uğurlu olar, hər bir kəsin işləri uğurlu alınlar, yolunda alınlar. Təşəkkür edirəm.
Thank you for the informative presentation. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
Sağ olun.
We can move the next speaker. Next speaker is Nigor Akhmedova from the Bukhara State University in Uzbekistan. She will talk about the Uzbek Manaviyat and American spirituality, cultural understanding, and religious belief. Nigor, could you please switch on? Oh, it's great. I just want to remind you about the time limits. You have the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to join this conference. I hope that you can see my screen, yes?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you so much. And my topic is about Uzbek Manaviyat and American spirituality and its social understanding and religious beliefs. Actually, how Uzbek Manaviyat occurred, we will go to the etymology of the word. The word manaviyat goes back to Arabic word like ma'no, meaning the meaning of the life, and from Sanskrit origin there are some ideas that it reached back from Sanskrit origin, going back to ancient India, and it's mostly connected with all the spheres of society and the way of personal development in our culture. I recently read the Hungarian scholar Serafin Mayer's article, like Manaviyat in Uzbekistan, an ideological extractation from its Soviet past. And he mostly discusses about Uzbek policy in creating the way of spiritual life in Uzbekistan. Actually, there are the equivalents while we translate the word like Manaviyat into English, it can be an equivalent of the word spirituality in the Russian word duhovность. There are some ways that these equivalents can match or sometimes doesn't. We will discuss about these matchings and also whenever they fail in matching. In America, in American spirituality, spirituality mostly deals with the religious belief, and it's understood as the origin of the word spirit, connected with the superpower and the inner world. And sometimes the religious beliefs can have some problems in the societal understanding. And there are some words like a spiritual man rather than being a religious person. They mostly tell I'm not a religious person, I'm not a religious believer or churchgoer, but I'm a spiritual man. And we will discuss about the linguistic explanation, like Webster's dictionary describes the word like of the spirit or the soul as distinguished from the body and material matters. So I will discuss mostly linguistic sides of the words, of the two words, like. And there are three aspects of spirituality. They are relationships, values, and life purposes. And whenever the word spirituality is understood as a concept or semantic field, there are some categories. Spirituality like falls into development, ethics, self-development, emotional quality, enlightenment, responsibility, conscience, faith, and aim. There are like so many of them, but I would like to tell some. And the word manaviyat, like as a semantic field, there are some groups of the word, like shakhsi takomillashuv, farosat, nafs-natish, munosabat, jonkuyarlik, vijdon, akhlaq, samimiyat, marifat, and others. Some of them like can go to spirituality also, like enlightenment, marifat, and others, but some ideas like cannot match with American spirituality, like farosat, andisha, and others. So spirituality as a semantic field is described here like as a center. We discuss the meaning of the word spirituality, like a state of being spiritual, to be dedicated to religion, individual search for meaning, person's experience or beliefs of them, and also equality beyond religious affiliation. And we just divided the concept spirituality into three categories. They are mental and emotional and moral qualities. While we talk about like mental, we mostly think about the person's like thinking, like tafakkur, and enthusiasm, wisdom, and knowledge and intellect. While we talk about the emotional quality of the person, like a spiritual, they are inspiration, benevolence, shame, conscience, and others. And what about like moral? This is behavior, modesty, tolerance, and generosity. They are the words, like the concepts, which are understood in three ways. As Professor James Harry characterized two terms, like in American spirituality, they are new spirituality and old spirituality. In his work, like the makings of the new spirituality, as he mentions that new spirituality is a conviction that history is not spiritually important, and sacred texts are understood as largely symbolic, allegoric, or mystic, in the dominance of reason and consciousness as tools in order to gain spiritual insight, and the spiritualization of science. So spirituality is mostly connected with science, how the person can succeed in science, not in religious beliefs and others. The animation of nature infused as it is with a life force, and the existence of hidden spiritual knowledge accessible to gifted person and in principle to each and every one of us, and the religious pluralism is rooted in mystical experience. But while we talk about like old spirituality, this is the belief to spiritual supernatural power, the belief in the final judgment of the human race and others. So spiritual man and not religious is like kind of becoming famous in American culture, and it shows that spirituality no more is connected to religion, but also to personal growth. Spirituality is connected to scientific results also. And while we talk about like the equivalence, how it matches, yes, spirituality is connected with spirit, like ruhiyat, ruhaniyat, and whenever they can match in this case with duhovnost in Russian, but sometimes manaviyat cannot show the like religious belief or ruhiyat, and that's what whenever the person reaches to all to the highest level of becoming a spiritual, that reaches to Komil Insan, and and we divided spiritual man gradation. Like while we start being like a kind of highly spiritual person, first we will be a seeker, then believer, then learner, then we will serve for others, and then we become a leader while we do all these things. And the last gradation of this, like of becoming like a spiritual man, is like the last stage is spiritual man. And what about like in Islamic world, Manavi Yetuk Insan or Komil Insan, they have also gradations. This is somehow my own like perspectives, like to think about like Mu'min, who is like a religious believer, in Mahdi and Khalifa, and then Komil Insan. While we talk about spirituality and manaviyat, they are used in different spheres of the life. This is life-based learning of spirituality or manaviyat. This is religious spirituality, political, social spirituality in literature, literal spirituality or psychological spirituality. There we have given some ideas, some words which can fall into these categories. And how about manaviyat, Uzbek manaviyat? Whenever it is considered as a semantic category, there are also like some groups of these. They are siyasi manaviyat, huquqi manaviyat, dunyovi manaviyat, badi manaviyat, ilmi qarashlar manaviyati, dini manaviyat, and others. So here you can see the words which fall into these categories. Whenever we talk about like siyasi manaviyat, political like spirituality, they mostly like deal with the ijobi munosabatlar, berdamlik, intolerantlik, tolerance. And whenever we talk about like spiritual capital in economical sciences, in economics, I can say that spiritual capital is connected not to have like to earn a lot of money or financial situation, to improve your financial situation, but also like to improve your own spiritual status, like to become a good like a good economist, or just to become a good businessman. Uzbek and American understanding of spiritual categories sometimes fail, as I mentioned. This is what like we can see here, the word andisha. So it can be translated in some ways, but this is not an adequate translation. What we can see here, like when we like searched for around 20 or 25 books, there just andisha was translated as like taking into consideration the necessary points, prudence, wisdom, respectful, and reasonable. But all of these words have their own like equivalent translations. But sometimes like whenever there is no understanding of the word andisha in other cultures, or just any other like moral status of the person, so there can be some ways of translation where they cannot show the real meaning of the word in the culture, in this the culture we are discussing. That's all about like my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for the great presentation. Is there any questions? If you have any questions, you will just switch on your microphone and ask your question. I think there is no questions. Thank you, Professor Mihmir Ahmedova. So we can move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Xalqaro Tarjimashunoslik from Azerbaijan, Nakhchivan State University. Yes, and she'll talk about navigating challenges in translating scientific texts. So you can begin your presentation.
Thanks for the floor. I greet everybody. I wish. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
I wish to the web conference. Yes. As you mentioned, my topic is navigating challenging translating scientific texts. As you know, scientific translation is mainly about translating terms in the fields as medicine, physics, chemistry, mathematics, computer sciences, etc., from one language to another. Scientific translation don't involve literary works. They only deal with texts from the world of electronics, medicine, law, economics, engineering, chemistry, etc. The number of scientific fields is infinitely large, and terminology is expanding and changing day by day. Translating scientific technology presents challenges related to word choice, precision, consistency, word order, agreement, tense, aspect, and passive voice. Keeping up with evolving medical terminology, for example, especially in Azerbaijani language, can be difficult due to the variety of translation options available. We should pay attention to the following three main factors. The first one is linguistic challenge in translation. The second one is contextual challenge in translation. The third one is cultural challenge in translation. As you know, translating scientific text is indeed a crucial aspect of modern translation. Given the rapid advancements in these fields, it requires not only linguistic skills, but also technical knowledge to accurately convey the content. The interpreter or translator must understand the main details of the foreign language and maintain original style of the material. Scientific translation encompasses a wide range of documents, from engineering plans to business contracts. The translation of scientific text is a crucial aspect of modern translation, especially with the rapid advancements in science and technology. Translating a foreign language text, especially scientific text, I mean here, comes with various challenges for interpreters or translators who must consider all nuances of the languages. Interpreters must understand the style of the original article and accurately convey all the details without altering the original meaning. Scientific translation is particularly complex as it requires not only linguistic skills, but also scientific knowledge. This type of translation involves translating technical documents, reference books, dictionaries, product certifications, manuals, engineering plans, scientific articles, contracts, etc. Translating scientific text is more straightforward as the focus is on the accurately conveying the author's ideas while maintaining technical aspects of the text. It is crucial for the translators to have a deep understanding of the subject matter and terminology to ensure accurate translation. So, the scientific text should not include emotional language or subjective opinions. The key to translating scientific texts lies in the translators maintain the original style of the document and adhere to clear and concise presentation of technical information. When translating scientific literature, it is important to avoid embellishments and ensure that the translation is precise and logically structured. The goal is not only to convey the content accurately, but also eliminate any minor inaccuracies in translating process. Translating scientific documents accurately is crucial to prevent errors in equipment operation or usage itself. A skilled translator should be fluent in both source and target languages, well versed in terminology. To ensure quality, translated texts are often reviewed by linguistic specialists. It is important to use precise lexical equivalence in scientific translations, avoiding descriptive or synonymous terms except in emergencies. Safety rules and technical instructions must be translated accurately to prevent serious consequences. Translating scientific documentation can be challenging, especially when words have multiple meanings. Interpreters or translators must choose translations that maintain its original meaning and are appropriate for the specific scientific context. Regional semantic differences and abbreviations, can also complicate translation problems. Translating scientific documents accurately is crucial to prevent errors. That's why we should pay attention while translating any kind of translation materials, especially to choose the material we have acknowledged knowledge on this field. Interpreters must choose materials efficiently and try to use optimal versions of these translation materials. That's all my.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Is there any questions for our presenter? Is there any questions? No, I think there's no any questions. Thank you for the informative presentation. Now we can move next presenter, Mohina Hamidova from the Kimyo International University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. She'll talk about food discourse in children's literature. So, Mohina, you can switch off your video and microphone and share your screen and begin your presentation, please. Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. And my topic is about today's food discourse in children's literature. As you mentioned, I'm from the Kimyo International University and senior lecturer, and Mohina Hamidova. Let's begin the first question. What's the fiction literature? Yeah, it's about from beginning to speak the children's literature. It's what's literature. It's beginning of the 20th century. Our great scientist, the writer and literary critic Chopin, about he had an article about what is the literature. In his article of the same name, he wrote, and at the same time, as it's a century, the French writer also said about asked these questions of what's the literature, yeah? And if carefully observe, this question has been asked regularly in one way or another since knowledge and the human consciences and will be witnessed the coming. Interestingly, each answer to this question, it's what's the literature, and the science are different. Yeah, the first of the science say literature is a field of conscience, and another part of say the literature is art. But let's imagine the literature is a walking man, because of literature explains the man, his life, his emotions, and etc. and etc. But the center of the fiction literature is human beings, and after the phase, the writer introduces the world to us. So, as the hero, which one is white, which one is black, and etc. etc. The choice is left to the reader, and always the writer and author left the reader's choice. Yeah, and if we remember the first examples, the legends, myths, and fairy tales, they all the human at the beginning wants to of the creation and the death of the humanity and the nature, yeah? And why? Well, did people use literature to know these things? And it's at the beginning of the human want to know the secrets of the human beings, and he used the help of the literature. Actually, the topic is not about that, what's the literature, and etc. etc. We want to talk about today's topic, food in the literature, children's literature especially, yeah, and the translation issues of children's literature. People can never stay in one time, in one situation, and also various aspects of literature have been discovered, are being and they will today. Today, I would like to draw your attention to children's literature, the start point of literature. When the children are developing, the most important thing for them is that they grow up healthy. We know, yeah, as a parent, as a teacher, and etc. Yeah, we feed the children healthy food so that they grow up healthy. It can be said that the meaning of a child's life is only the eating, enjoying, playing interesting activities, or listening to fairy tale and watching, etc. etc. It's just the main important things. Yeah. In addition to being physically strong, the child's mental health and the disciplined upbringing also important issues. Of course, the place of literature are incomparable on this, and we need the two things. There's the nutrition and the upbringing. This blind upbringing also are important. Children's literature is a very large field. And we talked about the one topic about the food in it, the topic of food in it, yeah? Since the child education is an important process, the main means of education is the book. And we said about one of the main contents of a child life is in nutrition, and about for the nutrition for food, an author can easily explain their period, their life, and literature educates the child according to this theme of nutrition also. For example, and we know the Roald Dahl and their book about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the writer begins to educate the child through the child's favorite sweets, yeah? And in this strongly didactic work, the ideas lies, no matter what happened, you will succeed as long as you preserve, is the author's conclusion words as a said. And writer revealed that they were poor based on what they eat. He desperately wanted something more filling and satisfying than cabbage and cabbage soup. And one thing he longed for more than anything else was chocolate. For another example, only once a year on his birthday did Charlie Bucket ever get to taste a bit of chocolate. Or so the theme of the food is relevant to children's literature, and its translation problem is also more important too. And let's compare the translations. Kamila Nosirova and Gulnaza Kholdorov's translation. It's just only the meals they could afford, the bread and margarine for breakfast, boiled potatoes, cabbage for lunch, and cabbage soup for poor. And Roald Dahl's Charlie and Chocolate, and it's just after explained how they're so poor family. Nonushtada faqat non bilan margarin, tushlikda qaynatilgan kartoshka bilan karam, kechki ovqatga esa karam sho'rvaga yetadi xolos. And another translation, nonushtaga non va margarin, qaynatilgan kartoshka va karam, tushlikka karam sho'rva, kechki ovqat uchun, and etc. And next examples, the hay cream. After explain some sorts of creams, for example, dairy cream, whipped cream, violet cream, coffee cream, pineapple cream, vanilla cream, yeah? And the translated, Gulnaza Kholdorová translated such kind of yog kremlar, yog pishloqli krem, some kind of word, the yog, some kind of cream, coffee cream, ananas cream, vanillin cream, such cream, hair cream, such as such cream. And another translation, Kamila Nosirova's qaymoqlar. Translated she Sütli qaymoqlar, ko'pirtirilgan qaymoqlar, binafshali qaymoqlar, qahvalar, and sertuk qaymoqlar, not such cream, yeah, sertuk qaymoqlar. And gum, we know chewing gum meal, it's the fantasy of the author, yeah. And bu saqich davom etdi janob Wonka, meaning eng yangi g'aroyib va ajoyib ixtiroim. Bu saqich tushlik gum meal. And another, bu saqich dedi. davom etadi. Bu mening eng oxirgi, eng buyuk, eng maftunkor kashfiyotim. Bu saqich taom. A chewing gum meal. This is a two variant we can see this. And another, like a blueberry, said Mr. Wonka, and blowing up like a balloon. Call a doctor, shouted to Mr. Brugred, pick her with a pin, said one of the other fathers. Sen ballonga o'xshab ketyapsan. It's just translated the word combination blow up like a balloon, and another variant havo shariga. And like a blueberry, cook qo'ziqorin, translated the first version, and the second version, chirinika. And pick her up a pin, and the first variant, igna sanching, as the next variant, we can see, unga to'g'nog'ich tiqing, as a pin, the translated of the pin. And eatable marshmallow pillows, some another sentences we can see here, you know, eatable marshmallow pillows, it said one. Marshmallow pillows are terrific, shouted Mr. Wonka, he dashed by. Yeyiladigan zefir yostiqchalar. And the next variant, yeyiladigan yostiqchalar. And the translator don't want to add the and ordinary typically, right? Yeyiladigan yostiqlar. And next, lickable wallpaper for nurses. And bog'cha bolalari uchun yeyiladigan qo'l qog'ozlar, bolalar uchun shirin gul qog'ozlar. We can see the two variants of this. And there are many on the fiction of such a writer, when the writer was able to adapt the names, their character. And the author named some characters. Augustus Gloop, Gloop's meaning the Nordon, a greedy boy because of Veruca Salt, sure, spoiled by her parents. A Violet bureaucrat, Oli Nassau, and because of the girl who chews gum all day and has a very rich family. Mike TV, a boy who does nothing but watch television. Charlie Bucket as a hero. Bucket is the meaning from English Pakar, Kembagal. And translators. First translator translated as August Nordon, and next August Gloop. She saved she don't want to translate the first name or second name. Veruca Salt, and Violetta Bureaucrat, and even he saves the ending of his second name, the E letter, and Mike TV, like a Mike TV, Charlie Bucket. And next the Khudaybek Toxtaboyev, and every child who is a school student, schoolboy, or a girl has not failed to read Khudaybek Toxtaboyev's Magic Cap. Yeah, today, and he wrote Shirin Qomullar Mamlakati, the World Sweet Melons, deals with the child education through the edible fantasy. And for example, in this book, hero Akbari is the main character of the World of Sweet Melons, and Hashim John's friend, riding the yellow giant. We know the Hashim John, like a Hashim John, he also doesn't like to read, having studied 4th grade twice and cannot finish the 6th grade now. And however, it does a great job in the field. And Brigadier Prices, he finished school because he liked field work, and he wants to enter university, the faculty of history. After failing the exam, he returns to his village and receives a pension and works as a mail carrier. And so he goes to one day a city of the Handalak. Yeah, and the cars, buildings are all shaped like a melon. The people also even, they also give a free fruit juice, and passengers on the bus, he wants to study there, but they can't enter. And the universities are divided into 3. The parents officials, whose parents are official or this kind of, it's just rich, and pocket pits, one who has most skills will enter, and educators, and etc. It is such we called or thought the fantasy of author. And when the writer Dr. Boyd introduced Akbar, Milan Guy, a Qawwincha, and adapted from the nickname of Rabba, he talked about the fact. But we look the Uzbek language dictionary explanation dictionary qovunchi, qovun yetishtirish, qovun seleksiyasi bilan shug'ullanuvchi kishi. At first, the translator seems to have translated it correctly. Then we have such kind of translation book about World Sweets melon, and you can see, and the translator Zulia Sadik wrote as a qovunchi, translated the melon guy. Ch is a personal noun formative suffix formed by adding ch, and we can add some words, and but maybe that's why translated the melon guy. But the reason why this word used for Akbar, this is completely different. As we mentioned about, he was given his name because he could not speak in the right place and right word. And other side of the matter is as follows. In Western literature, we know the such heroes, yes, Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and they translated into Uzbek like Urgemchak Adam, Porshepalek Adam, Super Kahraman, and etc. And the reason why it's translated says melon guy instead of the man guy, because of he's a hero around 12 and 30 years old. But Spider-Man, Batman, and like this, Spider-Man can wave webs and spite and fly. Batman also flies like a bat, and Superman also shows some heroes, yeah? But our hero cannot do this into the form or shape of melon during the all events. And it's the end of play, and he and his teacher, Professor Daraja, begin to save the world. But he was described as a melon guy. It's difficult to say that the translation is correct, the Qawwinchi, like a melon guy. Along with national cultural words, reales, and we have there are a lot of while translating. And we also say in conclusion that the food discourse and food theme also is a rare problem in our literature, especially the children's literature, because of the main problem, main aspect of the main theme of the children's literature is food discourse. Thank you for attention. Can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud Hamidova, for your informative presentation. And I just also mentioned that you just followed your time limit. Thank you so much. Is there any questions for our speaker, Mohina Hamidova? Is there any questions? Oh, no questions. Thank you once more. So our next presenter is Shavkat Mirzayev from Namangan State Institute of Foreign Languages in Uzbekistan. Shavkat Mirzayev, are you here? I think he's not here because in the participants list we can find Shavkat Mirzayev. So we can move the next presenter. Next presenter is Firuza Yuldasheva. Are you here, Firuza Yuldasheva, Bukhara State University in Uzbekistan? Firuza Yuldasheva.
Sorry, may take their time because I have the time limit and I should go after 5 minutes approximately.
What is your name? Actually, I just want to know what is your...
From Kazakhstan.
Could you repeat your name, please?
Gulnara Rizakhodjayeva.
Professor Gulnara Rizakhodjayeva. Yes, you can take your their turn because they are not here. I just want to introduce you to our participants. So now the Gulnara Rizakhodjayeva will speak about the cross-linguistic research issues in developing tourism specialist communicative competence. She's from the International University of Tourism and Hospitality in Kazakhstan. You can begin your presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I want to express my gratitude for the organizers of this conference, letting me know to present my ideas in your conference. I'm the representative of International University of Tourism and Hospitality. It is situated in the touristic center of Kazakhstan in the city of Turkestan. We are the new university. We opened just 3 years ago. And nowadays we're doing our best on the research in the field of development of the tourism specialists. Today, I want to talk about the cross-linguistic research issues in developing tourism specialists' communicative competence. So in the city of Turkestan, can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Okay. In the city of Turkestan, Kazakhstan, tourism plays an insignificant role in the local economy, attracting millions of visitors from around the world each year. However, despite the city's popularity as a tourist destination, there have been concerns about language barriers impacting the quality of tourist experiences. Many tourism professionals in Turkestan speak Russian and Kazakh, but they often encounter tourists who speak neither of these languages. Given the challenges faced by tourism specialists, a cross-linguistic research study aims to explore language patterns and communication strategies used by tourism professionals in multilingual contexts. assess the effectiveness of existing language training programs for tourism specialists in improving their communicative competence, examine the impact of language proficiency on tourism satisfaction and perceptions of destinations quality. Identify best practices and recommendations for enhancing cross-linguistic communication skills among tourism professionals in diverse linguistic environments. So to overview, I want to talk about the theoretical framework of our research. It's a cross-cultural communication theory. The theory explores how cultural differences impact communication and interaction between individuals from different cultural backgrounds. In the context of tourism, understanding cultural norms, values, and communication styles is essential for effective cross-cultural communication between tourism specialists and tourists. Language learning theories. Theories such as input hypothesis proposed by Stefan Krashen and the sociocultural theory of language learning proposed by Vygotsky provide insights into how language proficiency develops through exposure to meaningful input, social interaction, and cultural immersion. These theories can inform language training programs for tourism specialists aimed at improving their communicative competence. So if to speak about the methodology of our current research, we use the qualitative and quantitative methods. The study employs a mixed methods approach, combining qualitative interviews with tourism specialists and tourists, linguistic analysis of tourism materials and communication interaction, and quantitative survey measuring tourist satisfaction and language preferences. So if to speak about the findings through the research, it's discovered that while many tourism professionals possesses basic language skills in language, additional training and support are needed to improve their fluency and confidence in communicating complex historical information. Furthermore, tourists express a strong preference for guided tours conducted in their native language or in English with professional translators. So this is the result of the survey. These percentages provide the quantitative representation of the findings from the cross-linguistic research study on tourism specialists' communicative competence. They offer insights into the distribution of language proficiency levels among tourism specialists, tourist preferences for language use, and tourist satisfaction levels based on the language used during interaction with tourism professionals. So if to speak about the language proficiency, the responders, they speak about the high proficiency. The 25% of responders speak about the high proficiency. 45% of them, they speak about the moderate proficiency, and the 30% of them, they speak about the low proficiency level. Yeah, there are results of the tourist preferences too. The 35% of the tourists, they need the native language preference. 50% of the tourists, they speak about their preference of the English language, and 15% of their tourists, they speak about the other language preferences. So if to speak about the tourist satisfaction by language used, 65% of the tourists, they are very satisfied with English. 25% of them, they moderately satisfied with English. 10% not as satisfied at all with English. So that is the result of our findings. Actually, we are doing the project on developing the communicative competence of tourism specialists. We are now working for it. It's the project that is funded by the Ministry of Higher Education and Science of the Ministry of Kazakhstan, Republic of Kazakhstan. This is our second year of doing that project, and This project promising us to give the good findings and results. So for now, this is the information that I wanted to share with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Dr. Gulnara Izakbujaiba?
Yeah, any questions? I'm ready to answer.
No, yeah. I think there is no any questions, so thank you for the informative presentation.
Thank you so much too.
Now we can move the next presenter. Our next presenter is Firuza Yuldasheva, Bukhara State University in Uzbekistan. Speaker Firuza Yuldasheva, are you here? If she is not here, let's move the next presenter. Next presenter is the PhD student Firuza Banovik Mirodova, National University of Uzbekistan. If you are here, you can begin your presentation, please. In that case, we again move the next presenter. In our list, next presenter is Hassan Elisoy from Azerbaijan Nakhchivan State University. Is he here? Okay, in that case, if we do not have any speakers in our list, who is here to present in today's conference?
Hi everyone, my name is Xalqaro. For some technical issues, I missed my chance of speaking due to the time limit there. I should have started from 15 p.m. I guess so. So since
Yes,
nobody is willing to
yes.
take the lead, I might have to
Yeah,
start. I have a very brief speech about encouraging academic writing in among the students of Uzbekistan. So far, I'm new. I'm new to higher education and everything. So far, I've been able to realize that in our students, say, generalization of ideas is the main problem, I guess. So I've been mainly teaching writing to students because I've been successful in acquiring plenty of certificates, and my writing scores were pretty good. So as my bosses and coordinators gave me only writing classes to encourage writing uh, among our students. One of the problems that I have realized so far is the generalization of ideas. Whenever they are our students, what that means is whenever our students are writing, they don't really state their own opinion. They just state whatever they know about the subject from internet, and also apart from that, the usage of AI also killing their creative thinking skill. So, is there any chance that I can share my screen with you guys?
Yes, you can share your screen.
I don't really know how to do that.
What did you say? Could you please repeat?
Can you help me do that? I can't really do it on Zoom. I don't know how to share my screen.
At the bottom side of your screen, there is a button, share screen or demonstrate ekranı. So you should just click on that button.
Okay, I'm going to find it.
Yeah. Please follow the time limits. You have 10 minutes to speak. So try to follow the time limits. Shafkat John, please.
So I don't think it's necessary anymore. Let's move on to the actual work, the actual writing itself. So the main problem when our writers are writing, our students are writing their essay, they start with stating some kind of opinion in the first introduction part. But moving on to the main paragraphs, they kind of dodge the question and avoid answering the question itself or developing their ideas that are presented in their introduction too. So today, not I don't think it's only present. These kind of problems only present in our among our Uzbek students. It's worldwide. The generation of ideas is pretty hard for students whenever they are writing on a given specific topic. That's because they are the teachers of our modern education are teaching them to use strong language use instead of using their own specific reasons for thinking in a way that only peculiar to themselves. So I think that's a problem. Instead of teaching students generalizing the whole thing, the whole essay or academic writing, they have to be specific. Even in other forms of, apart from essays, even in other forms of writing, they whenever our students present or submit their writing, they I don't know, for some kind of reasons, the people who are supervising their progress along the way kind of the frown frown upon their specific ideas. They kind of encourage them to write general things in writing. So that's a problem, I guess. We are killing, in short, in a nutshell, we are killing the creative thinkers of our generation. We need to more ways to really lead them to write their things by their own self and by providing their own specific materials, specific opinions. So that was the point I was trying to make. I'm really sorry for the technical issues I have had so far. I try. I made the presentation about this topic before, but due to the problems I have had with technical issues, haven't been able to present the things I have prepared for this conference. So if anyone is interested about the things I've just stated, I'm open to questions, and I will be really happy to answer any kind of questions that you people have.
Any questions for Shafkat Mirzayev? I think there is no questions. Thank you for the informative presentation. No need to worry that it's like everyday issues that, I mean the technical issues. So thank you.
Okay, thank you too. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to speak to different institutions and to share my ideas. And I also will be happy if you guys share your experiences as well.
Thank you. So our next presenter, Firuza Yoldashova, Bukhara State University in Uzbekistan. Is she here? If she's not, we can move next presenter. Firuza Yoldashova. Okay, we can move to next presenter, Firuza Bano Bikmuradova, PhD student in National University of Uzbekistan. Are you here, Firuza Bano Bikmuradova?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you can switch on your video microphone and share your screen and begin your presentation, please.
Thank you so much. Just a minute. So good afternoon, dear conference participants. My name is Firuza Bano Bikmuradova, and I am a PhD student at National University of Uzbekistan. I'm very glad to take part in this conference. So today's presentation topic is pragmatic equivalence in literary translation. As it is a part of my PhD work, I and my scientific advisor worked on this topic a lot, and I'd like to share some of the news that we discovered during our research. So there are 4 main points of our topic. So it's going to be about text pragmatics and pragmatic approach to translation, the concept of pragmatic equivalence in translation theory, analysis of some of the examples taken from literary texts, and results and conclusions. So, coming to the text pragmatics, there are 5 main components of any text, including literary text as well. So they are text pragmatics as a global category. It is one of the mandatory components of the text, and it reflects the attitude of the addressee to the objection of communication. And in order to admit it as a text, there should be addressee and the addressant. Next one is pragmatic intention of the text. There should be pragmatic content, and last one is pragmatic effect of the text. That's the final point. So equivalence in a translation have been studied by many scholars, and one of the most important ones is by Mona Baker. She divided the concept of equivalence into 4 categories. They are equivalence above the word level, so it includes word combinations and expressions in translation. Second one is grammatical equivalence, so it includes translation of grammatical categories. And third one is text equivalence. It follows the order and harmony of the words in the text. It is quite upper than word and grammatic equivalence layers. And last one is pragmatic equivalence. Here, we will focus on the use of text in different cultural contexts. So, according to Mona Baker, there are 2 principles of achieving pragmatic equivalence in translation. So they include implicature and coherence. With the help of these 2 principles, we can achieve to pragmatic equivalence. So, what is the meaning of implicature? So, implicature in translation refers to the meaning that is implied or suggested by the context or the speaker's intention, rather than explicitly stated in the original text. So it means the writer wants to give a message to the reader, and the writer uses here implicature. So he wants to give some implied meaning. And the next one is coherence. Coherence is a product of many different factors which combine to make every paragraph, sentence, and a phrase contribute to the meaning of the whole piece. It includes the use of capital letters, the use of quotation marks, any kind of new words that are firstly used by the writer, and etc. So there are 4 maxims of the conversation. So this is proposed by Paul Grice, and it is the most important part of implicature in pragmatics. So they are quality, quantity, relevance of manner. When you are talking to someone, in order to make it understandable, you should follow one of these maxims. Quantity means you give enough information or not too much information. Quality means it should be truthful. You should contribute some evidence. Relevance means you should stay on the topic. You mustn't go off topic. Manners means you should be clear and you should avoid ambiguity. So this is the structure that were proposed by us during our research work. This is the use of conversational implicatures in the communication. As you see here, we have got 2 people. So this one is speaker and the second is hearer. Speaker gives a message to the hearer, and there are 3 components. The first is A, that is going to be sentence uttered by the speaker. Second one is B, so implied meaning under this uttered sentence. And last one is C, the idea which hearer obtained. With the help of these 3 principles, we can reach to cooperative principle proposed by Paul Grice. And here you can see the example. Here, husband and wife, you can see husband says, babe, it's already time, let's go. And wife says, have something to drink. This sign means there is an implicature in the communication, and husband says, drink, why? And as you see in this communication, there is a use of implicature. Here you can see speaker is the husband, hearer is the wife, have something to drink is A, so the sentence uttered by, and B means like implied meaning means I won't be ready soon, take some time to relax. And drink wine means C here. This is the idea taken by the hearer. And you can see that by giving this question, speaker did not understand the meaning of B, and there wasn't cooperative principle in this communication. So this is the same for pragmatic equivalence in translation, but there will be 3 participants of the communication. So they are writer, translator, and the reader. So the sentence uttered by the speaker, it means A, the idea that is given by the writer. Implied meaning is the hidden meaning of this novel it can be, or any kind of message that the writer wants to give. And C is here the idea which reader obtained, and the last one is pragmatic effect. As you see here, the role of the translator is very important, and the translator should give this implied meaning to the reader and have pragmatic effect. By this way, we can fulfill pragmatic equivalence in translation. We want to present one example here, the word Fatiha. This is a cultural reference in Uzbek language, and this example is taken from Mihrabdan Chayon, Scorpion from the Altar, translated by Uzbek translators. As you see here, you can see the conversation between Anvar and Rano. Men qayoqdan bilay, qanday mehmon, Fotihaga kishilar kelar emish deb eshitdim. Fotihasi qanaqa, bilmasam qanaqa, Anvar o'ylanib yana kulimsidi. Sening fotihang bo'lmasin. Mening qanday fotiham bo'lsa, men hali tirikman. Teskariga burma Rano, balki seni erga bermoqchidirlar. As you see here, we have got the use of Fatiha many times, and in this communication, there is the use of implicature here. And our translators used the word what kind of guests when they want to give the first Fatiha, and others were given in the form of transliteration in the English language. However, it doesn't give the real effect, pragmatic effect, and it may not be totally understandable for the English reader as they are not aware of the word Fatiha. So here, as you see, the word Fatiha has 5 meanings in the Uzbek language. And now we are going to analyze which ones were used in this conversation between Anvar and Rano. As you see here, our speaker is Anvar, hearer is Rano. The second meaning of Fatiha, praying with open hands and pulling them to their faces. The second meaning is used by Anvar for the first time. And fourth meaning, implied meaning will be after the girl and the boy agree to get married, a pre-marriage ceremony is going to be held. And Anvar means that meaning by using the word Fatiha. However, the hearer Rana gets it incorrectly, so he understands it as rituals held for the memory of the deceased on the first 3 days of the death and on 8 days. So as you see, B and C were not equal, and it wasn't understandable for them. However, in translation, they were just given simply by using transliteration method. And we have got here the question. We wanted to translate the word Fatiha as ritual because from religious perspective, these 2 words can be equal to each other. However, taking into account the colority of the word, like cultural feature of the word, Fatiha cannot be equal to ritual. And our solution is here to use the word both ritual and Fatiha in translation to achieve a pragmatic equivalence. So as you see, the first Fatiha is given as a ritual to read Fatiha. Fatihasi qanaqa, what kind of ritual and Fatiha? The third one is Fatiha. It's given simply as ritual because it has a religious meaning. Meaning qanday Fatiha bo'lsin, how can it be my Fatiha here? We just transliterated and gave it as it is. And the last one, erga bermoqchidirlar, going to marry. By this way, we can keep both national feature, cultural feature of this word Fatiha and make it understandable to the reader. So in conclusion, we can say that text pragmatics is closely linked to the translation studies, which emphasizes pragmatic intention and message implied by the writer. Implicatures play a crucial pragmatic. With regard to the translation of cultural bound expressions or words, we can use pragmatic equivalence by combining numerous translation strategies. Although this way of translating implicatures and cultural references had enhanced meaning with better pragmatic effect, There was an issue of maintaining cultural color of the given phrases or words, and still we are working on that. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Any questions for Firuza Muradova? I think there is no questions, Firuza. Thank you for your informative presentation.
Thank you so much.
We can move to the next presenter. Somebody wrote me here that Hikmat Musayev, yes. He wanted to present right now because...
Selamun Aleyküm.
Yes.
Herkes hoş gördük. Ben öğretmen olduğum için biraz sonra derse gireceğim için biraz ön almamı rica ettim. Teşekkür ederim. Eğer izin olursa ben sunumu paylaşmak isterim. Sunumun mekanını okumaya çalışacağım.
Yes, please.
Ekran böyle. Gönül ekranı. My name is Hikmet Musayev. I'm from Cuba. I'm working as in Cuba branch of Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University. Today, my article title: The Main Role of Information Technologies in Interlanguage Translation. Abstract: interlanguage translation, a fundamental process in global communication, was witnessed a significant transformation with the advent of information technologies. This academic article explores the pivotal role of information technologies in interlanguage translation, examining their impact on efficiency, accuracy, accessibility, and innovation in translation practices. Through an in-depth analysis of the technologies technologies and their applications in translation process, this article elucidates how information technologies have revolutionized interlanguage translation, shaping contemporary approaches and opening new avenues for research and development. Information technologies have revolutionized every aspect of our lives, and interlanguage translation is no exception. As our world becomes more interconnected, the need for effective and efficient translation services continues to grow. Information technologies play a critical role in meeting this demand, providing tools and resources that make interlanguage translation faster, more accurate, and more accessible than ever before. In this essay, we will explore the main role of information technologies in interlanguage translation, examining the impact of digital tools and platforms on the translation process and the challenges and opportunities they present for translators and language professionals. First, evolution of translation technologies. Has been a fundamental part of human communication for centuries, as people have migrated and interacted across languages and cultures. The need to translate and interpret has always have been present. Traditional interlanguage translation was carried out by bilingual individuals who would manually translate written documents or interpret spoken conversations. This process was labor-intensive and time-consuming, and often resulted in inconsistencies and errors in the translation. The advent of information technologies has transformed the landscape of interlanguage translation, offering a wide range of digital tools and platforms that have streamlined the translation process and improved the quality and accuracy of translations. From machine translation system to computer-assisted translation tools, information technologies have empowered translators and language professionals who meet the growing demand for multilingual communication in today's globalized world. Second one, historical perspectives. Historically, translation technologies have evolved from manual methods employed by bilingual scribes in ancient civilizations to sophisticated automated systems powered by artificial intelligence. Early attempts at mechanical translation devices in the 17th and 18th centuries laid the groundwork for future developments. The emergence for real basic machine translation system in the middle of 20th centuries represented a significant leap forward, followed by advent of statistical machine translation in the late of 20th century. The latest milestone is natural machine translation, which leverages deep learning algorithms to achieve unprecedented levels of translation, quality, and fluency. These historical perspectives highlighted the gradual progression toward more efficient and accurate translation. Emergency machine translation. The emergence of machine translation marked a significant milestone in the evolution of translation technologies. It began in the middle of 20th century with pioneering efforts by researchers such as Warren Weaver and the development of early systems like the Georgetown IBM experiment. This early MIT systems laid the foundation for subsequent advancement in the field. While they initially faced limitations in accuracy and fluency, the emergence of statistical and natural machine translation approaches has since revolutionized the capabilities of MT, enabling more accurate and contextually relevant translations than ever before. Third is integration of natural language processing. The integration of natural language processing has been a pivotal advancement in the evolution of translation technologies. NLP techniques allow translation systems to analyze and understand human language, enabling them to generate translations that are contextually relevant and linguistically accurate. By incorporating NLP into machine translation system, researchers have scientifically improved translation quality and fluency, enhancing and the overall effectiveness and interlanguage communications. Third is efficiency enhancement in translation processes. Efficiency enhancement in translation process involves implementing tools and techniques to streamline workflows and optimize productivity. This includes utilizing translation memory system to reuse previously translated segments, automated quality assurance tools to identify errors, terminology management to maintain consistency, and real-time translation capabilities for instant translations. By leveraging these methods, translators can improve turnaround times, enhance quality, and meet the demands of global communication more effectively. Third one, translation memory system. Translation memory systems are tools used in translation processes to store previously translated segments of text, allowing translators to reuse them in similar contexts. These systems help improve efficiency by reducing redundant work, ensuring consistency across translations, and facilitating collaboration among translators. By leveraging translation memory systems, translators can expedite the translation process, maintain accuracy, and enhance the overall quality of translations. 3.2, automated quality assurance. Automated quality assurance refers to the use of software tools and algorithms to identify errors, inconsistencies, and stylistic issues in translated text. These tools help improve translation quality by automatically flagging potential errors such as mistranslations, grammatical mistakes, and formatting issues. By automating the QA process, translators can quickly identify the rectify errors, thereby enhancing the overall quality and assurance of translation while saving time and effort. 3.3, real-time translation capabilities. Real-time translation capabilities enable instant translation of text or speech without manual intervention. These capabilities utilize advanced technologies such as machine learning and natural language processing to provide immediate translations in various contexts, such as live events, meetings, or conversations. Real-time translation enhancement, communication across language barriers, facilitating seamless interaction and collaboration among multilingual speakers. Fourth, accuracy and consistency in translations are essential for ensuring the fidelity and reliability of translated contents. Accuracy refers to the correctness and the prescience of the translation, ensuring that the meaning of the original text is conveyed accurately in the target language. Consistency, on the other hand, involves maintaining uniformity in terminology, style, and formatting across translations, thus enhancing readability and coherence. Achieving accuracy and consistency requires linguistic proficiency, attention to detail, and the use of translation memory systems and terminology management tools to ensure uniformity and coherence in translated text. Fourth one, terminology management involves the systematic organization and the standardization of terms used in translation to ensure consistency and accuracy across documents. Translators use terminology management tools to create and maintain glossaries, dictionaries, and style guides, which define and prescribe the usage of specific terms in different contexts. By adhering to established terminology guidelines, translators can enhance clarity, coherence, and accuracy in translation, thereby improving communication and reducing the risk of mistranslations and misunderstandings. Contextual understanding in translation refers to the ability to comprehend the meaning of text within its broader context, including its culture, linguistic, and situational nuances. Translators must consider various contextual factors such as tone, register, idiomatic expressions, and cultural references when rendering a text into another language. By understanding the context in which the original text was produced and intended, translators can produce translations that accurately convey the intended meaning and effectively communicate with the target audience. Fifth, accessibility and inclusivity in translation service refer to the availability and affordability of translation tools and resources, as well as ability to cater to diverse linguistic needs and user preferences. It involves making translation service easily accessible to individuals and communications regardless of their language proficiency or economic status. By leveraging online platforms, mobile applications, and cloud-based services, translation providers can democratize access to translation tools and facilitates communication across language barriers. Additionally, efforts to promote inclusivity involve addressing the needs of marginalized or underserved communities, such as providing translations in minority language or offering support for individuals with disabilities. Ultimately, accessibility and inclusivity in translation services aim to foster cross-cultural communication, promote diversity, and ensure that language barriers don't hinder participation in global discourse. The democratization of translation tools refers to making these tools widely accessible to individuals and organizations regardless of their location, resources, or expertise. By leveraging online platforms, mobile applications, and cloud-based services, translation tools are becoming more readily available to a broader audience. This accessibility enables users to overcome language barriers, facilitate communication, and engage in global discourse more easily. Additional democratization fosters innovation and collaboration, as users from diverse backgrounds can contribute to the development and improvement of translation technologies. Overall, democratization translation tools promotes inclusivity, empowers users, and enhance cross-cultural communication on a global scale. Real-time translation solution provide instantaneous translation of text or speech, allowing for seamless communication across language barriers. Leveraging advanced technologies such as machine learning and natural language processing, these solutions enable instant translation during live events, meetings, or conversations. By providing immediate translation without the need of manual intervention, real-time translation solutions enhance collaboration and facilitate cross-cultural communication in various contexts. Innovation and advanced in translation technologies refer to the continuous improvement and development of tools and techniques used in the translation process. This advancement leverage cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and natural language processing to enhance translation quality, accuracy, and efficiency. Examples include the introduction of neural machine translation systems, which have revolutionized translation capabilities, and the integration of multimodal translation, which enables translation of text, speech, and visual inputs. Overall, innovation in translation technologies drives progress in the field, opening new possibilities for cross-cultural communication and collaboration. Neural machine translation is a state-of-the-art approach to machine translation that utilizes artificial intelligence and deep learning techniques to generate more accurate and fluent translations. Unlike traditional statistical or rule-based methods, neural machine translation models consider entire sentence or sequence of words as a whole, enabling them to capture context and linguistic nuances more effectively. By leveraging large neural networks, NMT systems can produce translations that are closer to human-like quality, making them a significant advancement in the field of translation technologies. Multimodal translation involves the integration of different forms of input, such as text, speech, and visual data, to generate translations. This approach enables translation systems to capture and convey meaning across multiple modalities, enhancing the accuracy and richness of translated content. By combining various sources of information, multimodal translation facilitates more comprehensive and contextually relevant translation, making it a valuable tool for communication in diverse settings. Ethical and societal implications in translation encompass consideration regarding privacy, bias, cultural sensitivity, and the impact of technology on society. As a translation technology advances, it's essential to address concerns surrounding data privacy, ensuring that the sensitive information remains protected. Additionally, efforts to mitigate bias in automated translation systems are critical to promoting fairness and accuracy. Cultural sensitivity is another important aspect, requiring translators, and technology developers to navigate cultural differences respectfully and accurately. Lastly, the broader societal impact of translation technologies, such as their influence on employment and access to information, must be carefully considered to promote equitable outcomes. Privacy concerns in translation arise from the need to protect sensitive information contained with translated text, as translation technologies often involve processing personal or confidential data such as emails, documents, or conversation. There is a risk of unauthorized access or misuse. It's essential to implement the measures to safeguard user privacy, such as encryption, data anonymization, and adherence to privacy regulations like GDPR. Addressing privacy concerns ensures that Individuals can trust translation technologies with their sensitive information, fostering confidence and compliance in their use. Cultural sensitivity in translation
So
involves
sorry, so sorry.
this last. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
this last. Okay.
Thank you.
I am coming to conclusion. Cultural sensitivity in translation involves recognizing and respecting cultural differences to ensure that translation accurately convey the intended meaning and avoid causing offense. Translators must consider cultural nuances, idiomatic expressions, and context-specific references when rendering text from one language to another. By acknowledging and incorporating cultural sensitivity into the translation process, translators can produce translations that resonate with the diverse ideas and foster mutual understanding across cultures. Here, conclusion. The evolution of translation technologies has significantly transformed the field of interlanguage communication, revolutions the way language and translated and understood. From the emergence of early mechanical translation devices to the development of sophisticated neural machine translation system, technological advancement have continually pushed the boundaries of translation capabilities. Efficiency enhancement tools such as translation memory system and automated quality assurance have streamlined translation workflows, while real-time translation solutions have facilitated seamless communication across language barriers. Moreover, innovations such as multimodal translation and the integration of natural language processing have further improved translation accuracy and relevance. However, as translation technologies continue to evolve, it's essential to consider the ethical and socio-ethical implications they entail. The privacy concerns, cultural sensitivity, and the broader impact on society must be carefully addressed to ensure equitable access to translation services and protect user rights by prioritizing transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. We can harness the full potential of translation technologies to promote cross-cultural understanding, facilitate global collaboration, and build a more connected and inclusive world. Thank you for attention. Sorry, I took more time. Okay. Shukran.
Thank you. And let's ask questions. Is there any questions for our speaker? If you have any questions, please, you may just switch on your microphone and ask. No, there isn't question. Thank you for your informative presentation. So we can move to the next speaker. Next speaker is here, Hassan Elisoy from Azerbaijan. He'll talk about translating humor across cultures. Is he here? Hassan Elisoy. Elisoy, yes. If he's not, we can move to the next speaker. Here, next speaker is Sanam Ashayeva. She's also from Azerbaijan. Is she here? Presents oral and written translation issues, problems, and explanation. No, she's not. In that case, who is here to present? We are ready to listen your presentation, even if your time, let's say, is 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. You can present right now. Somebody is here to present in our today's conference. You can present it right now.
Since there is no order to speak, I can continue, my presentation, because I had a very short time I could not finish my presentation, during the given time.
Yeah, yes. So sorry.
So if somebody is here and speaking, no problem. I already presented the gist of my presentation, and if it will be published, no problem. But I have some suggestions. Maybe I'll tell them during the discussion or conclusion time, concluding, maybe opinions will say, well, yeah, this is a great conference and lots of good, very good presentations on very important issues, urgent issues of translation. We'll listen to. It is a great opportunity for us to share opinions on this issue. And this conference united and introduced us many translators and translation scholars.
Yes, Dilafruz Abdamajidova is waiting for a turn.
Okay, yeah, let her speak.
She's ready to speak. Dilafruz Abdamajidova. Please switch on your microphone, Dilafruz. Dilafruz Abdamajidova is Dean of the Faculty of Liberal Arts in Oxford University in Tash in Uzbekistan. So she will talk about culturally sensitive issues in assessment, best techniques for testing. So Dilafruz Abdamajidova, you can switch on your microphone and begin your presentation, please.
Yes, she's just here, Webster University, yes? Dilafruz Abdamajidova, yes, maybe she will speak.
Yeah, and she sent message that she's ready to present, but she's not speaking. Why?
I don't know, but she's in the foreground of Webster University. She's standing and smiling and, I don't know.
Yes, if there is no anybody to present, our honored professor can continue. Dilafruz Abdamajidova.
Yes,
are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you can present right now. We already introduced you. So, and you and your topic. You can share your screen and begin your presentation, please.
Just a second. Okay, hold on. Because I was the final one, which was planned for 7 o'clock. So I need to bring my laptop because my presentation is there. Hold on.
Hamma ketib qoldimi deyman, ma'ruza qilganlar.
Shunaqa qilish shekilli.
Endi mana shu bir 3ta masalani men qo'ymoqchi edim. Mana shu konferensiyada shu masalalar kelajakda masalan yetkazilsa kerakli odamlarga shu masala hal bo'lsa demoqchi edim. Haligi xulosa qismida endi.
Yes. When Azamat Akbarov came back, you can share your conclusions, Professor Kasimboy Mamurov.
All right.
You can share your conclusions with Azamat Akbarov. Thank you. So now, Dilafruz Abdamajidova, you can begin your presentation.
Okay. Well, can you see my shared slides?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you everyone for staying, because I was the last person to present, and I was wondering like if there's someone who left. So thank you for the conference committee for organizing such an informative and interesting conference. Today I got really interesting inputs, insights in terms of cultural issues and translation. So today I'm going to talk about culturally sensitive issues in assessment, best techniques for testing students' proficiency. So I am Dilafruz Abdumajidova, Associate Professor at MA in TESOL at Webster University in Tashkent and Dean of the Faculty of Liberal Arts at Oxford University. So I basically teach English and methodology, like how to teach issues. Therefore, today I am not that much heavily focused on translation issues, but that is about assessment. And particularly in designing tests, like what we need to pay attention, how to avoid cultural bias, how to sound cultural sensitive. So first of all, let's analyze what it means, evaluation, assessment, and testing. Evaluation is all-inclusive and is the widest basis for collecting information, conceptualized as broader in scope and concerned with the overall program. So what about assessment? So assessment is the part of evaluation because it is concerned with the student and with what the student does. And it refers to a variety of ways of collecting information on a learner's language ability and achievement. And this is an umbrella term for all types of measures used to evaluate students' progress. As for tests, so testing, tests are the subcategory of assessment. A test is a formal systematic procedure used to gather information about students' behavior. And we, as a teachers, we need to be aware of designing appropriate tests for students, because the purpose might be to check the students' grammar knowledge, but the items need to carry appropriate content in any language, in any culture. So evaluation includes the whole course or program, and information is collected from many sources, including the learner. While assessment is related to the learner and his or her achievements, testing is a part of assessment and it measures learner achievement. So this is like a brief outline. Yes, like we need to revise what it means and why we need to be concerned about that. So here you can see the types of tests. I'm not going to analyze them all. These are just like, there might be different purposes of testing students' achievements. And here is the quote by Moss, which says, assessment practices do far more than provide information. They shape people's understanding about what is important to learn, what learning is, and who learners are. So assessment covers something more than just, evaluating the learner's proficiency. Therefore, this is the art, this is the challenge for a teacher to be able to design appropriate tests. So here might be the question, is there bias in standardized testing? It might be, yes, there are biased if their test items are weighted in favor of one population over another. Not all tests are biased, but some tests may be. Tests that are normed on general population are less likely to be biased than a test that is normed on a homogeneous or specific population. So here's the question. For example, we know the word doesn't, right? Which means 12. And do you know what does this phrase mean? Baker's dozen. So actually it means, so here you can see in this picture. So if we translate this, right? Like baker, we know a person who cooks, like bakes, yes, pastries or something like that, bread or sweets, biscuits. Dozen means 12. So here in translation, if we are not aware of this culture, the information regarding this phrase, so we may simply translate it like 12, but actually this is 13, right? It refers to the number 13. 13 manasını bildiren. So we would use this term to simply refer to anything with the quantity of 13. For example, you might have 13 blouses in your clothes, and when someone asks you how many you have, you may simply say a baker's dozen. So there is a baker's dozen of eggs. I was right, a baker's dozen is 13. He bought a baker's dozen of biscuits. So you can see some examples right here. Okay, so why I am giving this example. So examples of cultural bias include the use of idioms and phrases specific to people from a certain region, such as the baker's dozen that we have analyzed right now. And it is not, it might be unique, yes? Like a certain culture may know about the translation, about the, that idiomatic phrase, but other learners, like particularly EFL learners, may find it difficult to understand in test items. So if a test included the use of this phrase, most students wouldn't translate it as the number 13. They would therefore experience cultural bias in assessment if they missed that test item. So what is cultural bias in education? It is the tendency of tests to perpetuate certain beliefs about cultures, racial stereotypes, and gender biases that are not exclusive to all learners. This diverse students are unable to succeed on culturally biased tests. So we can see here this form, right? This explanation of what it means, like, because this is like a trendy word, phrases, culturally sensitive, culturally relevant education, culturally responsive education, culturally sustaining education. So in order to understand them each clearly, so this graphic organizer helps you to like understand, yes, like comprehend what it means. So why, how important they are, and how we can compare them with each other. So that is like culturally sensitive means that is the awareness that culture differences and similarities between people exist without assigning value to them. Culturally relevant here means between students' heritage and community cultural practices and learning that takes place in schools. So culturally responsive here, how schools adapt to students. Students have many assets that can be leveraged, and schooling can be adapted to the students who walk through the classroom doors. And culturally sustaining, this is the addition sign represents here, where students' heritage and community cultural practices are resources to honor, explore, and extend. So here you can see and understand its value. And here I have prepared, I have just here the list of some test items that might be complicated for learners from different cultures, because not knowing that particular culture, not knowing the differences in their cultural linguistics, so students may have problems with understanding and doing the test. So actually here the point is to check the students' grammatical proficiency, and teacher designed, let's say, MCQ, multiple choice questions. So here you can see the test itself. It says question 1 to 10 are incomplete sentences. Choose the best word or phrase to complete each sentence. Indicate the correct letter. So 10 point total, 1 point each. And here the question is, Obed lives in Detroit and works in an auto industry. So the problem here might be several. Yes, as a teacher, you can spot some problems. That is here, for example, the word incomplete. So incomplete is one word, and it should be written together. And we never use, in the instruction, we never use the word indicate. because it doesn't show how to indicate. It needs to be either highlight or circle or cross or tick. So in testing, we need to be specific, asking students what to do. So, but here, the point here, this is another thing, which is Obit. So we don't know who is Obit. In Uzbek, for example, this is not unique name. In Uzbek, we don't have this name. And obviously for me, it's difficult to find out whether this is male or female. And how will I find the answer? So Obit might be he, and it might be she as well, right? So this is the main problematic issue. So not knowing this name in different culture, so student may fail the exam. And another point here, that is the use of capital letters. So as the second statement, this is the starter pronoun, therefore all the items should start with the capital letter. Okay, and here another part, my cousin works as a male nurse, general hospital. So what is required from students here is that to put the appropriate preposition. We are checking their knowledge on using the appropriate preposition. But again, the problem here would be nurse. It refers to both men and women who work in this profession. We never say female teacher. So why need to say male nurse? So therefore, it's also like a gender bias in language. Particular care should be taken when using vocabulary that relates to gender. So it may confuse the learners, right? So here, another issue is that is cultural sensitivity. So here the statement itself sounds sensitive. The disaster of 2004 was the December 26th tsunami that struck Southeast Asia. And students need to use the knowledge of comparative adjectives. But materials that have a negative emotional impact on students should be avoided. Similarly, test item content that could be upsetting or shocking to students is not advisable. And here, for example, for us, that might be okay. This item is not a problem, but however, for students who might be from a country hit by this tsunami, this item would be very upsetting. So test taking is a very scary experience for most students. So it is important that content they encounter on test not add to that fear, right? So here, obviously, so, they may feel not okay because of this experience that they had earlier. And here are some sample MCQs that illustrate how gender bias might inadvertently occur in English grammar tests. So stereotypical roles. Here you can see the statement that says the secretary handed her report to her boss. She was very thorough. And options are the boss was thorough or the secretary was thorough. So we don't know because again, this is stereotypical role that secretaries are always females and boss are males. But here, better version would be the secretary handed the report to the boss. The work was very thorough. So here, either that is the boss work or the secretary's work. So we shouldn't indicate that the use of female pronoun here as saying that having this misconception that secretaries are always females or bosses are always males. Gendered activities might be another problem. So for example, John went shopping for a new dress. So it's better to have the person went shopping for a new dress because John can be the female name or male name. We don't know, there might be exceptions. So therefore, it may confuse the learners. Sorry, you asked the question? So third one is pronoun use and assumptions. Every doctor must renew license annually. And again, doctor can be male and female. So we need to be very careful in using pronouns because we have male and female pronouns in English. So, okay. Creating culturally sensitive multiple choice questions in English grammar tests involve ensuring that questions are accessible and relevant to a diverse range of cultural background. So global cultures, for example, in many cultures, storytelling is a way to history and lessons to younger generations. So here students have to choose the appropriate verbing. But this question acknowledges the universal value of storytelling across cultures without privileging any specific cultural practice. So, and here we are checking the students' grammar, therefore we shouldn't make them suffer to know particular culture, something like that. So better to have, like, to have generic information. As for inclusive holidays, again, we need to be very cautious in choosing the appropriate test items. Here, the question says people around the world celebrate new beginnings with different festivals, such as New Year, Diwali, Lunar Year, New Year, or all of the above. Here, this question recognizes the diversity of celebrations globally, encouraging recognition of various cultural practices. And food diversity, and what kind of, like, making while preparing the tests. So here might be the question, like, traditional dishes like something, gap, yes, and then sushi play an important role in cultural identity. So students have to find names of those food items. So by including a range of traditional dishes from different cultures, this question highlights the importance of food in cultural expressions. So in this very way, we let students know the content of other cultures and become familiar, yes, and sound more culturally sensitive. So crafting questions that are culturally insensitive and could potentially offend or alienate students from diverse cultures should be avoided. Here you can see examples of what to avoid. For example, the item says, people from are excellent at math. So this type of question reinforces stereotypes and could make students from certain backgrounds feel uncomfortable or singled out. We don't know. This is like a stereotype again. This is not a proven fact that one particular culture people are good at. They are excellent. They are always excellent. All people are unique, and then they know math well. So assuming universal experience, for example, during Thanksgiving, every family in America. So we need to be very careful writing such statement. Why? Because not every student who are living there may celebrate certain holidays, or they might have different traditions, making these assumptions culturally insensitive, right? Because in the US, we see this is diverse culture and different people from different countries, they may live, you know, and doesn't mean that every family who are living in America celebrate Thanksgiving. So using outdated or offensive terminology, so the incorrect version would be, this tribe in Africa is known for. So referring to cultural groups in a generalized or exoticized way can be disrespectful and perpetuate harmful stereotypes. So as a teacher, we need to be very, very careful in designing the statements and test items in order to check the students' knowledge or grammar or vocabulary competence. So as a summary, creating culturally sensitive and inclusive English grammar test involves avoiding stereotypes, assumptions, and content that might alienate and offend students from diverse backgrounds. Questions shouldn't reinforce cultural stereotypes, assume universal experience, or use outdated or offensive terminology. Instead, tests should include a wide range of cultural references, recognize global diversity, and use inclusive language to ensure all students feel respected and represented. This approach not only enhances the test-taking experience for all students, but also promotes and understanding and appreciation of cultural diversity within the learning environment. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Is there any question for our presenter, Dr. Abdulmajidova?
Yes, you're welcome.
I have no question, but I would like to comment. Yeah, I mean, our colleague Dilafruz, she has a very rich experience working in an international environment, and what she proposed must to have to all of the schools, I think, not only for Uzbekistan, but worldwide, because in a globalization, when the Iron Wall collapsed and people try to understand that there are people next door living side by side, but those people next door, they have a different culture sometimes. And this cultural ignorance sometimes creates a stereotype about not only about the nations, even between the cities. For example, there is a cultural difference between Tashkent and Samarkand, and whether you accept or not, but this is a tradition for those cities, which means that you need to have a awareness that it's the part of the life of some people. So you cannot just say that it's not acceptable. So I think what you said, it's really important issue to be integrated within the curriculum and within the extracurricular activities and within the cross-cultural activities, and of course within the autonomous learning. So people should learn about that differences. It's our richness, actually. So I'm really happy that you raised this issue, and you are doing it through the textbooks. And of course, textbook, it's what we say, it's a subliminal messages to the kids and to the students that the soft power should not be taught. It should be learned. Even I think you are doing your best.
Thank you, Dr.
With elaborative cases, I think in your classes, you are doing your best. Really appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Yes, okay, thank you, Dilafruz. I have one phrase you used, the baker's dozen, which expresses or indicates the number 13. And you said the students have difficulties to translate this phrase. Yes, it certainly depends on the culture, and I think maybe non-voyning nasibası in Uzbek, non-voyning nasibası. Bakers, when they finish their work, they usually, some bakers, you know, after work, they take maybe 2 bread together, or 4, or maybe 10, depending on the number of family members. And this dozen, and dozen means if it is 13, maybe he takes from that baker's house 13 bread, you know, maybe less, maybe more. And that's why maybe into Uzbek it would be appropriate to translate non-voyning nasibası or haka nasibası. I think for Uzbek, for us to translate, you know, everybody, for example, usually bakers and some professionals, you know, they have, from their work, they get some of their, you know,
Manam research you know, to understand it better, I also made the research. I tried to read and understand what it means, because doesn't mean 12, right? Why that is 13? Profit manasida kelarkan, ya'ni non-voylar o'sha davrda manikini ko'proq olsin degan ma'noda, ya'ni ko'p non-voylar manikini olsin bitta qo'shib yuborgan. Mesela bize diyen bu when you buy something, when you're purchasing, they add
Oh,
you
yes. Yes.
bonus. They give you bonus.
Yes.
So when people buy, like mostly they're supposed to be like 12 bread, one package, and they used to give one extra. Uşandan gelip bunu uzun
Additional. It's additional.
Yes.
As a kind
So
of
that-
gift. Yes.
Yes.
You're right.
You always come to my I want you to be my client and buy from me. So I intentionally use that. So and then from that time, this phrase became popular, like a baker's dozen, because mostly bakers use this method.
Oh, this is great. Yes. I understand now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any more speakers, or have we finished?
Yeah, this is the, I don't think this is the end of the session, because some of the people, they will show up, I think, within the minutes, because some of them, they will present during the time it's assigned in the conference proceeding. So that's why we cannot cancel, actually, even though there are like just 8 or 9 people.
Maybe using this time, maybe we can express our opinions as a concluding opinions, and maybe somebody has some suggestions.
Oh, it's too early. Yeah, because
we haven't finished. Yes.
Yeah, right. Because I think some of our Azerbaijani colleagues and friends, maybe they will appear within an hour.
Yes.
Yes. I'm just curious whether Dildora Safarova or Elchin, iPhone, Leyla Nurullayeva, Senem Pashaeva, did you present your papers? I know that Tehran she already presented. Yes. Let me speak in Azeri then. Senem Pashaeva. Merhabalar, necəsiniz? Yaxşısınız?
Sağ olun, minnətdaram. Sağ olun ki, məni qoşdunuz bu tədbirə. Çox sevindim.
Sağ olun. Siz çıxış etdinizmi?
Yox, mən hələ indi istəyirəm başlayam, icazə versəz.
Buyurun Senem Hanım. İşte siz çıxış edebilirsiniz. Buyurun, siz dinliyoruz.
Sağ olun, minnətdaram. Çox sevindim ki, mən belə bir gözəl, mötəbər tədbirə qoşdunuz. Hello, dear organizers. Hello, dear participants of the conference. It is the first time that I take part at the international conference. I am a bit confused, but I'll express my thoughts as clearly as I can. As you know, I am Senem Pashaeva, Nakhchivan State University, Azerbaijan, a senior lecturer of the university. The lecturers before me have explained everything to my mind about translation issues, interpreting, about machine translating, about difficulties, misunderstanding of the machine translation, and I would like to speak about the poetic translation, if you don't mind. Poetic translation, it is translate the most difficult type of the translation. Translation, it is to create poetic translation. It is to create some poetic works in mother tongue, meaningfully close to the original. The translator should try to translate the poem to get its form and rhythm along with its meaning. The translation of poetry has two main conditions. First, translator may not be a great poet, but he must have poetic talent. Secondly, the translator may be a great poet, but if he doesn't have the perfect knowledge in the target language, he cannot translate the poem fully, close to its meaning. When translating a poem, it is sometimes necessary to consider several contexts. That is, you have to take literary, cultural, and historical context together. When you translate the poems into target language, you almost recreate them in the context of the mother tongue. Great Azerbaijan poet Hüseyin Cavid, he also was born in Nakhchivan and studied in Turkey. And his works are full of Turkish words and expressions. After his death, great Azerbaijan poet Adaga Vahid was given his works, and he was asked to remove Turkish words and expressions from his works. Adaga Vahid took the works to his home, and the next day he brought back the words, saying that he would not touch any word in the works. He said that it is impossible to remove Turkish words and to damage the meaning of their works. It is, he said that if I remove Turkish words, the whole meaning of the poems will be lost, because to rewrite any poem, you should keep the meaning of the original. Though the Turkish and Azerbaijan languages are close to each other, I have read lots of translations in my school, in my student years, and after that, by works by George Gordon Byron, by Shakespeare, and other English authors. I would like to attract attention to the Gadfly by S.A. Lilian Voynich. At the end, there is a letter from Arthur to Jim. And at the end of the letter, there is written, I am a little fly, if I live, if I die. As you know, fly is translated into Azerbaijani as milçek, but the author translated the poems in such way, mən xoşbəxt bir çəpənəyəm, yaşasam da, ölsəm də. If I don't know if you understand Azerbaijani clearly, the translator has translated only a line in such ways that it is more meaningful, more beautiful than the original. At present, it is very pleasant that the poems of Azerbaijan authors, Azerbaijan poets, are translated into many foreign languages, and from foreign languages, there are lots of translations into Azerbaijani. And one of the poetic translators is Şir Mehmet Qulubəyli, our dean, the dean of the foreign languages of the Nakhchivan State University. I don't know if you know him or not. He is a poet, and he has lots of translations from original English and from Azerbaijan into English. These translations are very perfect. So though the poetic translations is a painstaking work, but it is possible. Only the translator of poetic translator especially should have two main things: the full experience, the perfect knowledge in the foreign language and in the mother tongue. And the main thing is the translator should have the poetic spirit. That's all. Thank you for your attention. I am very pleased that I take attention at such kind of a great event, and thanks for everybody, for the organizers and others, participants. Any question?
Katta rahmat, tashakkur sizga, Senem Xonim.
Senem Pashayeva.
Senem Xonim Pashayeva. Thank you very much, because since you spoke about my, hobby, my activities closely connected with poetic translation. I translated maybe more than 30 books of poems, and especially, Alisher Nawai, his ghazals and his rubayis, and also Babur, very, very difficult. And I used experts, literature scholars specialized in Nawai studies, in his ghazals. For example, you may know from such scholars as Yunusova Dilnawaz Yunusova. She is literature scholar specialized in Aruz measure of Nawai's poetic works. And, we did like a team translation, they, first of all, they prepare for me vocabulary, explanation of difficult words, Nawai's vocabulary. Then they write prose description of the ghazal, every line, line by line, bite by bite, couplet by couplet, and they explain. It is a kind of language and mind, tilwa tafakkur. She explains what Nawai had in his mind before writing his poem. Nawai had in his mind some thoughts about love, maybe about other things, and after that, from the beginning to the finish, he had full, complete, thought. And then he put his thought into language in the form of ghazal, in the form of poem, And the translator's task is to work vice versa. We learn his vocabulary and what he thought about, to write. And when I understand with the help of this scholar professor, I read and reread his prose description of the ghazal, and then I start translating. But before, I do semantic analysis of his poem. Every word, every element, how it is connected with another element. What is the predicative center of the sentence, of the line, subject and predicate usually. Predicate usually comes at the end, like in Azari language. And I find out it is rhyming. It's called bahar and how it is used in Uzbek. How Nawai, what word Nawai is used. If it is one word which is repeated in the first couplet in 2 lines, And in the following 7 or 9 couplets, it is repeated, in the end word, in the end syllable of each second line. So if it is a word, it's possible you can find a word and put it in translation. If it's, for example, evil, yovuz, yovuz, yovuz, yovuz, which is repeated, you can put the word evil. If there is nothing, so in Uzbek and Azari language, it ends with some endings or grammatical suffixes like da, lar, etc. In that case, it's impossible to find a word with this kind of ending in English. And I find out from every line what word can be used which is general to every line, to every couplet. And intentionally, I find, for example, I believe, I think, or usually some auxiliary verb, modal verb, it's very suitable. For example, it can be used, for example, take care, take of my parents, take care I must, or he must, she must. And must, I repeat in every second line. And in this way, I just find out how to provide this end rhyming in every second line of the ghazal. So this is the theory worked out by Professor Mukhan Anatoly Mitrofanovich from St. Petersburg University, and by his followers. He had about 100 followers, which PhD and doctorate degrees. So, and I am one of them. We worked on the English linguistics, but, and then I worked as a translator many years, maybe more than 30 years. And after retirement, I started translating since 2016. And this is my hobby. I do, and then we published about 25, 30 books. Now I have more than 10 books under my translation. They are ready for publication, and they are waiting in publishing houses for their translation. So this is, I think, maybe somebody is going to speak. Azamat, or is somebody there to speak, or am I taking your time?
No,
Thank
go
you,
on,
Mr.
please. Yeah, it
So
was
maybe
really
I should.
very.
Here is the. Maybe you can see this. My scheme. Maybe I don't know whether. This is how I analyze very much. I analyze, and then I translate it. Maybe I'll read one, maybe 2 couplets, if you agree.
Please.
Let me first read Uzbek, and then I'll read English. For example, here. 1 second. For example, kimki oshiq bo'lsa, zoru xastahol bo'lmoq kerak. Kimki oshiq bo'lsa, zoru xastahol bo'lmoq kerak. Rashdin olam eliga badxayol bo'lmoq kerak. Rashdin olam eliga badxayol bo'lmoq kerak. So the words may be understandable. Zoru xastahol, here, sick, suffering, this kind of meaning. You can see it. For example, I can tell you, here. Badxayol, person who has bad fantasies. Mohol, amalga oshadigan, and amalga oshmaydigan, unrealizable, impossible. Moya ingramoq, cry, woe, moy, soch tolasi, null, hair inside. So these kind of words We have
Qo'shinboy aka, unda bir kishi o'zi chiqish qilarkan, Leyla Nurullayeva. Undan keyin yana siz bilan davom ettiraveramiz.
Ben shuni man inglizchasini o'qib beray bo'lmasa keyin tugataylik.
Yo'q, hali siz bilan bundan keyin ko'p gaplashamiz nasib
bo'lsa. Mayli. Bo'pti, mayli.
Siz bizga keraksiz. Yes, the next speaker from the Guba branch
Leyla
of Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University, Leyla Nurullayeva.
Thank you, Mr. Mamurov. It was very kind of you. It's appreciating by your side that you have translated such a interesting poems. It was very interesting to connect with you. And I am at the lesson. My students also are greeting you. It was very pleasant to connect with you.
Yeah,
thank
say
you.
Hello to your students, Senem Hanım. Teşekkürler.
I have Alpamış. You may know this epic poem. I translated it too, you know.
Yeah, it's time for Leyla Nurullayeva. Please, Leyla Hanım, buyurun.
Salam, teşekkür ederim söz verdiğiniz için. Ben təqdimatımı paylaşım. My name is Leyla Nurullayeva. I am from Pedagogical University Kuba branch. Today my title will be important role of mathematics in interlanguage translation. Language is a powerful tool that connects individuals, cultures, and societies. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, the need for effective communication across linguistic boundaries has never been more crucial. Interlanguage translation plays a pivotal role in bridging these gaps, allowing people from diverse backgrounds to exchange ideas, knowledge, and experiences. While the focus on linguistic proficiency is evident in translation studies, the importance of mathematics in creative process often goes unnoticed. This article delves into the profound impact of mathematics on interlanguage translation, exploring how mathematical principles contribute to precision, clarity, and efficiency in conveying meaning across language. Interlanguage translation is a multifaceted discipline that goes beyond linguistic nuances. Mathematics, often considered the language of precision and logic, plays a significant role in shaping the accuracy and effectiveness of translation. This article aims to unveil the increased relationship between mathematics and interlanguage translation, highlighting the ways in which mathematical principles contribute to the refinement of the essential communication process. Mathematics provides a foundation for creating models that can enhance the translation process. Translators often use mathematical algorithms to analyze linguistic patterns, identify context, and determine the most accurate equivalents in the target language. These models help overcome challenges such as idiomatic expressions, cultural nuances, and linguistic ambiguities. One prominent application of mathematics in interlanguage translation is statistical machine translation. SMAT relies on statistical model and algorithms to analyze large corpora of bilingual text, identifying patterns and probabilities to generate accurate translation. This approach has revolutionized the field of translation, allowing for the rapid processing of vast amounts of linguistic data. Neural machine translation represents another breakthrough, leveraging deep learning techniques inspired by the human brain's neural networks. The mathematics underpinnings of NMAT involve complex algorithms that optimize the translation process based on vast amount of training data. Understanding the mathematical principle behind NMAT is crucial for appreciating its efficiency and accuracy in interlanguage translation. Precision and clarity are fundamental requirements in the interlanguage translation. Mathematics provides a structured framework that enables translators to convey meaning with utmost accuracy. The use of mathematical concepts such as logic, syntax, and semantics ensures that the translated content maintains its original intent while adapting to the linguistic nuances of the target language. Mathematics is inherently logical, and this logical consistency is invaluable in translation. Translators employ logical reasoning to ensure that the structure and flow of the translated text align with the original, maintaining coherence and preventing misinterpretation. The application of mathematical logic enhances the overall quality of the translated content. Mathematics helps translators navigate the intricate web of the syntax and semantics inherent in language. Understanding the mathematical relationship between word, phrase, and sentences allow for a more nuanced translation that captured not only the literal meaning, but also the contextual subtitles. This nuanced approach is essential for conveying the richness and depth of the original text. Interlanguage translation is not only about linguistic accuracy, but also about fostering cross-cultural understanding. Mathematics serves as a universal language that transcends cultural barriers, providing a common ground for communication. The application of mathematical principles in translation facilitates the seamless transfer of cultural nuances, idioms, and references, ensuring that the essence of the message remains intact. Translators often encounter challenges when dealing with culturally specific concepts. Mathematics offers a way to bridge these gaps by providing a framework for finding cultural requirements that maintain mathematical precision. This approach enables translators to navigate the cultural landscape and convey meaning accurately, even when faced with concepts that may lack direct equivalent in the target language. While a language may have limitation in expressing a certain concept, mathematics provides a way to address the challenges of translatability. Some ideas may be challenging to convey through linguistic means alone, but mathematical symbols and equations can transcend this limitation. Exploring the concept of mathematical untranslatability sheds light on the unique role mathematics plays in overcoming linguistic barriers. As technology continues to advance, the synergy between mathematics and interlanguage translation is poised to reach new heights. Emerging fields such as quantum computing and artificial intelligence are likely to influence the translation landscape, introducing novel mathematical approaches to address complex linguistic challenges. The principle of quantum computing, with their ability to process vast amounts of data simultaneously, hold promise for revolutioning interlanguage translation. Quantum translation algorithms leveraging the principle of superpositions and entanglement may offer unprecedented speed and accuracy in handling linguistic complexities. Artificial intelligence continues to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of translation. AI-powered translation tools driven by sophisticated mathematical algorithms and becoming increasingly adept at understanding context, tone, and cultural nuance. The integration of AI into the translation process is likely to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of interlanguage communication. In conclusion, the interplay between mathematics and interlanguage translation is intricate and profound. Mathematics serves as the backbone of translation models, providing the precision, clarity, and logical consistency necessary for effective communication across linguistic boundaries. As technology evolves, the future holds exciting possibilities for the continued integration of mathematical principles into the translation process, further enriching our ability to connect and understand one another in this diverse and interconnected world. Thank you so much for listening for me.
Okay, Leila, thanks a lot. Really appreciate.
Thank you.
So you have very lovely building on your background. I have been there last May. Very lovely. And say my hello to all your colleagues in Goa branch. And I do believe I will be there again and enjoying my time. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. So now we have another speaker. So we have again a good presenter, Dr. Leila Melikova from Baku Eurasian University, Azerbaijan. profession of the translator to be or not to be. Leyla Hanım, hoş geldiniz. Buyurun Leyla Hanım.
Olsun, çok sağ olun. Yarattığınız imkana göre çok sağ olun. Sizi Azərbaycandan salamlayıram. Bakı Avrasya Üniversitesi'nde.
Aleykümselam. Sağ olun.
Çok hoş idi. Qulaq sırdıq, maraqlı, çox maraqlı mövzular idilər. Çox hoş idi. Çok sağ olun. Ben de yavaş-yavaş mövzuma keçim, vaxtınızı da almayayım.
Buyurun.
Mövzunu Rus dilinde təqdim edəcəm sizə.
Olur. Zaten beynelhalk konferans, her diller olur.
Görünür.
Evet.
Итак, перевод – это достаточно сложный процесс, требующий определенных навыков. С самого начала существования общества перевод стал важным элементом его жизни. Процесс перевода – это не просто замена одного слова другим, это столкновение разных временных и культурных уровней, обычаев и традиций. Перевод имеет большое значение для понимания мира, его многообразия и межкультурных коммуникаций. Переводом занимаются филологи, культурологи, психологи, этнографы, историки, литературоведы. Перевод как искусство, конечно же, имеет свою древнюю историю, которая уходит корнями в далекие времена, когда один язык мог служить посредником между представителями разных языков. Перевод – это средство межязыковой коммуникации. В связи с ростом политических, экономических и культурных связей между странами возрастает и количество информации, которая передается между ними. В связи с расширением международного сотрудничества актуальными становятся вопросы оперативного перевода различных документов, деловых писем, контрактов и так далее. Мы нуждаемся в помощи переводчика, даже не покидая пределов своего дома. В условиях современности с постоянно усиливающейся тенденцией максимализации общения многоязычие становится серьезным тормозом прогресса, что обуславливает необходимость создавать систему машинного перевода и владеть такими информационными ресурсами, как электронные переводчики. Именно в данной ситуации нам может помочь машинный перевод. Машинный перевод стал важной частью современной жизни. Каждый день мы видим вокруг себя контент на разных языках. Мы хотим понимать различные статьи на иностранных языках, просматривать картинки с надписями, песни. Так что же такое машинный перевод? Машинный перевод – это использование компьютера для преобразования одного языка в другой без участия человека. Несмотря на то, что история машинного перевода насчитывает более 100 лет, начиная с середины XIX века, до сих пор эта область совершенствуется и не до конца изучена. А связанные с ней вопросы очень сложны и не до конца понятны. Истоки машинного перевода восходят к работам арабского криптографа IX века Аль-Кинди. Именно Аль-Кинди разработал систематический метод перевода языка, используемый в современном машинном переводе, включая криптоанализ, частотный анализ и статистику вероятности. Идея машинного перевода разродилась в конце XVII века. Еще в 1629 году Рене Декарт предложил универсальный язык, в котором эквивалентные идеи на разных языках обозначаются одним символом. Первые машины-переводчики были запатентованы в СССР и Франции в 1933 году. Они практически ничего не переводили, однако именно с их появлением мечта о машине-переводчике наконец-то начала воплощаться в жизнь. Первый патент на изобретение переводной машины был выдан французу Жоржу Артелюни 22 июля 1933 года. Его машина называлась «Машинный мозг». Это был просто механизированный словарь на бумажной ленте. До 1950 года никто не верил, что такое возможно. В начале 1950-х годов многие исследовательские группы в США и в Европе уже вели работу в этом направлении. В эти исследования были вложены значительные средства, но результаты вскоре разочаровали инвесторов. Небольшой объем памяти, медленный доступ к информации приводили к тому, что языковые программы не могли быть использованы в полной мере. В 1952 году в Массачусетском университете технологическом институте состоялась первая конференция по машинному переводу, а в 1954 была представлена первая система машинного перевода IBM MAT-2, разработанная IBM совместно с Джорджтаунским университетом. В 1990-х годах рынок компьютеров от настольных до карманных и информационных технологий стремительно развивался, а интернет получил широкое распространение. Это вызвало потребность в дальнейшем развитии систем машинного перевода. Сегодня уже невозможно представить себе жизнь без машин-переводчиков. В нашем распоряжении множество электронных словарей, инструментов, позволяющих ускорить и облегчить процесс перевода. Наиболее известные из них – электронные переводные словари, такие как Lingua, Multitra, Multiplex, Google Translate и другие. Системы памяти переводов, такие как Trados, Deja-Vu, Memox, Marquette, Makecat. Программы автоматического редактирования текста, вы видите их на экране, я не буду перечислять, не отнимать, чтобы ваше время. Программы распознавания речи, электронные библиотеки, терминологические базы данных и сам глобальный интернет как хранилище информационных ресурсов. Google Translate на сегодняшний день является самым популярным программным обеспечением для перевода. Почти каждый из нас использовал Google Translate в какой-то момент жизни. Одно из самых больших преимуществ Google Translate то, что это бесплатный онлайн-инструмент машинного перевода, его доступность и простота использования, что позволяет быстро переводить текст, документы, веб-сайты с одного языка на другой язык. Google Translate позволяет переводить более чем на 100 языков по всему миру. Практически каждый ученик, школьник умеет им пользоваться. Все, что нужно сделать, это выбрать язык, на который вы хотите перевести, ввести текст и нажать «Перевести». Что же получается? Если машина так легко справляется с переводом, зачем же нам нужны переводчики? Что же будет с профессией переводчика? Можем ли мы сказать, что профессия переводчика вымирает? Если машина так легко и быстро справляется с переводом, зачем нам нужны вообще переводчики? Убила ли потребность рынка в живых переводчиках искусственный интеллект? Чтобы получить ответ на эти вопросы, нужно всего лишь ответить на один вопрос. Настолько ли искусен искусственный интеллект? В последние годы идет много дискуссий, что будущее принадлежит машинам, а распространение искусственного интеллекта приведет к исчезновению многих рабочих мест, в частности, в переводческой сфере. Уже сегодня машины заменяют людей на заводах, фабриках. Невозможно себе представить хозяйку, вручную убирающую дом. Мы даже не заметили, как нас стали окружать электронные предметы, роботы. Но, несмотря на все это, пока в мире нет такого искусственного интеллекта, который смог бы сравниться по своим характеристикам и возможностям с человеческим мозгом. И хотя машинный перевод сильно изменился за последние годы, значительно усовершенствовался, практически войдя во все сферы нашей жизни, он вряд ли в ближайшее время полностью заменит работу профессионального переводчика. Что ж, если машинный перевод настолько искусственный интеллект хорош, попробуем перевести. Строки Микаэля Мушвига. Я представила их на азербайджанском языке, перевод Google Translate, Яндекс.Переводчика и профессиональный перевод переводчика. Gözel vətən, söylə mənə yana-yana, getdin kimin vadinəsə? Bu nə yoldur? Daşnak yolu. Hər dərəsi qanla dolu. Nə acıdır bunun adı? Заметьте, пожалуйста, я красным выделила те части, которые, можно сказать, совершенно не подходили к переводу. То есть они практически даже не передавали смысла. Например, в тексте как Google Translate, так и Яндекс.Переводчика вы можете заметить слово «бок о бок». Оба переводчика перевезли слово «яна-яна» как «бок о бок». Проблема в чем? В том, что с азербайджанского языка, если переводить, два слова немного похожих. Яна-яна, если мы будем переводить с азербайджанского языка, будет горя, горящий, горящий в огне. А есть слово бок-о-бок, ян-яна. И вот переводчик вот эту разницу слов он совершенно не видит. И как мы видим, я все-таки зачитаю вариант профессионального переводчика, приятный, красивый перевод. «Отчизна мать, поведай мне, по чьей вине, горя в огне, кричала ты. Чей это путь? Дашлакский путь. В ущелье каждым кровь и жуть. Кровь из людей текла и скал». Я думаю, каждое слово мы не будем разбирать. Главный факт, что мы здесь на этом примере видим, это что машина не справилась с переводом и даже изменила в данном случае смысл и значение. В чем же причина? Дело в том, что машинный перевод – это, можно сказать, буквальный смысл текста. В нем упускаются такие важные моменты, как использование слов, в переносном смысле, скрытые слова, метафоры, идиомы, фразеологические обороты, лакуны. Невозможно передать весь этот опыт компьютеру, так как очень много вариантов перевода слов, которые может только человек, опытный переводчик, сам подобрать. Если одни переводы, выполненные искусственным интеллектом, выглядят связанными, логичными, то в других случаях, как мы видели на примере Микаэла Мушфига произведения, они даже могут выглядеть смешными, не связанными. Машинный перевод может дать нам совершенно неожиданные результаты. Даже, как мы видели, противоположный смысл даже передать в переводе. Это связано с тем, что машина переводит слова. Люди передают смысл. Машинные переводчики работают по определенным алгоритмам, разработанными людьми, чтобы переводить слова с одного языка на другой, используя словари, правила грамматики. Но перевод – это не только просто замена слов. Это сложный процесс, который требует понимания смысла текста. Это еще одно большое ограничение машин. Они не могут понять смысл текста. Машины не могут распознавать и исправлять ошибки в переводе. При ошибке в исходном тексте переводчик может его отредактировать, исправить ошибку, чего не может сделать машинный переводчик. Некоторые машинные переводчики могут обрабатывать часто встречающиеся опечатки, но переводчики – люди, способны находить и исправлять такие ошибки непосредственно во время перевода. Машины не могут передавать эмоции. Эмоционально окрашенные тексты, такие как рассказы, романы, стихи, анекдоты и даже маркетинговые и рекламные материалы требуют особого подхода. Профессиональный переводчик ищет подходящий эквивалент на языке перевода, а иногда даже полностью перестраивает предложение, абзац или текст, используя слова, которых нет в исходном тексте, но которые помогут более точной передаче эмоционального тона, контекста самого оригинала текста. Для этого переводчикам необходимо знать характерные черты носителей языка, их культуру, быт, традиции, историю и использовать характерные для них слова и конструкции. При переводе текста профессиональные переводчики затрагивают разные аспекты от грамматики и синтаксиса до лексики и семантики. Такие преобразования применяются в контексте, и их правильное использование является результатом интеллектуального труда самого переводчика и его анализа текста. Искусственный интеллект не может дать такие преобразования, потому что сложные межязыковые процессы с множеством переменных не могут быть выражены через программные алгоритмы. Даже статистические методы, используемые в машинном переводе, не могут решать эту проблему, поскольку количество возможных вариантов бесконечно. А статистические модели будут предсказывать только лишь малую часть таких случаев. При переводе текста переводчик пропускает его через себя. Он ощущает и чувствует его. У искусственного интеллекта нет чувств. Он не умеет любить, радоваться, грустить. Машинному интеллекту не передать истинную суть и красоту литературных произведений. Машинный перевод не может до глубины души тронуть читателей, это присуще только человеку, профессиональному переводчику. На сегодняшний день искусственному интеллекту не присущи человеческие чувства. Но это пока что. Можно перечислить еще ряд недостатков машинного перевода. Машины не видят различий между амонимами, не могут с точностью подобрать подходящий смысл, синонимы, перевести лакуны, придумывать новые термины. Теперь возникает вопрос, зачем же нам нужен машинный перевод? Ну, конечно, мы не будем утверждать, что машинный перевод бессилен и не нужен. У искусственного переводчика есть масса недостатков, но и куча достоинств. Машинный переводчик в руках профессионального переводчика настоящая находка. Основная цель машинного перевода – век ускорения и нехватки времени – облегчить работу переводчикам, сэкономив его время и силы. При участии человека машинный перевод обретает совсем иной вид. При машинном переводе при участии человека обычно подразумевается редактирование текстов, которое осуществляется как до, так и после их обработки компьютером. Люди, занимающиеся переводом, изменяют тексты так, чтобы материал текста был понятен машинам. После того, как компьютер делает перевод, готовый грубый машинный перевод редактируется, делает текст на языке перевода наиболее правильным, соответствующим оригиналу языкового текста. Помимо такого порядка работы, существуют и другие системы машинного перевода, которые во время перевода требуют постоянного непосредственного присутствия человека-переводчика. помогающего компьютеру делать перевод неоднозначных конструкций или особенно сложных для перевода частей переводимого материала. Машинный перевод с помощью человека применим в большей степени к текстам по узкоограниченной тематике с ограниченной лексикой. К основным преимуществам программ машинного перевода относятся быстрый доступ, высокая скорость, секундочку, экономичность, большой выбор языков, защита и безопасность информации. А дальше дело рук человека. Программа-переводчик всегда под рукой, а обращение в бюро переводов часто связано с дополнительными затратами времени, сил и финансов. Система машинного перевода доступна круглосуточно. Переводы можно делать в любое время, дня и ночи. Благодаря машинному переводу за несколько секунд мы получаем готовый перевод целого текста. Это позволяет быстро понять общий смысл. Машина делает элементарный перевод. Далее потребуется вмешательство человека, то есть редактирование текста. Экономичность машинного перевода очевидна. Есть немало бесплатных систем машинного перевода в онлайн-режиме. Достаточно иметь просто доступ к интернету. Системе машинного перевода можно доверить любую информацию, личную, деловые переписки, финансовые отчеты. Многие программы машинного перевода поддерживают от 50 до 100 языков. Еще одним преимуществом программ является то, что переводы можно осуществлять одновременно на нескольких языках. Из всего вышесказанного можно прийти к выводу, что система машинного перевода – это некий инструмент, позволяющий сократить процесс перевода, облегчить перевод материала, содержащего повторяющиеся фрагменты. Современные интеллектуальные системы можно использовать для решения многих задач, и машинный перевод является хорошим и полезным примером их применения. Однако участие человека в процессе перевода остается необходимым и вряд ли полностью исчезнет в ближайшие десятилетия. Эффективность программ по машинному переводу текстов, позволяющих решить проблему перевода, зависит прежде всего от его правильного использования. В заключение хотелось бы ответить на вопрос, заменит ли машинный перевод работу переводчика. Да, заменит, но только псевдопереводчика. Слухи же о скорой смерти высококвалифицированных профессиональных переводчиков немного преувеличены. А что будет лет через 30-40, покажет время. Спасибо большое. Çok sağ olun. Sağlarınız
Evet
var.
Leyla Hanım, çok sağ olun. Çok muhteşem bir prezentasiyaydı. Hem tarihi anlattınız, hem gelecekte bizi bekleyen tehditler de olabilir, bilmiyorum. Artık bu sünni intelekt, iskusyon intelekt ne kadar yardımcı olur olmaz, bunu hayat gösterir.
Hayat
Ama
gösterir.
inşallah insanlar da akılsız olmaz inşallah. Daha da akıllı olur inşallah.
İnsanlar öyle akılsız olmazlar ki sünni intelekti özünden üstün etsinler.
Evet, sağ olun. Teşekkürler Leyla Hanım. Ağzınıza sağlık. Yine bekleriz diğer konferanslara.
İnşallah.
Evet, bizim
Azerbaycan'da gözledik sizi inşallah.
İnşallah Özbekistan'a da gözleriz sizi. Buyurun gelin. Evet, Leyla Hanım'a teşekkür ediyoruz.
Savol bor, mumkinmi?
Mumkin. Ага, mumkin.
Один есть вопрос, да? Вот действительно очень интересный, читали презентацию и доклад, и тема очень интересная. И вот это машинный перевод я тоже занимался, но проходилось часто редактировать и редактировать. Если текст, технический текст, то можно. Если вот стихотворение или там художественный,
Да,
вообще
он
и
больше
ошибки
подходит для
допускают, да.
технических текстов.
Тем более с узбекского на английский или с английского на узбекский. Вообще какой-то непонятный текст получается иногда. Я проверил это. И с другой стороны, если переводчик увлекается машинным переводом, вам вопрос такой. Может ли быть, что у него способность переводчика постепенно исчезает, уменьшается? Это отрицательно влияет на переводчика, потому что он верит на машину, на его способность, он не занимается иногда вот подтекст он не может осмыслить. Вот это вот текст, когда я перевожу, да, я смотрю на машину, на перевод и занимаюсь этим, увлекаюсь, потому что время там, и я не буду там себя заставлять работать. И постепенно вот эта способность он от меня отнимает. И у меня дальше профессиональные переводы, да, получаются некачественным, понимаете? Как вы думаете на этот счет, у вас вот ваше мнение?
С вашего позволения я отвечу на этот вопрос. Вопрос, конечно, очень интересный и очень важный вопрос. Но вы знаете, все зависит от того, как его использовать. Я бы сказала нет. Машинный перевод, он действительно помогает, он очень удобен. Но, как вы отметили, он совершенно не справляется с литературным переводом, особенно если взять азербайджанский язык, например, перевод с азербайджанского, и то же самое, я уверена, с узбекского языка, намного хуже. Почему это? Потому что базы, пока, вот, скажем, терминологические базы данных, базы памяти, нет таких широких именно с нашим языком. Они только начинают развиваться. Но, значит, знаете, есть прекрасные программы, которые действительно помощники. Главное, уметь ими пользоваться. Интернет сам по себе, он занимает и отнимает очень много времени. В этом вы тоже были правы. И если мы увлекаемся интернетом, он действительно может отнять кучу времени, потому что мы с одной темы перейдем на другую. Но конкретно, когда работаешь вот, над программой какой-то, например, у нас в университете мы преподаем нашим студентам программу «Мемок». Это программа машинного перевода. Очень удобная программа. Практически программа, вы составляете ее сами, вы ее развиваете, вы ее учите. И получаете в результате то, чего мы научили. Для чего она хороша? В основном для перевода, скажем, документации, часто повторяющихся текстов. Вы шаблон уже имеете, вставляете шаблон, он вам дает, и вы редактируете. Сказать, что да, если вы его не сможете научить, значит, он у вас будет необразованный, скажем так, да. То есть, опять же, от самого переводчика, от его способностей зависит, насколько программа будет усовершенствована. И, соответственно, нет, он больше помощник, главное уметь с ним работать. Потому что он облегчает, действительно, искать долго что-то, вопросы, вот эти повторяющиеся замены, зачем тратить на них время? Вы сразу их получаете.
Ну, значит, надо работать, программировать свой родной язык. Вот. Надо вот электронные там слова, электронный текст, синтаксис электронный, грамматика, электронный синтаксис, модели языка, модели предложений у нас не разработан, еще. Понимаете? Вот моделировать надо предложение. Математическую модель. В общем-то, перевод – это математический модель. Алгоритм перевода. Вот каждые слова или там окончания, они обозначаются цифрами. И цифрами компьютер работает очень хорошо. Поэтому надо цифрировать весь свой язык, все слова.
Самое главное создавать словари.
Элементы.
Словари нам создавать, потому что проблемка действительно в электронных словарях, имея электронные словари в памяти переводчиков, уже остальное намного легче. Спасибо большое.
Второй, потом, чтобы этот электронный аппарат и компьютер должен опознать, вот как они опознают голос или звуки английского языка, да, таким же образом должен опознать звуки узбекского или азербайджанского или других языков. У нас же на разных диалектах мы говорим, там даже в Узбекистане, там самаркандский, скажем, диалект, или там ташкентский, или харазмский, там другой диалект, или там у нас Ферганская долина, у них свой диалект. Поэтому надо единый там литературный язык, чтобы было произношение едино для всех. Вот тогда можно обеспечить какой-то, или вариантность будет тогда, понимаете?
Спасибо большое, коллеги. У нас гости уже время своей презентации. Осумбаке Катар Ахмад за активное участие. Спасибо большое. Да. И следующий участник у нас филиал Азербайджанского государственного университета педагогики в городе Куба, Rahip Sadullayev. Rahip Hocam merhaba, hoş geldiniz. Buyurun, floor is yours, please. Hocam ses gelmiyor, mikrofon.
Mikrofonda yoqing, mikrofonda.
Sorry, I am sorry. It is a great pleasure for me, Azamat Bey, to greet you and all the participants of this nice conference from sunny Azerbaijan, from its one of the most interesting parts, Kuba. I think you know Kuba very well. Now, my topic for today is translation, the importance of translation. Let me, okay, where was it? Where did I leave? Let me put this. Okay. The importance of translation in the context of globalization. Globalization is gathering momentum, and we are witnessing very dangerous changes parallel to its speed. As it was noted in the 60th Munich Security Conference, we live in a world where there is more and more confrontation and less cooperation. At a time of deepening geopolitical tensions and jarring economic uncertainties, the world has become a much more dangerous place, as if the Earth is not revolving on its axis. Good news is that despite all these undesirable changes, the world is making progress in science, culture, technology on a global scale. Globalization has established strong cultural, economic, political interdependence of countries in our modern world, and it is growing faster and faster. Globalization has increased the importance of intercultural relations too. As a creative human activity, translation plays an important role in bringing together countries with different political systems and cultural heritage. It would be very hard to enter the new global markets with cultural, political, and linguistic differences if there were not translation. Not any country can prosper in an isolated form. No culture can live if it attempts to be exclusive, said Mahatma Gandhi. All the mentioned reasons make translation an inseparable part of globalization. On the other hand, all diversities of countries need special attitudes and responsibilities. Each nation's culture deserves respect, decent attention, and appreciation. In this respect, translation plays a significant role in getting acquainted with other cultures. The vocabulary definition of translation means the process of changing something that is written or spoken into another language. However, the scale of influence that translation exerts on cultural, social, economic, and political spheres of societies is much larger. We cannot change one language into another one as we want. The translator should have enough knowledge in the target language and capabilities to translate. When it comes to translating from English or into English, the translator should be very attentive and take a cautious approach to their work. The English, as you know, the English language is rich in polysemy, synonyms, phrasal verbs, homophones, and idioms. If the translator is lazy, feels lazy to look up the word or phrase he does not know or hesitates about the meaning, the loss of meaning will be inescapable. Let's look at some examples. tail, or where is it? Tail? Tail, we have in English tail and tails. Where is it? I lost the place. Okay, here it is. Homophones. English is rich in homophones, as you know. The teacher says, an anecdote is a tale. Now, Sydney, use it in a sentence. And the student says, I tied a tin can to the dog's anecdote. Here, the meaning has been confused. The student thinks that dog's tail is anecdote. So tail and tail are different words, but they are homophones. Simple examples, they are simple examples. Or change. There is a funny joke about polysemy. Doctor says, how is the boy who swallowed the dollar? Nurse answers, no change yet. So here, the meaning of change, money and change has been confused. So there is a certain type of translation which is called a closed translation. For example, translations of technical manuals, legal and medical texts. It is not important that translation sounds great. It just needs to be a clear translation of the source text. There is a joke about this too. Two friends are talking. My nephew has made a closed translation of Shakespeare's Hamlet. The other friend says, how do you know? He answers, what I couldn't understand in the original, I don't understand in his translation either. You see how fun it is. So translation should sound good and smooth, as Leyla Hanım dwelled on many aspects of translation, poetic translation. Translation should sound good and smooth and stir the strings of one's heart. Poetic translation is one of the most creative activity. It needs a lot of natural talent and great patience. Very often, some of the main idea is lost while translating poetically from a second translation. For example, the renowned Azerbaijan poet İmadeddin Nasimi's popular ghazal has been translated from Russian by a Russian translator. It sounds good, but does not touch the reader's heart, because in the Lion, the famous phrase, Cevher-i la mekan, Cevher-i la mekan means gem, a precious stone, but it is very precious, but does not have any place to live, the poet wants to say, which is the core idea of the Lion, is lost in the translation. It sounds like a word-for-word translation. Let's have a look. Two worlds within me fit, existing side by side, yet narrow is for me this world, where I abide. In Azerbaijan, it sounds like this. Mende sığar iki cahan, ben bu cahane sığmazam. Cevher-i la mekan benem, könü mekane sığmazam. In another translation, these lines have been converted like this. The both worlds would go in me. I wouldn't go in the universe. I am the omnipresent essence. I wouldn't go into this world. It is clear that poetic translation is very hard, but for talented translators, it is fun and fame. Let's give some lines from the great poet Navai, translated by Azam Abidov, as an example to this. It's not the wind smells of musk, it's Leyla who unbound hair. Not red tulips on the mound, it's Majnun's blood in despair. The beauty passed a bowl to me, and the rose to the nightingale, who is drunk as me Navai, but not like me up in the air. So it's a very interesting translation. It touches, stirs the reader's heart. Thus, translation should be a professional activity, and it should be done with great care, cultural and linguistic responsibility, because it is one of the main factors in developing and maintaining intercultural communication. It is evident that the translation is a very powerful tool in creating, developing, and strengthening cultural, political, economic relations, and providing opportunities for global understanding, the progress of world culture and art. Of course, the source text and the translated one will not always overlap each other 100%, but talented translations can impress the readers as much as the original one. Many reproductions of Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa never failed to influence people. Translation is a bridge among cultures. We cannot do without translation if we try to understand other cultures. We have known the masterpieces of the world literature by means of the hardest work of translators. That is why we should take great care of the sustainability of translation and personal development of translators. Translators should do their best to remain faithful to the source text, as accurate translation can do a lot of good, while misinterpretations can have the opposite effect. Today, digital progress has created a wide range of opportunities in doing translation too, but we cannot completely rely on this. Everyone knows Google Translate platform is very useful, but when it comes to poetic translation, it misinterprets some words and devalues the text. To sum up, globalization should not hinder us from doing our best to make the world we are living in a much better and more sustainable place for us and for future generations as well. We should change our mindset and look at the globalized world from a completely different angle. It is high time we change the doctrine might is right to right is might. Everyone and everything should serve to unity and collaboration, to inclusion, not to exclusion. We should unite like the fingers of the fist to address all global challenges. Translation has a lot to add to this noble deed too. Professional, healthy, accurate translation will always be of great importance in developing cultural, economic, and political ties among nations, but differences shouldn't be eradicated for the sake of integration into the global community. National cultural diversities are the passport of every nation. They should be maintained as national heritage of every country. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, right, Hocam, thanks a lot. Really appreciate your valuable insight regarding the translation methods and the recent development within the field of study. Since we are running out of time, let me give the floor to Alyona Heibatova, your colleague from the same university. Yes, and by end, we will have a time for Q&A, for question and answers. So for those who have a question, just you may write down, and then you will have a time to ask. Alyona from Guba branch of Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University. Yes, Alyona, please go on.
Well, firstly, I would like to greet you, Dr. Azamat, and other participants. It's a great pleasure for me to take part in this conference, and thank you for giving me a chance. Actually, I'm an English instructor, and I'm not a professional translator, but I sometimes need to translate for my students or to help them with their translations. And I observed that the main difficulty here are cultural aspects in translation. That's why I decided to talk about the correlation of linguistic and cultural aspects in translation. So we know that nowadays, different studies on the relationship between language and culture are gaining popularity. And the connection between language and culture is seen in numerous spheres of human lives and activities, especially in translation. So I aim to express a general view of lingua-cultural peculiarities of literary translation. It should be noted that cultural analysis has great importance in the field of translation. On the one hand, it deals with numerous linguistic units and their interpretation. On the other hand, closely connected to the cultural study, as the interpretation of linguistic units is impossible with the way of cultural difference among people who use the mentioned linguistic. Thus, the ability to techniques, knowledge of varieties and mentality improves the quality of translation. So the study of language through its interrelation with culture has become a real issue. The investigation of the issue from one point has an old, long-standing history, being specified at first by the interest of etymology to their communication and interrelation. From another point, regardless of the presence of a lot of logical work, numerous issues keep on being left and not completely talked about and created. So language not only reflects the reality, but also deals with its interrelation, creating particular reality in which human beings exist. So the interconnection of language and culture, one of the central issues for linguists and translators due to globalization, which eliminates barriers among cultures and countries. So lingua-cultural aspect is seen not only in the modern way of our lives, but also in ancient ones. Now, I would like to add some words about lingua-culturology. It's an independent field of linguistics first appeared in the 70s of 20th century on a base of a triad by Emile Benveniste, Language, Culture, and Human Personality. And the aim was to activate the facts about the language and culture of the country of studying language with the help of philological methods of teaching. So according to some researchers, according to some linguists, the term lingua-culturology means the science that appeared at the intersection of linguistics and culturology. And this science investigates the question of reflection and consolidation of nations' culture in language. So it should be emphasized that lingua-culturology concerned both the science of culture and the science of language. It represents a certain unity of knowledge about national cultural peculiarities of a nation and their reflection in a language. So the aim of lingua-culturology is to study the methods which the language embodies in its units, and also to keep and transmit culture. The main task of lingua-culturology is also to study and describe language and culture in their interaction. So according to a great number of researchers, the main goal of this field of linguistics is also to study and describe interrelation of language and culture, language and ethnos language, and national mentality. So language and culture have some functions in society, and one of them is a cognitive function. It means that this function is manifested in science. It means that a language is a carrier of cultural knowledge, and through language we become aware of the universe and ourselves. So the second function is a representative one. Function is the task of the function of communication. It means that language is not only a means of communication among people, but also a carrier of cultural information among them. And next one is an axiological function. So it's about evaluation. As we know, evaluation is a function that teaches you to distinguish between what is good and what is bad. And the last one is, of course, normative function. It's about moral norms related to customs and traditions. This includes national, religious, and universal values. So, sorry, translators and interpreters must take into account all these functions to make relevant translations of the given linguistic materials. Based on the above mentioned functions, it would be beneficial to discuss several principles of translation. So the first principle is always being ready to engage in communication. It deals with a high level of readiness of translators and interpreters to participate and interpret in numerous cases arising from a real cross-cultural communication. So the second principle is being able to collaborate. It requires deep knowledge of various fields and high abilities to combine the known data when it's necessary. And the next one is being able to collate. It means that a translator must be able to use certain knowledge in different fields. So the acquisition of linguistic and cultural knowledge by specialists in the field of translation should be formed through the disciplines of translation theory, their correct practical use in the process of translating materials of different genres should be a priority. It should be pointed out that a qualified translator is required to master a foreign language and at the same time have rich knowledge of the culture reflected in the foreign language. So people's mentality, religion, and history should also be taken into consideration. But in order to be able to show culture in the form of semantics and linguistic units, it's important to have high knowledge in the areas listed above. Therefore, in a thorough study of foreign language, of course, to attach great importance to teaching the subject of a professional study of this language, as well as methodology, culture, literature, country studies, then theory, the practice of oral and written translation. Thus, a real translator must be able to receive and evaluate foreign language data and master it not only from linguistic, but also from a cultural point of view. So in conclusion, I must state that linguo-cultural characteristics have great importance in the field of translation, and the appropriate use of them leads to excellent results. Moreover, a qualified specialist should be open to new experiences which are under the control of rapidly updating languages and cultures. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Alona, really appreciate. Thanks a lot for your contribution to our conference. And I do believe you will be one of the great scholars who will make a great innovations within the field of translation studies. Really appreciate, and all the best to you. So we are moving with the speakers. So I can see from the list. Ferah Hanım, necesiniz? Buradasınız, değil mi? Evet. Ferah Hanım. Yeah, slowly people are joining the conference. Just a minute. Ungacha Qosim aka, savolingiz bo'lsa berib turavering.
Rahib akaga savolim bor, Rahib aka. Brother Rahib Sadullayev, Professor, I have a question for you.
Please.
So your presentation I like very much because you touched very important issue of the relation between language, mindset, and also culture also political views, legal culture. These issues, the difference between culture, between legal culture of the former Soviet citizens, Soviet republics like you and us, and Western countries, and being in Europe and in the United States, and lecturing at universities, and here translating for high officials, beginning from presidents to ambassadors and also ministers, prosecutors, judges. For diplomats, I found out we sometimes translators, we translated, but the parties, the sides could not understand each other. There was lots of misunderstanding between them, and they put the blame on translators. The translator might be translating wrong. Let's change from Uzbek into Russian translation, which switched into Russian language and did the translation, and the same problem remained the same. And I thought very much, what is the problem that they are misunderstanding? We did the translation very well, but it was the expression of language, how to express it. Because, for example, we say in our laws and legislation, maybe you have the same, we say that journalists have the right, according to the Western law, they say that journalists have the right to get information, and then and as soon as they address or they have the right to access to information. According to our legislation, journalists are provided the right to information, or provided with information. And if a journalist goes to court or to some organization, government organization, to get some information, he is usually refused and he cannot get information he needs. In the West, as soon as the journalist comes to the official, he gets the information. As soon as the official refuses, the law works against him, against the official, because he refused to provide information. So that's why the law is written, the journalists shall have the right to information. This is shall, or for example, the First Amendment of US Constitution says, US Congress has no right to limit or to prohibit the rights of citizens to make some protests or to write, for example, petitions, to demonstration, and so on, or to infringe, this is, and in our legislation, we say that, for example, in election rights are provided equally, or men and women have equal rights to election.
Hoşum aka, speaker keldi, unda savol davom ettiramiz. Farah xonimga so'zni bersak.
Here we have different language expressions, language formulations, and here is the difference. Why we understand each other quite differently. We have, we think, begin our thoughts and express our language quite differently than in the West. And this depends on maybe culture, on the system we live in and they are living, because this is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Very nice. diğer speaker'a söz veriyoruz. Falahiye Fazil Babay ve Şükürova, Azerbaijan National Academy of Sciences, Institute of Caucasian Studies, Azerbaijan, Head of BSZT Turan Academy for Central Asia and the Caucasus. Ferah Hocam, buyurun, söz sizin.
Salam hocam. Bütün hocalarımızı salamlayıram. Böyle güzel, müthişem bir kongre ayarladığınız için ben size derin teşekkürümü bildiririm. Ve özür dilerim biraz ben geç katkıda oldum. Ben şimdi Özbekistan'da burada ders veriyorum. Şimdi dersten çıktım. Özür dilerim. Hocam Türk dilinde konuşmak olur mu yoksa?
Tabii hocam, buyurun. İstediğiniz değil de. Beynelhalk konferans.
Konferans. Yani sordum ki yani böyle. Yani ben size derin teşekkürümü bildirəm hocam. Bugünləri ben Çerkez dil grubundan Qaraçaylar, Noğaylar, Şimali Qafqaz xalqlarında yaşayan Türklerin dil grubuna ait bir araştırma yapmak istedim. Ve Çerkez dilleri ben özümü siz tanışlık verdiniz diye ben yeniden bir de özüm bu konuya dahil olmadım hocam. Ve ben Çerkez dilleri grubundan konuşacağım. Çerkez dilleri grubu Kuzey Kafkasya'da Rusya'ya bağlı. Adgi Qaraçay, Çerkesiya ve Kabartay-Balkariya Cumhuriyetleri ile Krasnodar krayında yerli Çerkeslerin ve bugün Türkiye, Ürdün, Suriye ile İsrail gibi ülkelerde yaşayan diaspora Çerkezlerinin dil ve lehçelerinin birliğinden bile konuşacağıq, bir araştırma aparacağıq. Biz bugün bilirik ki artık Batı ve Doğu olmak üzere her bir resmi olarak dil kabul edilen iki formül bulunur. Yani burada en yakın akrabası 1992 yılında soyu tükenen burada Ubukça, Ubuy en uzak akrabaları ise Abazaka, Abhaz olup hepsi de Kuzeybatı Kafkaz dilleri adıyla bir grupta toplanırlar, bu dil grubuna dahil olan halklar. Ve bunlar 17. yüzyılda Evliya Çelebi tarafından Çerkes'in ilk kaydı yapılmıştı ve bu Evliya Çelebi tarafından araştırırlarken yani biz biliyoruz ki bu Çerkezler çok büyük bir soykırıma maruz kalmıştılar yani bu halk olarak. Şimdi de bu halkların bu soykırımdan hala da dirçəlmə meseleleri biraz söz konusundadır. Bugün bu Çerkezler tarafından Çerkezlerin araştırılması daha çok Türkiye Respublikası'nda bu konuda daha çok mevzulara toxunulur ve dil konusu ister Çerkezlerin etnografiyası, Çerkezlerin dille bağlı, edebiyatıyla bağlı olan mevzular daha çok Türkiye'de daha çok araştırılır. Türk alimleri tarafından daha çok araştırılır. Çünkü biz biliyoruz ki bu devletler, bu halklar müəyyən bir zaman kəsiyində Şimali Kafkaz, Rusya'nın etkisi altında yaşamıştılar bunlar. Ve burada tabii ki bunların soykırımla beraber, insan tələfatı etkisiyle beraber burada bunların kültürleridir, dilidir, ədəbi nümunələridir. Bunlar hakkında şimdi bir məlumatları o kadar bir küp bir şeklinde biz ala bilmirik. Çünkü bugün bizim için daha çok Çerkezlerin köklerini Evliya Çelebi tarafından yapılmış məlumatları biz əldə edə bilirik və digər bir məsələdə isə daha çox bugün biz Çərkezlərin çox təəssüflər olsun ki, etnografi tərəfindən olan araşdırmalarını biz daha çox rastlaşırıq. Bu da gerçekten çok acınacaklı bir haldır. Çünkü bunlar da her biri bir Türk soyundan olmuş bir millətdir. Çərkəzcə ekləməli dillərdən olub irqativ yapı görülür bu Çərkəz dili. Yəni burada irqativ yapı növlərinə daxil olur. Biz bildik ki, yəni söylədiyimiz kimi dağılım bir əhalisi olan, Kuzey Qafqasiyaya daxil olan, sınıflandırılması isə Kuzeybatı Qafqaz dilləri, yəni Çərkəz dillərinə aid olan bir dil qrupudur. Və burada biz Şapşıq Ulusal Rayonunda 1945 yılına kadar bir yazı ve edebiyat dili olan Batı Çerkesçesi içinde ilk sivrilen Sapsıqca dil növü var idi deyilən. Bu da 1945 yılında Stalin tarafından bir təhlükə olaraq dəyərləndirilib. Yəni burada söylənilib ki, artıq yəni biz bilirik ki, o dövrlərdə türklərin bir türk kültürünün soy kökündən uzaqlaşdırılması, bir onların öz dili baxımından biraz kənarlaşdırılması gerçekten bugün də bir Türk dünyası olarak, bir Türk milleti olarak biz çok şükürler olsun ki bugün bağımsızlığımızı kazansaq da, yani bugün biz hala biz o bize vurulan zərbələri bizim için bir ister mənəvi olsun, ister fiziksel olsun, o soykırımın acılarını şimdi biz aradan kaldırmaya çalışırıq. Yani şimdi bunlarla biz mübarizə apararak bugünləri çok şükürler olsun ki sizlerin de sayesinde biz bir araya gelerek biz bu konuları müzakere edirik. Ve burada şapşıqların özerkliklerine son verilmesiyle birlikte diasporada hala yaygın olarak konuşulmasına rağmen artık bir yazı ve edebiyat dili olmaktan bu çıkmıştır. Demek olar ki bu dili biz söylediğimiz kimi iki grupa bölündü ve önceden söylediğimiz kimi de bu daha çok Türkiye alimleri tarafından araştırılmadadır ve 1906. yılında İstanbul'da yayımlanan Adı Gecə Mevlid. Yani bu şapşıq ləhcəsini kalemə alınmıştır burada. 1906. yılından kalemə alınmıştır ve Rusya'da 2010 rakamlarına göre, 2010. yılın rakamlarına göre Batı Çerkesinin konuşanları 117.489, Doğu Çerkesinin konuşanları ise 515 tam 672 kişidir ki artık bu konuda bu dilde konuşurlar ve biz söylediğimiz kimi de bunlar batıya ve doğuya bölünür bu dil ləhcələrinə göre. Batı Çərkəzcəsi Adıgey Cumhuriyyətində, Doğu Çərkəzcəsi ise Karaçay Çərkəzi ile Kabartay-Balkariya Cumhuriyyətinin rəsmi dili olarak sayılır. Rusçada dilin rəsmi adı Cumhuriyyətlərin adlarına paralel olarak Adıgeydəki adi kodlu dilin için Adıgeycə, Karaçay Çərkəzdə isə Karaçay Çərkəz kodlu dilin Çərkəzcə ləhcəsi adlanır. Bu günləri Kabatay-Balkariyadakı Pebit kodlu dil için də Kabardeycə, yani biçimindəndir bu dilin kodu, yani konuşulan dilin. Günümüzdə Kafkasya'da Çerkesler şimdi iki ayrı dil olarak gelişim göstermektedirler. Yani Batı Çerkescəsində Temirgoy, yani bu Çemguy ağzı adlanır burada. Doğu Çerkescəsində isə Baksan, Büyük Kabardey ağzı əsası alınarak düzenlenir burada. Yani bu böyle bir şekilde gelir. Yani çok təəssüflər olsun ki, yani bizim bugünləri hangi biz Oğuz dil grubuna daxil olan bir dil grubundayıq. Yani ben size söylediğim kimi de yani bugünləri ben Urgens'te olduğum müddətdə burada konuştukça sanki elə bir Azərbaycan dilində konuşurlar və Azərbaycanca biz birbirimizi çox iyi bir şəkildə anlayırıq. Çox təəssüflər olsun ki, bu günləri bizdə şiayə dialektə çevrilən sözlər var və bu sözləri biz ədəbi dildə deyil, məsələn, ədəbi dildə bəzi biz dastanlarda, nağıllarda biz bunlara rast gəlirik. Amma çox təəssüflər olsun ki, bugün bunların uğradığı bu istər mənəvi, istər fiziksel bu soyqırımlar nəticəsində bunların dili artıq iki qismə bölünür və bu iki qismə bölünən dillərin də çox təəssüflər olsun ki, onların ləhcələri də bir-biri ilə tam şəkildə fərqlənirlər, konuşma məsələləri ilə fərqlənirlər. Yəni baxmayaraq bir xalqdılar, baxmayaraq bir millətdilər. Burada yani dilin, ədəbiyyatın bir ortama gəldiyi bir anda, yani bunlar hala da bu yani yapılan bir soyqırımın etkisindən gerçekten çıxa bilmiyorlar. Küçük farklılıkları olan iki ayrı kiril alifbası kullanırlar. Çok təəssüf olsun ki, yani bu Çerkez Karaçaylarda küçük farklılıkları olan iki ayrı kiril alifbası kullanırlar. Baxmayaraq bir xalqdılar, bir xalq olarak yani bunların əlifbalarında da farklar nəzərə çarpınır. Üçü işarəti olmaq üzrə 1938-ci ildən bəri kullanan Batı Adıgey əlifbasında 64 hərf var. 1936'dan bəri kullanan Doğu Şah Adıgey əlifbasında isə 59 hərf bulunur burada. Doğu Çerkesindeki 48 ünsür hərf bulunur. Çerkesiyəni oluşturan iki dil arasında ortak sözler bulunduğu kimi ufuk təfək səs dəyişimləri də bir hayli fazla olsa da karşılıklı anlaşmayı kısıltalamaz. Yani burada praktik olarak iki ayrı kolda ilerleyen Çerkez dillerinin tək əlifba və tək dil olaraq yapılması tartışılmaqdadır. Mən Türkiyə çərkəzlərinin ana dillərini qoruma sürəsində Latin və Kiril əlifbaları arasında seçim yapma tartışmaları bugün də sürülməkdədir və 2004 yılından tartışma üzərində Qafqaz Dərnəkləri Federasyonu var idi ki, bu federasyon üzərində düzənləndiyi toplantı Kiril əlifbasından yan qərara çıxmışdı. Yenə də farklı Latin əlifbasının kullanmaları görülür. Yəni mən sizin zamanınızı çox almaq istəmirəm, çox qiymətli, dəyərli bilim hocalarım. Ben söyləməyim ondandır ki, bu günləri bir millət olaraq, bir xalq olaraq bir millətin ilk əlifbaya bölünməsi və bir millətin istərsəm əlifbalarında hərflərinin fərqli olması və bugün gerçəkdən bizim Türk dünyası üçün söyləyərdim ki, çox bir tələbat qoyur. Bizim kimi alimlərin, insanların qarşısında çox böyük bir tələbat qoyur ki, biz çatışmayan bu sorunları, çatışmayan bu anlaşılmayan bu məsələləri bir araya gələrək biz bu konuların üzərində daha çox çalışaraq, yəni bizim bir kökümüzdən, bir soyumuzdan olan bu xalqların da istər gələnəksəl dillərini, adət-ənənələrinin araşdırılmasında, yəni bir ortama gələrək bunlar haqqında bir tədbirlərin görünməsini çox arzu edərdim. Əzəmət hocam, mən sizə dərin təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Zamanınızı da çox almaq istəmirəm. Əgər bir kusurumuz oldusa da bütün hocalarımızdan özür dilərəm. Azərbaycandan qatılan hocalarımızı da salamlayıram hər birini. Biz biraz səfərdəyik, özür dilərəm, ola bilər hansısa bir yanlışlarımız, kusurlarımız olar. Ben slaydı kata bilmədim, slaydımız hazır idi. İnşallah növbəti konferanslarda daha güzel bir şəkildə iştirak etmək ümidi ilə ben sizlə sağollaşıram.
Teşekkürler Ferah'cığım. Yani estağfurullah ne demek? Yani güzel bir sunum yaptınız. Tarihten bir bilgi getirdiniz. Tabii Orta Asya Türkleri, Azerbaycan, işte Rusya'daki o Türkiye Cumhuriyetler. Yani bizim bilmediğimiz, duymadığımız, okumadığımız o güzel haberleri paylaştınız inşallah. Bu da konferansın amacı. Yani bilinmeyen o cevherleri ortaya getirmek. Biz sabahtan beri koşturuyoruz zaten. Saat 10'da başladık. Maraton gibi koşuyoruz. İnşallah bir saat sonra biter o da. Evet Ferah Hanım, teşekkürler. Diğer, evet, buyurun.
Ferah xanıma dərindən minnətdarlığımızı bildiririk Azərbaycan olaraq. Azərbaycanca ilə danışır ki, mən utanıram. Çox gözəl nitqi, çox gözəl tələffüzü. Minnətdaram xanım. Uğurlar diləyirəm sizə.
Teşekkür ederim hocam. Estağfurullah.
Evet, sağ olun, teşekkürler. Evet, diğer hocamıza söz veriyoruz. Nurlana Qasımlı Mustafayeva, Bakü Devlet Üniversitesi, Azerbaycan ve Türk dilleri arasındaki o diyalekt farklılıkları. Hocam buyurun.
Değerli hocalarım, hepinizi selamlıyorum Bakü'den, Azerbaycan'dan. Kucak dolusu salam olsun herkese, xüsusən Özbekistan'a. Sizləri görmək çox xoşdur mənim üçün. Mən sunumumu aslında hem Azerbaycan Türkçesinde de yapabilirim hocam. Türkiye Türkçesinde de yapabilirim. Hangisine uygun bilirseniz ortak da yapabilirim. Hocam sesiniz kapalı Azamat hocam. Şu an duymuyorum sizi. Azamat hocam mikrofonunuz kapalı galiba. Duyulmuyorsunuz.
Nurlana hocam galiba onun telefonla konuşur. İndi yəqin sizə döner galiba telefonla konuşur.
Switch on,
Tamam,
please.
tamam.
Switch on the phone. Microphone, please. Azamat. Your microphone is off. Maybe you will switch it on. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Again, it is off. Maybe automatically it is off.
Evet hocam buyurun.
Hocam beni duydunuz mu? Sesiniz gelmiyor. Bilmiyorum belki.
Şimdi ses geldi. Evet buyurun. Ben
tamam
sizi
hocam.
dinliyorum. Evet.
Diyorum ki ben sunumumu Azerbaycan Türkçesinde de yapabilirim, Türkiye Türkçesinde de yapabilirim, ortak da yapabilirim. Hangisini önerirseniz öyle yapayım.
Semerkant Türkçesi olsun mümkünse.
Maalesef onu bilmiyorum. O zaman ben ortak konuşmaya çalışayım.
Olur olur hocam. Yani istediğiniz herhangi diyalekte olabilir inşallah. Sıkıntı yok.
Tamamdır. Zaten anlaşılır.
Tamam.
Azerbaycan Türkçesi ile Türkiye Türkçesi belki de Türk lehçeleri içinde birbirine en yakın olan, şöyle söylemek mümkünse en yakın olan lehçelerdir bildiğimiz gibi. Çünkü farklı lehçelerin e, farklı lehçelerin aslında bağımsız, şöyle diyeyim, zaman içinde, tarihi gelişim süreci içinde değişen ve değişerek de bazen farklılaşan, bazen de ortak yönlerde ortak yön alan Türkçelerdir. Azerbaycan Türkçesi ile Türkiye Türkçesi ve zaman içinde de farklı değişikliklere uğramalarına rağmen yine de aynı aslında söz anlamları, aynı kelimelerin bildiğimiz gibi zaten eski Oğuz Türkçesinin iki farklı lehçesidir. Azerbaycan Türkçesi ile Türkiye Türkçesi ve onların ben Türkiye Türkçesini de burada Bakü Devlet Üniversitesi'nde de eğittiğim için bugünlerde de aslında yaşadığım birkaç olayı da gerçekten böyle şaşırdığım durumları da anlatmak isterim aslında. Yani bilimsel araştırmadan öteye. O kadar çok aslında çok benzediğini söylüyoruz ama bazen öyle farklılıklar ortaya çıkabiliyor ki onları acaba bu Türkiye Türkçesinde bunun anlamı da bizimki gibi aynı mı diye bazen şaşırıyoruz. Mesela Azerbaycan Türkçe'de doğulmak kelimesi Azerbaycan dilinde, Azerbaycan lehçesinde diyeyim artık, anadan olmak. Bugün mesela ben doğdum kelimesine bazı öğrenciler aslında Azerbaycan dilindeki anlamıyla farklılıklar yaşatabiliyor. Düşmek kelimesi mesela, düşmek farklı aynı yazı, aynı sesleniş biçimlerine rağmen maalesef ki farklı anlamlara gelebiliyor. Ve aynı zamanda Türk lehçeleri arasında mesela diyelim dilsel farklılıklar aslında söz konusu olan ayrışmalarını da zamansal olarak bazen işte uzaklığını ve yakınlığını onların özellikle Azerbaycan ve Türkiye Türkçesi arasındaki uzaklaşma ve yakınlaşma 16. yüzyıldan sonraya dayanıyor. Çünkü 16. yüzyıldan sonra farklı yönlerde değişime uğradı ve bugün Azerbaycan Türkçesi mi veya Türkiye Türkçesi mi eski Oğuz lehçesinin hangisi daha şöyle söyleyeyim, hangisi daha bugün kullanılan özbeöz Türkçedir dediğimizde anlam açısından bugün Azerbaycan Türkçesinde de kullanılan birçok kelime Türkiye'nin doğu kısmında kullanılıyor ve doğu kısmında da eski Türkçe'de kullanılan yani eskiden Türkçe'ye ait olan kelimelerle birebir aynı anlamı taşıyor. Ve bu da o demektir ki aslında Azerbaycan Türkçesi birebir bugün eski Türkçenin bugün konuşulan en iyi örneğidir diyebiliriz. Ve ayrı ayrı bazen yazı dilleri olan bu lehçeler aslında temeli yine de söylediğim gibi eski Oğuz Türkçesidir ve seslenme bazen yazı farklı yazıya sahip olmalarına rağmen bazen hatta farklı anlamlara gelmelerine rağmen eşdeğer kelimeler olabiliyorlar bazen. Ben birkaç örnek vermek istiyorum. Mesela diyelim eşdeğer aynı anlamlara gelen fakat daha doğrusu yazısı ve farklı anlamlara gelen ama yazısı aynı olan mesela aktarmak kelimesi aktarmak aramak anlamındadır. Yani aktarmak manasındadır Azerbaycan Türkçesinde ama aktarmak bir yere köçürmek manasını ve anlamına geliyor Türkiye Türkçesinde ve Ve yazılış ve değiliş açısından aynı yazan, aynı seslenen, fakat bugün Azerbaycan Türkçesinde farklı anlamlara gelen kelimeler vardır. Mesela baba kelimesi, biz baba Azerbaycan Türkçesinde yani atanın atasına diyoruz. Ama Türkiye Türkçesinde bu bir başa bizim babamız, yani baba dediğimi babamız oluyor. Yani Azerbaycan Türkçesinde de yine ata kelimesiyle uygunlaşır. Ve hala kelimesi mesela bir akrabamıza verdiğimiz isim, hala bizim bildiğimiz Azerbaycan Türkçesinde bibi anlamına verir, ama hala bazen hala da diyoruz. Bu ise annemizin bacısı anlamına gelir. Ve bu da aynı yazılış, aynı söyleme, fakat farklı anlamlara gelen iki eski Oğuz Türkçesinden gelen kelimelerdir. Ve eski Oğuz Türkçesinde eski Oğuz Türkçesine ait çok eski Türk kelimeleri olan birkaç kelimeyi söyleyeyim. Yani bugün belki zaman aşımına uğrayarak farklı anlamlar verebilir. Fakat Anadolu'da bunlar yine de eski Türkçedeki anlamlarını taşımaktadır. Mesela diyelim tay, yay veya çörek. Azerbaycan'da bu çörek ekmek anlamındadır. Ama çörek Anadolu kesiminde bir yani undan yapılan bir pişmece anlamındadır. Yani yediğimiz bir şey anlamına geliyor, ama Azerbaycan Türkçesinde bu ekmek anlamını verir. Erik, kayısı, yani erik bizim Azerbaycan dilinde kayısı anlamını verir, ama Türkiye Türkçesinde ekşi bildiğimiz erik anlamına getirir. Yay hem kullandığımız ok, yay anlamında, hem de bir sezon anlamını katar. Anlamını verir daha doğrusu. Yani bu tür kelimeler aslında çok eski Türkçe kelimeler ve bu eski Türkçe olan kelimeler Azerbaycan Türkçesiyle Azerbaycan Türkçesinin ayrı bir yazı dili haline gelmesinde bugünkü Azerbaycan Türkçesi ve Türkiye Türkçesinin arasındaki eşdeğerler olarak aslında ele alınması gerekiyor diye düşünüyorum. Ve 16. yüzyılda Azerbaycan bilimsel alanında Türkçe'ye çevrilmiş bazı eserlerde de bu kelimeleri, bugün Azerbaycan Türkçesinde kullanılan bu kelimeleri aslında biz orada rastlayabiliriz. Yani bugün Azerbaycan'da kullanılan anlamlarıyla rastlayabiliriz ve dolayısıyla Azerbaycan Türkçesinde kullanılan kelimeler eski Oğuz Türkçesine dayandığı için şimdi bir filolog olarak bir kendi fikrimi söylemek isterim. Yani Anadolu'da eğer bu kelimeler kendi eski anlamlarında kullanılıyorsa bence yani bu diyelim Türkiye Türkçesi de zaman içinde farklı dillerin etkisinde kalmıştır. Özellikle Arapça, yani Azerbaycan Türkçesinde olduğu gibi, dolayısıyla Arapça, Farsça ve Fransızcanın, Tanzimat'tan sonra Fransızcanın etkisinde kaldı 1839'lardan sonra ve bu kelimelerin bence karşılığı aslında Azerbaycan Türkçesindeki gibi kullanılırsa bence ortak bir Türkçenin ileride oluşması için büyük bir katkı sağlar. Mesela bugün Türkiye'ye gittikte şey diyoruz, mesela mersi diyoruz, teşekkür ederim varken mersi diyoruz, veya kusura bakma anlamında, özür dilerim anlamında işte pardon diyoruz. Yani bu kelimelerin yerine aslında biz öz Türkçe olan kelimeleri kullanırsak bence daha iyi olur. Yani bizim yani şöyle diyeyim, bilim adamlarının, bilim insanlarından çok biz günlük hayatımızda da bu kelimeleri öz ve öz Türkçe ile kullanırsak çok daha iyi Türkçe ile ortak Türkçe'ye varırız. Mesela öz kelimesi, kendi kelimesi, öz kelimesi varken, yani bunu biraz mesela daha derine varırsak, öz kelimesi de aslında özbeöz Türkçe kelimedir. Benim sunumum bu kadar lehçe farklılıklarıyla ilgili. sorularınız olursa teşekkür ederim dikkatiniz için, ilginiz için, zamanınız için. Azamat Hocam.
Evet, Nurlan Hanım bitti mi?
Evet hocam.
Together.
Hay maşallah, maşallah. Ne güzel ya, ne güzel. Allah razı olsun. Gönül
Teşekkür
ister ki
ederim.
böyle saatler devam etsin. Böyle güzel konularda tabii bilgiler almamız bizim için çok önemlidir. Sağ olun, teşekkür ediyoruz.
Ben teşekkür
İnşallah,
ederim.
inşallah gelecek diğer konferanslarda yine buluşuruz inşallah.
İnşallah.
Evet. E, Nurcan Hanım burada mı? Sanki burada. Nurcan Hanım. Evet, Nurcan Allah verdiği ve Elçin kızı Guba şehrinden.
Buradayım.
Evet, Guba'ya ben gitmiştim geçen sene. Bir hafta kaldım. Ne güzel şehir. Guba şehri. Evet, Nurcan Hanım buyurun. Sizin de mevzu önemli mevzu. Arapça ile Azerbaycanca arasındaki işte tercümeden oluşan problemlerdir. Buyurun.
Əvvəla bütün tədbir iştirakçılarını salamlayıram. Nurcan Allahverdiyeva, Quba Soyqırım Memorial Kompleksi əməkdaşıyam və bugün araşdırma sahəm olaraq ərəb dilindən Azərbaycan dilinə tərcümə zamanı yaranan problemlərdən, çətinliklərdən danışacağam. Bildiyimiz kimi ərəb dili Sami dilləri qrupuna daxildir. Sami dilləri qrupu da ümumiyyətlə dünyadakı ən qədim dillər qrupundan sayılır. Hansı ki, bura Yahudi dili, ərəb dili və sair dillər daxildir. Və ərəb dili flektiv bir dildir. Yəni, burada Azərbaycan dilindən fərqli olaraq şəkilçilər və sair yoxdur. Yəni, dəyişmə olaraq tutaq ki, hər hansı bir sözü cəmdə işlətmək, dəyişmək üçün artıq bu sözlər, ərəb dilindəki sözlər kökdən dəyişirlər. Təbii ki, bu cür proseslərdə, bu və bu kimi proseslərdə artıq ərəb dilindən Azərbaycan dilinə tərcümə zamanı bir sıra problemlər yaranır. Və bu kimi problemlərin yaranmasında səbəb də az öncə qeyd etdiyim kimi dil ailələrinin fərqliliklərindən irəli gəlir. Həmçinin burada təbii ki, bu fərqlilikdən əlavə mədəni fərqlilik də öz sözünü deyir və həmçinin ərəb dilində sözlərdə daha çox artıq yazılarda və ya yazılarda hərəkələrdən istifadə olunur. Yəni Azərbaycan dilindəki kimi sair səslər və sair yoxdur. Hərəkələrdən istifadə olunur. Hətta artıq mətnlərdə hərəkəsiz mətnlərə də rast gələ bilirik. Təbii ki, artıq hərəkələrin istifadə olunması və ya ümumiyyətlə hərəkədən istifadə olunmaması da burada artıq Azərbaycan dilinə tərcümə edən tərcüməçiyə bir sıra çətinliklər yarada bilir. Təbii ki, bu fərqlilikdə və İslam tarixində ilk ərəb dilinə tərcümə edilən əsərlər Yunan mənşəli tip əsərləri idi. Və təbii ki, ta həmin dövrlərdən bəri Azərbaycan və yaxud da başqa dillərə tərcümə edilən əsərlərdə artıq bu cür dil fərqlilikləri öz sözünü deyir, çətinliklər. Həmçinin, yəni az öncə də vurguladığım kimi, şəkilçilərin olmaması, sözlər cəmlənərkən və yaxud da feillər dəyişərkən zamana görə əvəzliklər olsun və s. Artıq burada Azərbaycan dilindəki kimi daha rahat bir üsul olmadığı üçün intihasa çətinliklər baş verə bilir. Məsələn, feil mövzusuna gəlsək, bildiyimiz kimi Azərbaycan dilində şəkilçilər həm şəxsi və kəmiyyətə görə dəyişə bilir. Amma ərəb dilində bu artıq bablar şəklində formalaşır. Yəni feilin formaları şəxsi və kəmiyyətə görə dəyişməsi bablar üzərindən baş verir. Və hal-hazırda da ərəb dilinin biraz da mürəkkəb olaraq qalmasında bir təsirlərdən biri də dini kitabımız olan Quran-ı Kərimdir. Və təbii ki, hər nə qədər ərəb qrammatikləri, yəni qrammatik üzərində çalışanlar sadələşdirməyə çalışsalar da Quran-ı Kərimin orijinallığının qorunması üzərinə, yəni heç bir xələlik gəlməməsi üçün artıq sadələşdirmək üçün nələrsə eləyə bilmirlər. Çünki qrammatik cəhətdən mürəkkəblik olsun. Burada ərəb dilində Quran-ı Kərimin rolu böyükdür. Təbii ki, günümüzdə ərəb dövlətlərində artıq danışıq zamanı daha rahatdır. Nəinki fasih, yəni füsha ərəbcə, yəni klassik ərəbcədən daha rahatdır. Hansı ki, istər Səudi ləhcəsi olsun, istər Misir, istər Oman, Küveyt, bu cür dövlətlərin artıq danışıqlarında biz görə bilərik ki, tərcümə prosesi daha sadələşmişdir. Əllər xüsusda şifahi tərcümələr. Amma təbii ki, klassik ərəb dilində olan, əllər xüsusda orta dövrdən və yaxud da cahiliyyə dövründən qalan əsərlər tərcümə olunan zaman əlbəttə ki, günümüzdəki ərəb dilinə danışıqda istifadə olunan ərəb dilinə nisbətən daha çox çətinliklərə rast gəlinir. Təbii ki, burada da artıq tərcüməçilər məcbur olurlar ki, həmin əsərləri tərcümə edən zaman həmin dövrün yazıçılarının və yaxud da dilçilərinin qrammatika və yaxud da dilçilik kitablarından üst tutsunlar. Yəni, əsasən ərəb dilindən Azərbaycan dilinə tərcümə zamanı baxış aspekti olaraq, bir tərcüməçi olaraq baxış aspekti olaraq dediyim kimi əsasən bu çətinliklər dil aidlərinin fərqli olmasından irəli gəlir və dil quruluşlarının müxtəlif olması, həmçinin ərəb dilinin inflektiv dil olması, Azərbaycanın intisabi dil olması, yəni bu fərqliliklər də öz növbəsində tərcümə sahəsində yaranan problemləri bildirir. Teşekkür ederim.
Evet Nurcan Hanım, teşekkürler, sağ olunuz. Yani vakit ayırdınız, güzel konferansa katkıda bulundunuz. Demek ki Arapçayı uzun yıllardır kullanıyorsunuz büyük ihtimal. Ve tam bize çok hani uzak olan bir dil yani sonuçta. Yani tabii bir İslam inancı olarak okuduğumuz Kur'an-ı Kerim var. O ayrı bir mesele ama böyle fonksiyonel olarak real hayatta kullanmıyoruz. Tabii kelimeler var ama Azerbaycanca'da da var, Özbekçe'de de, Türkçe'de de Arapça kelimeler var ama dil yapısı olarak tam farklı, yani Türkçeden farklı olduğu için güzel bir bilgi paylaştınız. Evet, maratonun sonuna geldik elhamdülillah. Ben saat 10'dan beri buradayım. İnşallah. Pasımaka, savunuz var mı? Ben cüdeyim kursan buldum. Sizdeki insanla tanışıp, yani sizi yoş, cevaplı, tule energege bir kabiliyatınızı kurdum. Sizdeki insanı keşfettim bugün. Rahmat kattı. Yani yoşlar dek oturup siz bana bugün saat 6 yarım. Mikrofonu yok iş gerek. Pasımaka mikrofonu yok ki.
Because this conference raised and discovered lots of perspective themes and problems to take up in the future. And united translators and translation professors, all over the world, maybe in Asia and Caucasus and also Turkey, Middle East and I see we have lots of problems. Now I see in the Nurlan Mustafayeva that Azerbaijan language is very close to Turkey, you know, also according to translation, lexims and language units, and Uzbek maybe not so close, but still I have neighbors here, Azerbaijani people, and we just make friends and we talk, we understand each other. He understands Uzbek, and when Azerbaijani people, they all gather together, they invite me and I sit and I understand. When I speak, when they speak, I understand, and when I speak, they understand Uzbek too. And we have a dialect of Khorazm dialect. It is closer to Turkish, to Azerbaijan, than Uzbek, than general Uzbek, you know, or common Uzbek language. Maybe in the future there is a talk to create some kind of common Turkic language for all Turkic-speaking nations, peoples in the future. Maybe also using the ABC alphabet also to unify, make a unification of ABC of these Turkic peoples, and so that they come very close to each other. Only they may be some grammar, lots of words I understand and see, they sound similar, are written similar, but we had very great problems when I started translating legal language from English into Uzbek and from Uzbek into English, because during the Soviet time we had no good variety of dictionaries of Uzbek terminology, legal terminology, and we faced problems what terms to use. And now I found out later that it's very good possible to use. Why not to use, to borrow terms from Turkish language, because you already use your independent legal system, and you use like Western legal system. Here is the problem of translation, translating into Uzbek, because if we use the Russian words, because mentality is different understanding still, it would be better to use Turkic terminology, legal and political terminology, also banking terminology, than to use, for example, Russian terminology. I think it would be better. And or maybe to borrow English, like, for example, you Turkic people use some English terminology and pronounce it like Turkish.
Osman aka, o'zi yana bir speaker keldi, shunga ham so'zni beraylik, keyin tugatamiz nasib qilsa.
But very interesting, you're raising and touching and also
Natavan Hanım, buradasınız değil mi?
Finding some solutions to these problems. Thank you very much.
Rahmat Osman aka, katta rahmat, salomat bo'ling. Ya'ni sizdek shijoatli inson mana har bir prezentatsiyaga haqiqatan ham ilmiy jihatdan fikr beryapti. Biz uchun bu katta bir yutuq deb o'ylayman. Natavan Hanım, chiqish edebilirsiniz. Natavan Bahirova, Ozarbayjon Madaniyat vazirligida Nizomiy Ganjaviy nomidagi muzey xodimasi.
Yes, you are very active, from representatives and scholars and translators, translation and relation scholars from Azerbaijan are very, very active and highly devoted and loyal to their profession.
Yes, absolutely right. Bizim umarım son konuşmacı, son speakerimiz Natavan Hanım ve böylece bitirmiş oluruz inşallah.
Okay.
Evet, o da evet. Natavan
Natavan
Tahirova.
Kanan. For the time being, I can recite one rubai from Babur. If there is nobody, please listen. Lyric chickenish. This is poetic diversion.
Juda yaxshi bo'lardi.
Holi yo'qki jonimga baloliq bo'ldi. Har ishniki ayladim xatoliq bo'ldi. O'z yerni qo'yib hind sori yuzlandim. Yo Rab, netayin ne yuz qaroliq bo'ldi. This is from Mirza Babur. Zafiruddin Mirza Babur, an English translation. Each fate of mine was my misfortune. Whatever I did wrong, it became. Leaving my own land in India, I settled. Oh God, what I'd done turned shame. This is.
MashaAllah.
Another. Ne men necha jafoyu javringa sabr etay. Bir zarra vafoyu mehr yo'q senda netay. Chun boshimni oyog'ingga qo'yarga yaramas, boshimni olib oyoq yetgancha ketay. How much suffering could I stand? You lack faith or love, how I tolerate. Worthless I am to lay my head on your feet. Should I be gone as far as my legs take? Now this is another. Ey gul, ne uchun qoshingda men xor o'ldim. Yuz mehnatu anduh bila yor o'ldim. Vasling bila bisyor sevindim. Avval hajring bila oqibat giriftor o'ldim. O flower, why to torture I was subjected. Toiling and grieving much I suffered. Dating you first, I was happy and elated. To miss you, I was predestined, endured. Well, this is another.
MashaAllah. Qosim aka, katta rahmat. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olunuz. Böylece
Ahmet hocam bir kelime söyleyebilir miyim? Bir şey
tabii buyurun ne demek.
Yasın Bey hocam. Yasın Bey hocam çok teşekkür ederim. Çok güzeldi. Ama valla İngilizceden çok bu şiirler Özbekçe'de daha güzel seslendi ve Özbekçe daha güzel anladık.
Yes.
Teşekkür ederiz.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Teşekkürler hocam.
Unda hammaga tashakkurimni aytib qolaman. Men o'ylayman keyingi konferensiyalarda yana birgalikda uchrashamiz. Mana shunday chiroyli bir jamoa bo'lib. Har bir insonga Baku, Quba, Sheki, Naxichivan, Gusar, Gence o taraflara selamları gönderiyoruz inşallah. O Azerbaycan halkını tekraren elde ettiği, kazandıkları zaferlerle tekraren tebrik ediyoruz inşallah. Qosim aka, sizga ham katta rahmat. Ishlaringizga omad aka. Salomat bo'ling. Juda xursand bo'ldim siz bilan virtualni tanishib. Men sizdan katta energiya oldim.
Uchta banda fikr bor. Xulosa, mana bu xulosa sifatida aytadigan taklif borda.
Xo'p.
Mana shu tarjimonning ishini nashr qilish masalasi. Mana shu davlat tomonidan yoki homiylar tomonidan nashr qilish muammosi borda, qandaydir taklif berilsami, hokimiyatdanmi, yozuvchilar uyushmasimi, shuni o'z gardaniga, o'z haligi nimasiga olsa, mas'uliyatini, haligi mehnatini nashr qilish. Ikkinchisi, bu tarjimonlikning rasmiy statusi. Masalan, bilmadim, tarjimonga ba'zi bir haligi masalan xalqaro tashkilotlarda ishlasa juda yaxshi munosabatda bo'ladi, nima deydi, juda rasmiy munosabatda bo'ladi, yaxshi. Lekin ba'zi bir davlat haliglariga borsa bu tarjimonga kotibdek, sekretardek munosabatda bo'lishadi. Sekretar. U sekretar ishini qiladigandek haligi nima ishga band qilinadi-da, juda statusi past uni. Keyin tarjimonni hozir mana agar man shu Hazrat Alisher Navoiy hayot bo'lganlarida mani yonlarida olib yurar edi u kishi. Mana bunday tarjima qil, bu tarjimang xato bo'libdi. Mana bu so'zni bunday ishlat. Here you made your mistake. He would correct me every time, every moment, you know, regarding his poems, translation of his poems. Shuning uchun aytmoqchimanki, that's why I'm going to say, hozirgi kunda mana yozuvchilar asarlar yozadi, tarjima qilinglar deydi. Men nechtasini yonidan oyog'imga olib kelib tarjima qilganman. I translated for them together in cooperation 3, 4, 5, for example, Uktamoy, such a poet we have, and Azim Suyun, and I got hundreds of poems. They asked me, I translated, and wherever I faced some difficulties in understanding, I just call and invite here to my office, and we discuss, and he helps me to understand, to interpret, and then I translate it. Now today we have good writers, poets, and they have books to be translated into English. And I think we have lots of young, highly skilled translators, and they may hire and together in cooperation translate books. His book works as, for example, here selected works of the poet Rasul Gamzatov. Rasul Gamzatov, he selected poems translated into English because he cooperated with this translator from England. You know, he hired him, and together, you know, maybe every month or when he was working in Europe as an ambassador or somebody, or he came into Russia, they translated together his poems into English language. And it would be good to improve the translation of poems and other works. It would be better to work with the writers if they are alive. And Azamatjon,
tavsiyalarni yozib oldik.
My suggestion is that we have no high technologies, know-how technologies to offer to the world, but we have good literature, Asian classic literature, classic thinkers, their works in mathematics, maybe in medicine, in literature, in morality, spirituality, and so on, so on. So I think we have to mobilize the translators to translate them from Uzbek or from Azerbaijan or from other languages into Turkic language maybe, or Persian language here into English, so that the world might read and get interested in our culture, values, traditions, customs, and psychology of the people, so that we must open ourselves, you know, because Western people, when they come here, they come to learn something, to get something. And here our literature plays great role, ancient literature, classical literature, modern literature, so that they might be translated into world languages. At least, for example, world languages of United Nations organizations, maybe 6 languages. This was done by China, by Japan, by Korea, by different leading countries, by Turkey. Yes. Thank you very much, Azamat. So sorry for taking your time, but
no, it was amazing.
I must say that this is my responsibility.
It was invaluable contribution to the conference. Really appreciate and all the best to you.
Thank you.
Sayın dostlar, o zaman tekraren diğer bir konferansta buluşmak niyetiyle inşallah sağlıcakla kalın. Allah bereketini versin. İnşallah sağ selim yarınki sabahtaki işlerinize devam edin inşallah. Tekraren o ülkenin, o şehrin büyük alimleriyle beraber görüşmek dileğiyle. Allah'a emanet olun. Teşekkür ettim. Sağ olun.
Teşekkürler hocam.
Görüşürüz.
Thank you. Katta rahmat sizlarga, hammalaringizga. Good luck.
Rahmat
You
olsun.
come, you're welcome to my house, to my office here. Yes. Uzbekistan, yes, to my house.